The middle decades of the 13th century marked a profound turning point in the political landscape of Europe. For nearly 300 years, the German Empire had stood at the centre of Latin Christendom, projecting authority from the North Sea to the Alps and claiming a universal dignity that rivaled the papacy itself. Yet within a surprisingly short span, that dominance faded. By the time Conrad IV died in 1254, the imperial throne no longer commanded the obedience it once had, and real power inside the German realm had shifted toward a mosaic of territorial princes who governed their own lands with increasing independence. When Rudolf of Habsburg was chosen as king in 1273, the electors deliberately selected a man of modest means from the fringes of the empire rather than one of the great magnates. His authority was limited, his resources thin, and his position dependent on the goodwill of those who had raised him to the throne. From that moment onward, German rulers tended to wear the crown more as a symbol than as an instrument of effective rule, and this pattern endured for centuries. The transformation did not occur overnight. The strengthening of princely lordship and the gradual consolidation of regional territories unfolded over more than 100 years, through countless local struggles and negotiations. Nevertheless, the overall effect was revolutionary. The mighty emperors of the Staufen age had led armies across Italy and dictated terms to popes. Their late medieval successors struggled to influence events even within their own borders. Germany became a land of many centres, rather than one, a condition that would shape its history well into modern times. Understanding how such a dramatic shift took place requires looking beyond the dramatic events of the 1250s and tracing weaknesses that had long existed beneath the glittering surface of imperial power. Even at the height of their prestige, the German kings never governed their vast realm as directly as the rulers of more compact kingdoms. The distances were immense, roads poor and communication slow. A monarch travelling from the Rhine to Saxony or from Bavaria to the North Sea required weeks, sometimes months, and during his absence, local lords managed affairs as they pleased. In England or Sicily, by contrast, smaller territories and more developed administrations allowed kings to impose decisions with greater consistency. The German Empire remained in many ways a personal dominion held together by loyalty to a dynasty, rather than by permanent institutions. Imperial authority rested on three main pillars. The first was the extraordinary wealth accumulated by the Staufen family. By combining their private inheritance with lands attached to the crown, rulers such as Frederick Barbarossa controlled hundreds of castles and vast estates scattered across the realm. No other prince approached this level of resources. Even the powerful Duke Henry the Lion possessed only a fraction of the fortresses held by the emperor, and many of those were lost after his conflict with Barbarossa. The geographical spread of imperial property gave the monarch influence in many regions and allowed him to reward followers with offices and revenues. A second support was the close relationship between the crown and the church. Although earlier conflicts between popes and emperors had formally limited royal intervention in ecclesiastical appointments, in practice, German rulers continued to exert considerable influence. Bishops frequently came from the imperial chapel, and many owed their positions to royal favour. During renewed quarrels with Rome in the 1160s, most German prelates stood firmly behind the emperor, rather than the pope. Royal journeys through the empire often involved long stays in episcopal cities where bishops hosted the court in their own residences, a visible sign of cooperation. Disputes certainly occurred, yet the general pattern remained one of partnership that strengthened royal authority. The third pillar was the prestige of the imperial title itself. To be crowned emperor in Rome symbolized leadership of Christendom and carried immense moral weight. German princes valued their role in electing the king and regarded papal confirmation as secondary. This sense of shared honour enabled rulers like Barbarossa to summon magnates for campaigns in Italy and to mediate quarrels among rival nobles. When the emperor supported a particular duke, resistance usually melted away. When he turned against a former favourite, even powerful figures could be brought low. The crown served as an arbiter whose voice mattered. Yet these strengths concealed serious limitations. Large regions lay beyond effective royal reach. In the southeast around Salzburg, in much of Lotharingia, and across the wide plains of northern Germany, the monarch possessed few estates and seldom visited. Local dukes controlled bishops and towns, and even the fall of Henry the Lion did little to extend direct imperial power there, for his confiscated lands were granted to other lords, rather than retained by the crown. Administration also remained personal, rather than national. Royal officials managed imperial estates, but had no jurisdiction over territories held by other princes. Unlike England or Sicily, Germany lacked a uniform system of sheriffs, justiciars, or financial officers responsible to the king across the whole realm. These structural weaknesses became painfully evident after the disputed succession of 1198. Civil war between rival claimants drained resources and undermined respect for royal authority. To secure military support, both sides mortgaged or sold estates that had formed the backbone of imperial power. Chroniclers lamented that villages, churches, and castles were pledged to followers until little remained except the empty name of lordship. Even after Frederick II regained control, the process of alienation continued, and later papal hostility accelerated the loss of property. By the mid-13th century, the crown was far poorer than it had been in Barbarossa's day. At the same time, the bond with the church weakened. Competing kings promised wide freedoms to bishops in exchange for papal recognition, renouncing many traditional rights over elections and revenues. Once Frederick II left Germany to rule his southern kingdom, these concessions became permanent realities. Ecclesiastical princes gained greater control over their vassals and lands, and royal officials were forbidden to interfere. Similar privileges were later granted to secular princes. What had begun as tactical promises during a crisis evolved into a new constitutional order that acknowledged the autonomy of territorial rulers. Prestige alone could not compensate for the erosion of material and institutional foundations. The imperial peace proclaimed in 1235 spoke grandly of royal authority. Yet enforcement depended largely on the very princes whose independence was growing. With the emperor absent in Italy and locked in bitter struggle with the papacy, respect for the crown declined further. Regional rulers began to issue their own peace ordinances, once a strictly royal prerogative, and towns formed leagues to maintain order without imperial guidance. The centre could no longer hold. Up to this point, the story has focused mostly on the crown, because the limits of royal power help explain what happened next. Once those limits are clear, it becomes easier to see why the princes were able to step forward in the mid-13th century and occupy the space that a weakened monarchy could no longer control. The rise of these regional rulers was not a sudden invention, and it was not a single coordinated movement. It unfolded slowly, beginning around the time of the great struggles between kings and popes and continuing deep into the 13th century. It also did not follow one neat pattern. Different families advanced at different speeds, in different regions, by different methods. In many cases, this growth was not even fully planned in advance. It was the result of ambition, opportunity, and constant improvisation in a political world where authority was often negotiated, rather than enforced. From around the early 12th century onward, a new kind of local dominance becomes visible across the German lands. Powerful dynasties began to concentrate property, legal rights, revenues, and loyal followers inside particular regions until they effectively became the strongest force there. Many of these families carried impressive titles such as Duke or Margrave, but the title itself usually followed success rather than creating it. It added status, helped win recognition, and made a lord look grand at court, yet the real foundation was always local power on the ground. In fact, there were moments when a title sounded more solid than the reality behind it. One notable dynasty in the southwest, for example, continued to claim ducal rank even after losing the office that originally justified it. Their influence in their home region still grew. Their claims were tolerated, and their status became accepted over time, which shows how flexible political language could be when backed by land, castles, and armed men. The practical building of regional power was usually slow, piecemeal, and sometimes brutal. Stronger lords pressured weaker neighbours into giving up rights, handing over estates, accepting vassal status, or signing agreements that quietly shifted the balance of power. A lord without sons could be pushed toward naming a powerful neighbour as heir, sometimes presented as a friendly settlement, sometimes felt as a forced choice. Castles multiplied across the landscape, not only as defensive structures, but as administrative centres, where authority could be exercised daily. These fortresses were staffed and protected by a class of service knights, who were personally tied to their lord and depended on him for status and livelihood. Through them, a dynasty could extend its reach into valleys, towns, forests, and trade routes, turning scattered possessions into something closer to a coherent lordship. Marriage mattered just as much as steel. Some families climbed from local importance to the highest rank by marrying into inheritances again and again, collecting counties and rights through heiresses and contested successions. A small count might become a major regional power, not by conquering a neighbour, but by marrying into a claim and then defending it successfully. This was one reason why certain dynasties seemed to rise suddenly. The groundwork had been laid quietly at the altar, long before it became visible on the battlefield or at an election assembly. In the same way, princes learned to draw wealth and influence from the church without always submitting to the church's control. They sought land held by bishops and abbots as fiefs, used legal roles as protectors of ecclesiastical institutions to interfere in their affairs, and squeezed revenues from lands that technically belonged to monasteries. Clergy often complained bitterly about these protectors, because protection could look very much like exploitation. The methods range from legal pressure and clever lawsuits to intimidation, seizure, and open violence. When a powerful duke took over a county that should have passed into ecclesiastical hands, the resentment could last for generations and shape regional politics for decades. At the same time, these rising lords did not rely only on plunder or political maneuvers. They also expanded their income by reshaping the countryside. Forests and wastelands were cleared, new villages founded, and new towns planned as hubs of trade and dues. Rents, tolls, minting rights, market fees, and urban levies could transform a lord's finances. Along the eastern frontiers especially, rulers encouraged settlers, merchants, and skilled workers to move into newly established communities, because more people meant more production and more revenue. Yet even this apparently constructive activity rested on coercion. Landlords guarded their woods, their waters, and their rights fiercely. When outsiders tried to clear land without permission, the response could be swift and threatening. In some regions, a lord's warning made it clear that unauthorized settlement would be met with destruction, punishment, and sometimes death. Even later, when procedures became more formal, punishments remained severe. orders to abandon land within days. Heavy fines and demands for compensation were used to protect the lord's control over territory and resources. Nothing strengthened a regional ruler more reliably than judicial authority. The ability to hold courts, decide disputes, enforce penalties, and ultimately impose capital punishment turned a lord into the final arbiter of life and property within a district. This kind of high jurisdiction had deep roots in older structures of local government, originally tied to county authority. Over time, ambitious dynasties collected these rights along with land because justice generated income and also created obedience. A lord who controlled courts could punish enemies, protect allies, intimidate rivals, and bind communities to his rule. That is why comital titles and judicial privileges were fought over so intensely. They were not decorative honours, they were tools that shaped everyday power. Regional princes also understood the value of memory, image, and sacred legitimacy. Many founded monasteries, endowing them with land and privileges. These houses provided prayers, prestige, and influence, but they also served as family burial places and visible monuments to dynastic standing. A monastery could become a stage on which a lineage displayed its dignity, recorded its past, and taught later generations to see the dynasty as ancient and destined to rule. Inside these institutions, stories were written that celebrated founding ancestors, explained a family's rise as rightful and honourable, and placed local power inside a grand narrative. This was not only devotion, it was political branding in medieval form. As new dynasties entered the top ranks, they too created their own memorial centres, ensuring that their status would look permanent rather than accidental. The pace of these developments varied widely. Some families began aggressively early, using periods of civil conflict to demand fiefs from churchmen, expand their military followings, and acquire counties. Their own chroniclers sometimes describe transfers as voluntary gifts, but in a world of unequal power, voluntary could be a matter of perspective. Other dynasties rose later, lifted by royal favour during moments when the crown needed reliable allies. A monarch could elevate a family by granting offices, confirming claims, or backing them against rivals. In return, those families supplied troops, money, and political support. Along frontier regions, rulers often encouraged strong local lords because they provided stability and defence. That reminder matters. The growth of territorial princes was not always a direct rebellion against the crown. At times, it was assisted by the crown because it solved immediate problems. One of the clearest examples of this crown-driven strategy occurred when a new principality was effectively created through negotiation. A major dispute over a great ducal title threatened to destabilize the realm, and the king needed peace among his leading men in order to campaign elsewhere. The compromise that followed gave one claimant the disputed ducal title, while allowing the other to keep ducal rank over his own extensive lands. What made the settlement exceptional was how far it went in guaranteeing independence. The new arrangement ensured heredity within the ruling line, allowed a successor to be chosen in the absence of direct heirs, confirmed existing holdings, removed outside authority from the region, and granted full judicial control within the territory. Military service was restricted to nearby areas. In effect, the crown traded long-term control for short-term stability, gaining peace at home and troops for campaigns abroad. This bargain worked in the immediate sense. The realm was quieted, major princes joined military expeditions, and alliances held for a time. The dynasty that benefited remained loyal and contributed to wider imperial projects, including warfare, diplomacy, and major political deals. Successions and inheritances were also managed with royal support, further strengthening that regional house. But the deeper consequence was unavoidable. A model of near-independent territorial power had been openly endorsed. What other dynasties had achieved slowly by force and calculation, one family received in a single settlement, wrapped in legality and granted from above. Nor was that episode unique. Over and over, kings and emperors made grants that expanded the authority of individual princes or powerful bishops. Sometimes a regional lord received sweeping rights in a borderland. Sometimes a ruler accepted a new royal title for a neighbouring prince. Sometimes a bishopric or archbishopric gained ducal-style authority over a large region. These were rarely gifts made out of generosity. They were payments for military assistance, tools for settling disputes among magnates, or strategies for keeping the political elite satisfied while the ruler focused attention elsewhere. The pattern became even clearer under later rulers, when the crown faced intense external pressure and urgently needed reliable supporters. In those circumstances, strengthening a prince could be treated as a price worth paying to hold a coalition together. By the 1240s, the logic reached an extreme. Faced with fierce challenges and the risk of losing legitimacy, the crown was willing to consider dramatic promotions and new titles for former enemies if that would stabilize the situation. This reveals the long arc behind the mid-13th century power shift. The princes did not simply seize authority when the monarchy weakened. They had been building their bases for generations. They had learned to gather land, rights, revenues, courts, castles, and followers into compact regions that functioned almost like small states. They had also benefited from rulers who repeatedly exchanged pieces of central authority for immediate political advantage. When the crown finally lost its financial strength, its church influence, and much of its practical reach, the princes were already in position. The vacuum did not stay empty because local powers had been preparing, step by step, to fill it. Inside their own heartlands, the Staufen dynasty behaved much like the other rising territorial lords of the age. They built influence the same way, pressed the same advantages, and relied on the same tools. The real difference was not the method but the scale. Their dominance did not rest on a single compact region. It spread across several zones at once. Their strongest roots lay in Swabia, though even there they had to compete with other ambitious dynasties. They also held substantial positions in Alsace, maintained interests along the eastern frontier, and gained additional weight in the western borderlands after a major marriage alliance in the mid-12th century. Even in regions where their direct property was thinner, their influence still reached far through legal roles and patronage. They retained what remained of the royal fiscal resources, and that alone distinguished them from most rivals. Yet in practice, their day-to-day strategy looked familiar: expanding estates, tightening control, and turning scattered rights into real authority. The Staufen drive to accumulate land and followers was constant. Earlier generations of the family were already known for strengthening their position by fortifying the landscape with castles and drawing warriors into their service through generosity and rewards. Such a following could not exist without major income and wide-landed resources, which pushed the dynasty toward acquisition whenever opportunities appeared. Under the long reign of the most famous Staufen ruler, expansion became almost a habit. Part of the motive was straightforward. A large dynasty needed lands to support sons and allies, and security depended on creating a family network strong enough to hold the throne after the ruler's death. Disasters could also create openings. When epidemic and warfare produced sudden deaths among the great lords, inheritances became unsettled, and claims could be shaped by pressure, purchase, and political leverage. The Staufen moved quickly to secure the succession to territories left vulnerable by the extinction of lines or the weakening of heirs. Sometimes this meant sharing advantages with allies, to keep coalitions stable. Sometimes it meant paying heavily for a future inheritance that would pay back many times over. One especially important acquisition in southern Germany confirmed Staufen strength in Swabia, yet it also sharpened tensions with a powerful rival branch of the wider aristocracy and helped push an already fragile relationship toward open rupture. During the same years, another quieter change was taking place. The political imagination of the empire began to shift. A clearer idea emerged that a small circle at the top of the nobility formed a distinct class whose dependence ran directly to the emperor alone. In other words, an informal sense developed that there were princes of the realm who stood above ordinary counts and lords. These were not simply people with grand titles. They were the figures who had succeeded in turning local dominance into something close to regional sovereignty, commanding castles, courts, revenues, and armed followings in a defined area. The notion did not appear all at once, and it is difficult to say exactly when it solidified, because later generations often described earlier events in language that reflected their own world. A famous ceremony in the 1180s, for example, was later remembered as if it formally elevated a count into princely rank by granting him a new frontier lordship. Yet the accounts written closest to the event speak mainly about the transfer of lands, not about an explicit reclassification of status. That gap raises a simple possibility. Later, copyists and administrators may have expressed older realities using newer terminology. Even so, it would be misleading to treat the emergence of the princes as nothing more than a scribal invention. Structural shifts inside the empire were pushing society in that direction. The downfall of a great duke at the start of the 1180s was one such turning point. After that, older patterns of ducal authority broke apart and were redistributed. Instead of a few powerful dukes acting as semi-public governors over large provinces, authority became more fragmented, more localized, and more private. New holders received ducal titles, but the title itself was less a command over a vast province than a badge of rank attached to a family's own dominion. The old provincial style of rule receded. In its place, late medieval lordship grew. Dynasties governing their own lands as if those lands were miniature states built from property, jurisdiction, revenues, and loyalty networks they had assembled themselves. The new dukes who benefited from these changes still had to do the hard work of consolidation. Holding a ducal title did not automatically produce obedience. Some new ruling houses began with a fragile claim and strengthened it by relentless acquisition, using every extinction of a minor aristocratic line as a chance to absorb castles, villages, and rights. Purchases, settlements, and pressure all played a part. Major inheritances could be politically dramatic, especially when the absorbed family had been a long-standing rival. Gains of that kind did more than expand a map. They removed enemies and created new administrative reach. Over time, such expansions turned a vulnerable ducal house into a dominant regional power. Privatization and localization of authority also encouraged another habit that would shape Germany for centuries: dividing territories within a ruling family. In the 13th century, several princely dynasties split lands and titles between branches. A duchy might be divided between brothers only a generation after it had been created, and then divided again soon after. Over the long run, repeated partitions produced a landscape of many small lordships, each with its own court, its own officials, and its own rivalries. This was not a rare accident, but a recurring pattern, and it pushed the political geography toward fragmentation even as certain families were still expanding. From the outside, the late 12th century can therefore look like a paradox. Imperial authority still appeared impressive. Great assemblies were held. The emperor still travelled with a large court. The rhetoric of royal justice and universal rule remained strong. Yet beneath that surface, a decisive step had been taken. Territorial princes were becoming the true managers of power in their regions. This did not necessarily mean constant hostility between ruler and princes. Under strong emperors, the relationship often resembled partnership, with leading lords supporting royal projects in return for recognition and advantage. But the balance depended heavily on the strength and presence of the monarch. That balance shifted sharply in the early 13th century. The monarchy's foundations weakened, and the ruler increasingly governed from afar, absorbed by other regions and long struggles beyond Germany. Attempts to rule through sons did not solve the problem. When heirs were minors, they were ineffective. When they grew older, conflicts within the dynasty erupted. Rival claimants appeared, competing kings were proclaimed, and the crown's ability to impose order declined further. In some regions of Germany, contemporary narratives barely mention the king at all. Local conflicts, feuds, and rivalries filled the scene, and royal authority seemed distant, intermittent, and often irrelevant. Even when the crown issued legal declarations against rebels, local leaders were typically left to handle the crisis without meaningful royal money, soldiers, or intervention. Mediation efforts could be ignored. Royal commands could be openly defied. The point was not simply that kings failed now and then, but that the machinery required to make royal decisions decisive was missing. By the middle of the 13th century, the reality of princely power was obvious, but the process did not end there. Territorial rulers increasingly adopted quasi-royal styles in their documents and public image, presenting themselves as rulers by divine favour and displaying authority through building programs, churches, art, and ritual. They developed more systematic local administrations and new forms of record-keeping to track revenues and obligations. Boundaries began to harden into something closer to fixed borders. In later centuries, some princes introduced broader taxation across their lands, treating their territories less as collections of estates and more as unified fiscal spaces. Yet even as regional government became more structured, Germany did not become stable. The political map remained volatile, pulled in two opposite directions at once: consolidation on one side and fragmentation on the other. One force driving fragmentation was the repeated division of lands among heirs. This did not affect only the greatest dynasties. Even ambitious families still rising through acquisitions sometimes split their territories early, multiplying branches and competing lines. The other destabilizing force was extinction. When a major dynasty died out in the male line, the resulting vacuum rarely produced a smooth transition. Co-heiresses, rival husbands, distant cousins, neighbouring princes and church lords could all claim pieces of the inheritance. Because princely holdings were often scattered across wide areas and held under different legal arrangements, disputes became tangled. Some properties were free family lands, others were held as fiefs from different overlords, and still others were tied to ecclesiastical institutions with their own claims. Settlement required years of negotiation, pressure, and warfare, and even after formal agreements, dissatisfied parties frequently continued to press claims. The consequences could be region-wide instability, lasting for a decade or more. In some cases, disputes simmered and flared repeatedly, dragging local communities into cycles of raids, sieges, and shifting alliances. In others, the struggle escalated into major wars that turned an entire principality into a battleground. Eventually, new powers rose to take advantage of the openings created by extinction. But even their victories did not instantly restore order. A new ruling house might need generations to consolidate what it had gained, and to turn disputed claims into effective governance. In this world, lordship was never just a legal title sitting neatly inside a hierarchy. It functioned as an everyday social practice, something performed and contested in public, enforced through relationships, and proven again and again through action. Kings and princes competed over rights, spheres of influence, courts, tolls, markets, and the loyalty of people who lived and worked inside those spheres. Claims were asserted, challenged, defended, and sometimes quietly abandoned when circumstances turned against them. Success depended on forces inside a family and pressures outside it. Some houses managed to turn themselves from a loose kin group into a durable dynasty with a recognizable identity. Others failed because they could not secure enough land, income, armed support, or strategic marriages. Rival competition mattered, but so did the interventions of kings, who could confirm holdings, redistribute rights, and decide which claims would be treated as legitimate. Modern historians have approached the growth of princely power from many angles, not only through law and formal institutions, but also through social structures, economic change, and the ways authority was communicated through documents, rituals, and public reputation. In the Roman-German world of the Middle Ages, princely power involved control over land and control over people at the same time. Lordship was anchored in place, yet it did not always look like a neatly bounded territory on a map. Borders were often unclear, overlapping, or contested. Still, both church lords and lay lords worked to make their will effective within whatever space they could claim, using administrative offices, legal representation, and networks of servicemen placed in castles and towns. In many regions, this push to intensify control becomes especially visible around the year 1200, and throughout the 13th century, a series of practical innovations took root. By the beginning of the modern period, these developments helped make it possible to speak about territorial states, even though that later outcome should not be projected backward too confidently. A long debate has revolved around intention. The changing interpretation of feud is part of this shift. Feuding is no longer treated mainly as an early stage of state building, a rough method used to join scattered rights into a territorial structure. Instead, feuding is increasingly understood as a way to defend honor, status, and position inside a competitive aristocratic society. Even here, the key issue was often the ordering of personal relations and rank, not the creation of a coherent territorial administration. Lords made use of many different rights, and those rights did not always fit together neatly. A principality could grow through a toll here, a market privilege there, a court right somewhere else, and a castle jurisdiction on another frontier. Expansion was shaped by chance as much as by design. Marriages could suddenly bring in land. A birth could secure a succession. A death could fracture a region. Political actors reacted to these shocks, exploited openings, and attempted to lock in whatever gains they could. When major dynasties died out, relatives and neighbours often profited, and some families gained decisive advantages by inheriting portions of another house's network of rights and lands. Yet the spread of princely lordship was not achieved only through agreements, inheritances, and legal settlements. Military force played an obvious role. Rivalries over rights and property could turn into armed conflict, and success in war could translate into real expansion of authority. Battles mattered not because they created a new legal world overnight, but because they changed who could enforce claims, who could intimidate rivals, and who could present themselves as the inevitable local power. To make sense of the overall pattern, it helps to track both internal and external influences, the role of kings in shaping the playing field, the differences between church principalities and secular ones, the resources available to rulers, and the everyday techniques used to implement authority. Royal power did not simply fade in a straight line, it shifted across phases. Under strong dynasties, kingship shaped the conditions under which princes rose. Kings granted fiefs and rights, confirmed possessions, and sometimes tried to assert their own authority against princely rivals in specific regions. Then came a prolonged moment of weakness, in which effective royal rule was largely absent, allowing princes and towns to secure positions that would have been harder to claim under a more active crown. After that, kings returned, but they returned in a changed environment where election politics, dynastic resources, and noble coalitions limited what a king could do. During the era of strong royal houses, princes were typically treated as subordinate in the hierarchy, but they also expected the king to protect their interests and to provide rights and lordship spaces appropriate to their rank. In the early 13th century, long royal absences from Germany had a massive impact. When the king was far away, the practical enforcement of royal claims weakened, and princes filled gaps with their own courts, their own peacekeeping measures, and their own networks of dependents. Legal confirmations issued by the crown during this period helped to anchor princely power by recognizing rights that princes were already exercising in practice, but that remained contested in theory. A period of royal weakness followed the death of a powerful ruler in the mid-13th century. Several claimants held the royal title during these years, yet none possessed the strength, resources, or position needed to enforce rule across the realm. In this environment, secular and ecclesiastical princes, along with the towns, consolidated their legal standing and extended it in important ways. The political structure of royal election also became more defined, with a small group of leading magnates increasingly recognized as the decisive electors. This development mattered because it turned royal authority into something dependent on elite agreement. Princes and bishops expanded their claims to rights and territories, absorbing weaker nobles and servicemen into their own systems. Towns, facing insecurity and disorder, formed leagues to protect trade, enforce peace, and defend privileges. Such leagues could be aimed at reducing violence in the absence of royal enforcement, but they also served as barriers against princely ambitions. The years of weak kingship thus accelerated two parallel trends: the rise of the princes as providers of order, and the growing confidence and autonomy of urban communities and wealthy townspeople. When a new king was elected in the 1270s, one visible goal was to recover lost royal possessions, often with princely support. Yet the deeper reality had shifted. Kings were increasingly dependent on the very princes who elected them. Rulers did not manage to build a stable royal territory that could support independent kingship without relying on personal family resources. After 1300, the strength of the crown often depended on the ruler's position as a territorial lord in his own right. A king who lacked a strong dynastic base found it difficult to act as an effective monarch. The relationship between king and princes became less like a strict chain of command and more like a shared political club in which cooperation, bargaining, and coalition building mattered as much as formal superiority. Within this environment, certain princely houses and church institutions managed to secure lasting regions of authority and pass them down within dynasties, or preserve them within an archbishopric or bishopric. Over time, successful centralization turned scattered rights into a more complex and integrated power structure. Several long-lasting dynasties came to dominate major regions, while other families rose and fell depending on luck, marriages, and political outcomes. The word prince itself also changed meaning. In earlier centuries, it was a broad label for leading men, both clerical and lay, more a marker of social standing than a strict legal category. From around the late 12th century onward, the term narrowed. A prince increasingly meant a lord who held key rights and lordship directly from the king, including judicial authority and economic privileges like tolls and minting. In legal thought, this implied direct subordination to the king. In practice, the situation remained more layered, because even high princes could hold rights through other lords, especially through church connections and forms of legal representation. Status was not erased by those indirect ties, but the need to distinguish princes from other high nobles became sharper, since many counts and lords also held fiefs from the king. One practical distinction was the scale of power. A prince typically controlled a lordship that resembled a duchy in breadth and authority, including high justice, meaning the capacity to impose severe penalties. Formal elevation to princely rank could involve a ritual of rearranging property rights, with lands and rights symbolically concentrated and then re-granted as a single package. Over the 13th century, additional principalities were recognized, and the number of secular princes increased over time, partly because partitions within dynasties multiplied the number of princely branches. Even so, ecclesiastical princes remained numerous, since bishops, archbishops, and leading abbots held substantial authority in their own right. Geography shaped the pace and character of development. Some regions lay close to the king's frequent routes and centres of activity, where royal influence remained more visible and political tools could be used in familiar ways. Other landscapes were more open to royal intervention because they contained key electoral territories, or strategic corridors. Beyond these were regions dominated by powerful dynasties that also competed for the throne. And then, the most distant zones, especially in the north and east, where the crown had less presence and local consolidation often required settlement, missionary activity, colonization, and military force. Yet across both old heartlands and newer frontier regions, rulers often viewed lordship primarily as authority over people, rather than as control over a sharply bounded space. Only in a few exceptional cases does a more territorial definition appear early, where vassals began to identify themselves with a county or a region, rather than with the person of the lord. For the period as a whole, such examples remained unusual. The church principalities followed a distinctive path. A settlement, in the early 12th century, changed the balance between kings and bishops by limiting how far royal authority could reach into spiritual office, even though kings still held considerable influence over the worldly rights attached to bishoprics. This created a lasting dual nature in episcopal power. A bishop was both spiritual leader and secular ruler. Over time, the zone of spiritual responsibility and the zone of secular lordship did not always match neatly. Within the secular sphere, bishops relied on rights of fortification, minting, markets, courts, and revenues, and they built administrations to enforce them. Cathedral chapters often elected bishops and could act as political forces in their own right, defending their privileges and sometimes resisting the bishop's control over incomes and rights. These chapters also became channels through which lesser nobles gained access to power and income, providing careers for younger sons. Over time, they guarded their exclusivity, demanding proof of noble lineage from candidates. Church lordships had one structural advantage over secular dynasties. They were not inherited in the same way and were therefore less vulnerable to partitions among heirs. Yet they faced their own conflicts, including disputed elections, rival factions within chapters, and pressure from external authorities. Royal concessions to ecclesiastical rulers also mattered. In the early 13th century, the crown confirmed broad rights for church princes in their secular domains and limited royal interference in their economic and administrative structures. Kings promised not to establish new tolls or mints in those regions. not to build new castles or towns there, and not to draw away the servicemen tied to ecclesiastical lords. Royal courts pledged to respect the decisions of church courts and to help enforce them. Such measures strengthened bishops and archbishops as territorial rulers, not only by increasing their rights, but by recognizing their practical control. The building of ecclesiastical lordship still required struggle on the ground. Bishops often had to confront advocates and secular protectors who tried to treat church lands as opportunities for profit and influence. In some regions, bishops fought for generations to free their lordship from these external claims, and real consolidation sometimes became possible only after a rival comital family died out. Across the realm, leading archbishoprics and many bishoprics gradually assembled territorial authority through a mixture of royal grants, local administration, legal pressure, and political alliances. Alongside them stood the lordships of imperial monasteries and convents, whose abbots and abbesses also exercised significant rights. In the Roman-German world, cities rarely behaved like the great communes of northern Italy. Italian city-states often dominated wide rural belts beyond their walls. But most towns in the empire did not rule the countryside in a comparable way. After the mid-13th century, only a small number managed to gain real authority outside the gates, usually as part of their struggle to free themselves from the lords who claimed control over the town itself. Where it happened, it tended to be in regions where princely power had not hardened into strong territorial structures, places where the political landscape still left room for urban expansion. Certain towns in Swabia, Franconia, and the emerging Swiss world benefited from that situation. Their councils, and sometimes wealthy citizens or institutions connected to the town, acquired pieces of jurisdiction in nearby villages, took over protective legal roles over religious houses, and occasionally gained control over tolls and transport dues. The method was often simple: money. Local nobles regularly needed cash, and townspeople who had prospered through trade could buy rights outright or accept them as pledges in return for loans. Only a minority of towns accumulate a substantial rural sphere, and even then the result was usually a patchwork of different rights, rather than a cleaned territorial block. In a few places, that patchwork could be expanded much later into something closer to territorial rule, especially where a city steadily combined court rights, transport privileges, and control of routes into a coherent system. Other cities did not build a political hinterland at all, yet still shaped the region economically by controlling markets, credit, and trade flows. Whether the approach was political or economic, the goal remained practical. Protect the town from neighbouring lords, keep roads safe, ensure food supplies, and preserve urban dominance by limiting rural competition in crafts and trade. Revenue also mattered, since dues, tolls, and taxes helped pay for walls, guards, and diplomacy. While towns expanded only selectively, princely and ecclesiastical lordship developed into the most typical form of administrative rule in medieval Germany. By the later 13th and early 14th centuries, the principalities had become the main arena where authority was gathered, organized, and enforced. This growth did not rely on one single right or one single institution. It rested on stacking many different powers together, slowly turning a collection of privileges into something that could function as a regional government. The foundations were usually land held outright by a family, and lands held through grants from the king. Yet land alone did not create a principality. The decisive step was acquiring the special rights that allowed rulers to command, tax, judge, and protect. These included high justice, markets, minting, tolls, transport dues, the building of castles and the fortifying of towns, legal protection of churches and monasteries, and the authority to impose peace. Such rights were often presented as gifts from the crown in exchange for service, but they could also be fought over, purchased, inherited, or seized. Church lords and lay lords competed for these powers. In that competition, lesser nobles tended to lose. If their families did not die out, many were absorbed into the structures of larger princes, becoming dependents rather than autonomous players. Marriage was another engine of expansion, and it worked in several ways at once. A marriage could seal a friendship between dynasties, end a conflict, or create obligations of mutual support against a third rival. It also functioned as a long bet on the future. Contracts could shape inheritance plans in advance, and marriage to an heiress could merge two clusters of rights and lands into one. Territory could also be expanded more directly through purchases of land or of rights tied to land. In a world where everything from a village court to a toll station could be treated as a commodity, money and legal instruments often achieved what armies could not. Force still mattered, and it mattered constantly. Princes used raids, campaigns, and private war to pressure rivals, to settle claims, and to intimidate opponents. Fighting could be directed not only at other princes, but also at counts and service elites, who held royal offices or castles. Even conflict within a dynasty could turn violent when branches competed over inheritance. Yet private war was not simply chaos. It operated inside a framework of accepted rules. A feud that followed those rules could be treated as legitimate, not criminal. One important peace ordinance issued in the early 13th century reflected this reality, by requiring that a party first seek justice in a court before launching a feud. Under that kind of system, military strength became essential not only for gaining new rights, but for maintaining prestige, because honour and rank were closely tied to the ability to defend oneself and punish insults. The practical tools of rule were visible in stone and timber long before they became visible in paperwork. Up to the middle of the 14th century, castles and then, increasingly towns, formed the backbone of princely control. Castles were defended and administered by service knights bound to the prince, and they functioned as places where a ruler could travel, hold court, stage ceremonies, and project magnificence. A grand castle household was not just an ornament. It was a recruiting tool, drawing servicemen by promising reward, status, and proximity to power. Certain princes became famous for hosting an entire courtly culture around them, using festivals, patronage, and display to maintain loyalty and impress rivals. To extend authority beyond the immediate reach of a single fortress, princes created local offices and delegated power. Officials appointed by the prince were tasked with keeping order, collecting dues and enforcing decisions. These structures were uneven at first, but they laid the groundwork for more systematic administration. After the mid-13th century, towns grew more important than castles in many regions. Towns served as administrative hubs, temporary residences, and financial engines. Princes still moved around their lands, but towns offered safer bases, stronger walls, cash markets, and concentrated resources. Urban taxes, tolls, and militias could be mobilized more effectively than scattered rural Jews. This was not limited to one dynasty. Across the empire, ruling houses learned to use towns as revenue sources and as anchors for control over the surrounding countryside. Dynastic identity also became an instrument of rule. Tombs and memorial sites in monastic and collegiate churches were more than religious gestures. They reinforced a sense of continuity, linking the living family to its dead and presenting the dynasty as a lasting institution rather than a temporary household. Burial churches, commemorative rituals, and written family histories encouraged solidarity across generations. The past was shaped into a story of rightful rank and remembered deeds, supported by prayers for souls and the prestige of sacred patronage. That shared identity made it easier to hold lands together, defend rights, and demand loyalty. A prince who could present his family as ancient and destined to rule often found it easier to impose authority than one whose power looked newly assembled. For a surprisingly long time, the evidence for detailed financial administration remains thin. Many princes ruled effectively without leaving behind clear records of income and expenditures. Still, early signs appear. Some dynasties compiled registers of possessions relatively early, attempting to map their resources and obligations. In certain regions, relationships of dependence began to be written down with greater precision. Throughout the 13th century, the volume of documents increased, and by the late 13th century, some rulers ordered key documents copied into organized collections. That required trained writing staff, and such specialists appeared earlier in parts of the Western Empire than in many German principalities. Even so, it was mainly in the 14th century that central administrations became clearly visible. Permanent chancellors, archives, systematic registers of revenues, and books recording fiefs, received and granted. The shift from rule by memory and travel to rule supported by paperwork was slow, but it changed what a principality could do. Even with these tools, princes faced serious obstacles. The most decisive threat was simple biology. Dynasties could vanish when there were no male heirs, and no amount of strategy could prevent that. Ironically, too many children could also be dangerous. In a world where lordship was treated as family property, sons expected shares, and partitions were common. Division often weakened a dynasty's political and economic position by breaking a principality into smaller, poorer pieces. Families that succeeded over the long term were those that found ways to balance inheritance with cohesion. They created family agreements to regulate partitions while preserving unity where possible, defined rules for cooperation between branches, and tried to prevent the loss of rights and lands. One practical method was channeling some sons into church careers, reducing the number of heirs who would demand territorial shares. Strict primogeniture did not become the normal solution in this period. Instead, rulers often preferred flexibility, selecting among sons and keeping the option of passing lordship to collateral branches if a main line died out. Money created another set of problems. Even powerful princes regularly faced financial strain. Rights and possessions were constantly evaluated, converted into cash, and traded, especially when relatives needed compensation during partitions, or when daughters' dowries had to be paid. Maintaining a court was expensive. Travel, gifts, military costs, and appearances at royal assemblies drained resources. Income was often unpredictable, and budgets could not be planned with confidence. As a result, pledging became a routine practice. Princes mortgaged tolls, taxes, villages, and rights to obtain ready cash. Urban merchants played a major role as creditors, and Jewish communities in certain towns were also important lenders. In some cases, a ruler's travel route was shaped as much by the need for revenue as by politics, moving toward places where toll stations or payments could be collected. This constant monetization of rights had a political consequence. It made closed, neatly bounded, territorial states difficult to build. When pieces of authority were repeatedly pawned, sold, redeemed, and pawned again, lordship remained a shifting mosaic, rather than a solid block. A striking slogan once summed up an older way of thinking about the German past. The Middle Ages were treated as Germany's destiny. For much of the 19th and 20th centuries, many historians argued that Germany's historical path differed sharply from that of other European realms, and that the explanation lay in medieval, political development. While England and France appeared to move towards stronger centralized monarchy, the German realm was described as moving in the opposite direction. Central royal power, so the argument ran, did not consolidate in the same way, and the modern nation-state arrived far later as a result. This view fed a larger story about a distinct German trajectory, a narrative that became deeply influential and lingered for generations, even when scholars began to question its assumptions. Earlier, historians were rarely shy about judging winners and losers. A dramatic plot took shape, a story of imperial failure in which kings were gradually worn down by hostile popes and unruly princes. This argument became famous through heated debates over whether the ruler's focus on Italy and the imperial crown had drained strength away from Germany and helped undermine royal authority at home. Within that older outlook, the moral casting was often clear. Many historians writing in a Prussian and Protestant intellectual climate tended to sympathise with the kings. Princes, by contrast, were frequently depicted as destructive forces, accused of seizing rights that supposedly belonged to the crown and weakening the political unity of the realm. The rise of territorial lordship in the High and Late Middle Ages was treated as a kind of theft from the monarchy, and the final outcome was presented as a long slide toward fragmentation. After the First World War, the tone and the questions changed. A new field focused on regions and local power gained momentum. It was not an accident that this happened in a period when German borders and identity were under strain. Scholars turned to regional pasts, partly to clarify what earlier Germany had looked like and which lands could be imagined as historically connected. In that setting, the growth of lordship over specific areas became a central theme. Territorial states of the early modern era were reinterpreted as the continuation of medieval, princely and noble power, rather than as a regrettable breakdown of monarchy. Some influential models even suggested that older forms of aristocratic lordship were deeply rooted and long-lived, and that royal power had only temporarily overlaid them. In this framework, strong monarchy appeared less like the natural goal of political development and more like one force among others, sometimes successful, sometimes not, and never fully dominant for long. This approach encouraged a particular way of describing princely power. Instead of imagining one standard form of a principality, it emphasized that each prince rested on a different mixture of rights. Landholdings, courts, tolls, markets, protection of churches, jurisdiction, and a variety of local privileges. Since the building blocks differed from one region to another, princely lordship couldn't be reduced to a single blueprint. The story became harder to tell as a clean sequence with a clear endpoint. In some versions, the conclusion was almost skeptical. Perhaps the best that could be done was to describe separate cases rather than claim a unified explanation. Behind these shifts lay a broader pattern that often appears in the history of scholarship. Interpretations frequently reflect the concerns of the age in which they are written. In a country shaped by repeated political disruption, it is unsurprising that debates about medieval power also moved in waves. For a long time, historians assumed they could reconstruct the intentions and plans of medieval rulers with confidence. It seemed self-evident that a king must have wanted to strengthen central authority. The modern nation-state, strongly desired in the 19th century, stood in the background as an unspoken yardstick. From that viewpoint, kings and princes were treated as natural enemies, and medieval politics was framed as a long struggle between monarchy and aristocracy. In almost every version of this older storyline, the Staufen age in the 12th century held a special place. Frederick Barbarossa was frequently treated as a pivotal figure. Some writers criticized his imperial ambitions, especially his campaigns and claims in Italy. arguing that they distracted him from strengthening authority in Germany. Yet at the same time, he attracted admiration, even fascination, because contemporaries had already portrayed him as a grand ruler, and later generations inherited that image. Popular historical writing in the 19th century often presented his reign as a high point, and the defeat of a powerful duke in his time was turned into proof that the emperor's position must have been extraordinary. The fall of that duke became a symbol. It was used to argue that the crown, at least under a strong ruler, could still bring the greatest aristocrats to heel. During the 20th century, a different emphasis grew stronger. Instead of focusing only on royal success or failure, scholars began to spotlight the transformation of lordship itself. The 12th century was described as an era when aristocrats increasingly tied power to space. Castles multiplied, monasteries were founded, protective legal roles over churches were exploited, and lords came to think in more territorial terms. This process was used to explain rising tension between king and princes. In some interpretations, Barbarossa appeared as a ruler who tried to contain this trend and reassert royal initiative. The boldest version of that approach argued that the Staufen rulers pursued a deliberate redesign of the political order. In this view, Barbarossa aimed to reduce the independent rights of the great lay nobility by strengthening royal holdings and by relying more heavily on service elites who could be directed more easily. These servicemen, often bound their lord in ways that were different from older aristocratic independence, were imagined as a tool to break the power of high nobles. A second part of the argument held that the king sought to tighten bonds with the top aristocracy through stronger personal obligations, shaping a smaller circle of leading princes whose membership depended on royal recognition. Older, sprawling duchies were weakened or broken into smaller units, and the political map was reshaped. Some historians express this in dramatic language, describing a program that would crush dynastic magnates and elevate a new class of royal dependents. Within that framework, medieval Germany became a stage for an ambitious attempt at central control, ultimately thwarted by the resilience of aristocratic power. The same spirit of the times influenced debates over an apparently technical question. What did the word prince really mean, and when did it become a label for a clearly defined group? For centuries it had been used broadly, sometimes for the ruler himself and often as a vague honorific for leading men. Then, toward the end of the 12th century, the term began to look more exclusive in certain contexts. Later reports described a prominent count being raised to a new rank when granted a frontier lordship. The question followed naturally: was this evidence of a new constitutional order, intentionally created and legally defined? Older scholarship sought clear turning points and precise legal acts. Some historians distinguished an earlier elite based on office holding from a later elite based on personal obligations, treating the shift as a fundamental transformation of political society. Others argued that office did not create nobility, but that nobles held offices because they were already nobles, and that the later princely rank should be seen as a new development rather than a continuation. Prosopographical research, mapping networks of families and careers over time, strengthened the sense that a recognizable aristocratic layer existed long before the 12th century, providing the pool from which officials were drawn. The image of a sharp break between old and new princely classes became harder to sustain. As the discussion matured, attention shifted from words to practices. Some evidence suggests that a more exclusive use of the princely label can be observed during major political crises, especially when a great duke was tried, condemned, and stripped of his position, and witness lists and ceremonial language hinted at a narrower circle of leading men. Yet modern scholarship has generally moved away from the idea of a single decisive founding moment for a legally coherent class. It has become more cautious about treating later legal texts as straightforward mirrors of earlier realities. Still, the problem remained. If the king had many vassals and many nobles owed him obligations, what separated the top princes from the rest? Earlier historians tried to answer this by seeking strict criteria: direct dependence on the king, possession of special royal rights, wide judicial authority, and a territory large enough to resemble a duchy. Ecclesiastical lords, especially bishops and heads of major religious houses, seemed easier to categorize because their position depended on investiture and recognized rights attached to their office. Lay princes were more difficult to define, and this uncertainty encouraged scholars to search for a single legal formula that could settle the matter. Some even imagined a formal imperial law created under Barbarossa, a deliberate reform that restructured the political system. A different line of argument reversed the logic. Instead of seeing the crown as the architect and the princes as reluctant beneficiaries, some scholars suggested that the princes themselves shaped the category to protect their status against other nobles, and to build a stronger basis for their own regional authority. From this angle, rules about how quickly princely fiefs had to be re-granted after a holder's death were interpreted as safeguards that preserved princely continuity and limited royal freedom of action. That idea could then be woven back into the old grand narrative. If royal hands were tied by rules that ensured princes would always be replaced quickly, the monarchy could not build a large unified territory for itself, and the path toward a centralized state would be blocked. The medieval constitution, in that reading, contained a built-in mechanism favouring decentralization. Over time, doubts accumulated. Some historians questioned whether such obligations ever existed as binding imperial law, or whether they were simply customary practices shaped by inheritance expectations and political pragmatism. Others noted that what looks like a legal principle in theory may have operated as a flexible habit in practice, with kings usually granting vacated fiefs to heirs and relatives because that was the easiest way to avoid conflict. At the same time, some scholars argued that the crown could gain advantages from framing relationships in more formal terms because it provided a language for binding princes into the realm and presenting their authority as delegated rather than independent. What had once been described as autonomous lordship could be recast as something that existed within a recognized structure of royal approval, even if the day-to-day reality remained messy. For much of the 20th century, the debate was heavily shaped by legal history, and that dominance was not accidental. The long preoccupation with the absence of a nation-state made constitutional questions feel urgent. Scholars searched medieval documents for the moment when German statehood allegedly failed or took a different direction. Outside Germany, this obsession sometimes looked strange, even unsettling, because it seemed to turn the Middle Ages into a courtroom in which the modern state was always the judge. In the second half of the 20th century, the grip of that approach loosened. Scholars continued to debate legal categories, but they increasingly accepted that medieval evidence does not always support clear definitions. Later, elevations to princely rank, for example, rarely appear as purely legal events. They often depended on political power, reputation, and the interests of other major actors. Recognition could require the right constellation of influence and relationships, not simply a checklist of rights. From this perspective, princely status became less a rigid legal box and more a negotiated outcome, shaped by political realities and acknowledged through ceremonial practice before it was codified in procedure. Prosoepigraphical and social historical research also pushed the discussion in a new direction. Instead of treating a princely class as a fixed legal corporation from an early date, some scholars argued that such a unified body did not truly exist until much later. The people labelled as princes could share certain legal features while remaining socially diverse, with different degrees of power, wealth, and influence. They did not necessarily act together as a class, and they did not consistently confront the king as a united front. Opposition to royal policy tended to occur in specific conflicts rather than as a permanent collective stance. Marriages routinely linked princely families with other high nobles, blurring boundaries that legal definitions tried to draw. From this angle, status mattered at least as much as power. Becoming a prince could mean a rise in honor and rank without immediately transforming the material balance of force. These shifts were reinforced by broader rethinking across medieval studies. The classic picture of a fully formed feudal system, long assumed to be stable and comprehensive, came under pressure. Some researchers argued that the legal framework described in older handbooks was not as early or as universal as once believed. That debate forced a reconsideration of when, how, and why personal obligations and fiefs became central to political description. It also raised new doubts about whether key events of the 12th century were governed primarily by what later generations would call feudal law. The use of Roman legal ideas, often assumed to have transformed politics under Barbarossa, also began to look more limited north of the Alps than older narratives had suggested. Even the basic question of whether a king could impose law effectively across the realm came to be treated with caution. A deeper change followed from these doubts. If medieval rulers did not think in modern categories, did they actually see princes as a structural threat that had to be solved? Older scholarship often assumed that it must have been in the king's interest to build a centralized state, or to restore an earlier form of sovereignty, supposedly inherited from the Frankish past. More recent approaches have questioned that assumption. Many contemporaries did not seek a state in the modern sense at all, and political order could be imagined in multiple ways within the dense web of relationships among rulers and magnates. Fundamental conflict between king and princes did occur, sometimes dramatically, but it was not necessarily the normal condition. Often, royal rule worked within the rivalries of the great, balancing them, mediating disputes, and maintaining authority not by crushing princes but by operating above their conflicts. This change in perspective connects with research that highlights how early medieval kingship often functioned as leadership among peers rather than as command over subjects. The monarch's position could be strengthened only gradually through reputation, negotiation, and the management of honor and alliances. Later crises, especially those surrounding the struggle over appointments in the church, revealed how fragile consensus could become and how quickly political order could fracture. Assemblies held without the king and collective actions by princes showed that leading men could claim to represent the realm itself, even in opposition to the monarch. By the early 12th century at the latest, it was clear that princes were not merely subjects of rule, but participants in rule, shaping decisions, defining limits, and insisting that governance was something done with them, not simply done to them. By the mid-12th century, the German kingdom had settled into a political rhythm that looked different from the clean, centralized monarchies that later became familiar in Western Europe. After a period of transition under earlier rulers, a new phase opened in 1152 with the election of Frederick Barbarossa. From the start, his authority rested on something that contemporaries understood clearly. The realm's greatest men mattered. Their support was not a decorative extra. It was the basic condition of effective rule. Royal charters from this era often present decisions as the product of consultation. That detail is more than formula. It reflects the reality that the ruler's public legitimacy and his practical ability to act were tied to aristocratic agreement. Even the imperial title, with its aura of universal authority, did not float above domestic politics. It depended on the same foundation of recognition at home. When resistance hardened among leading princes, the king could be forced to recalibrate or abandon plans. And yet, Barbarossa was not weak in the way later stereotypes sometimes imply. Compared with some predecessors, he could move decisively against individual opponents when the political conditions allowed it. This raises an important question that modern historians have pressed. If the ruler's standing could appear so impressive to contemporaries, why assume he needed to reform the realm in the manner of a modern state builder? From a 12th century point of view, imperial rule could look magnificent. The court was a magnet. The ruler's honour and the honour of the realm itself served as a driving force in politics. In that world, legitimacy was not measured by bureaucratic centralization. It was measured by the ability to uphold peace, arbitrate disputes, reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and preserve reputation in the eyes of peers. Once the focus shifts toward honour and negotiated authority, a familiar older storyline begins to fade. For a long time, Barbarossa's reign was explained as a grand clash, Staufen versus Welf, treated almost like a permanent civil war hidden inside the constitution. That framing is much harder to sustain now. Rivalries existed, sometimes bitterly, but they were not automatically the same as universal conflict between king and princes. In many situations, the ruler needed the great men as partners, not as targets. Governance north of the Alps often meant improvisation. Putting out fires, building coalitions, settling feuds, and preventing disputes from turning into open disorder. It was less an engineered system than a continuous practice of conflict management. No episode shows the value of this perspective more clearly than the fall of Henry the Lion. In older retellings, the story is simple. The emperor decides to crush the most dangerous prince, orchestrates a legal process, and breaks apart huge duchies to strengthen the crown. The result becomes proof that Barbarossa was a master strategist reshaping the realm. A closer look produces a different picture. Henry's power in Saxony and Bavaria did not rise in isolation. It grew with royal backing and with the advantages of family ties. The break came when Henry refused to support the emperor's military effort in Italy. Barbarossa's defeat in the North Italian War became a political turning point. But Henry's downfall was not triggered only by the emperor's anger. It was also driven by Henry's relationships on the ground, by pressure from regional rivals, by complaints from other nobles, and by the hostility of powerful church leaders who saw him as a threat to their own position. In this light, the emperor's role looks less like a conductor guiding every note and more like a patron who withdraws protection. Once that protection ended, Henry's enemies could move. They were not simply acting as agents of royal centralization. They were pursuing their own regional struggles. The Duke's methods of organizing his duchy and expanding his influence created a coalition of resistance. Henry was eventually outlawed, stripped of titles and forced into exile. But whether Barbarossa celebrated the long-term weakening of Henry's power as a deliberate grand design is much less certain than older narratives suggested. The episode can be read as the outcome of a collapsing alliance rather than as a blueprint for constitutional reform. This rethinking has consequences beyond one dramatic case. It also reshapes how the emergence of imperial princes is understood. The older search for a single founding moment, a formal act that created a clear legal rank with a clear political goal, has increasingly given way to a slower, more layered story. Instead of a switch being flipped in the 1180s, the evidence points toward gradual differentiation inside the aristocracy. Status hardened over time through practice. Who sat closest to the ruler, who appeared in witness lists, who was treated as indispensable in negotiations, who held the kinds of rights and resources that made them unavoidable in regional politics. That does not mean law was irrelevant. The 12th and 13th centuries show a growing appetite for legal clarity. Relationships that had long been managed through custom and personal ties began to be described more precisely. New legal language, some shaped by developments in Italy, some shaped by the expanding world of learned clerics and trained administrators, offered sharper tools for defining obligations and privileges. Yet it is risky to picture Roman law sweeping north and reorganizing politics overnight. The impulse may have been less about importing a complete system and more about learning to speak more carefully about authority that already existed. When a great lord was elevated in rank and his holdings were treated as a single unified grant, it is tempting to see a rational organizational act at work. The ruler integrating aristocratic power into a neat hierarchy. Some interpretations move in that direction, presenting princely dignity as a way to legitimize high noble lordship and place it within a framework of delegated authority. But there is another possibility that fits the evidence at least as well. The language and ceremonies of elevation gave a refined description to realities that were already taking shape, rather than transforming those realities on the spot. One of the clearest shifts in modern scholarship is the order of cause and effect. Instead of beginning with a basic opposition between king and princes, many historians now treat that opposition as something that became more institutionalized later, after other arrangements failed. In this view, medieval politics allowed multiple configurations. At times, the king acted as arbiter among magnates. At times, the king was also a territorial lord inside the same competitive field, pursuing resources and allies, like other great men. Partnerships, not permanent hostility, often shaped the system. When deep conflict did erupt, it signaled crisis, not the normal operating mode. Barbarossa's reign fits that pattern. For long stretches, the royal court offered prestige, opportunity, and rewards. Its attraction was real, even if it could fluctuate, especially after military reverses in Italy. Meanwhile, the service elites attached to rulers and princes became more visible. But even then, the political relationship remained intensely personal. The king dealt with people, with their loyalties, rivalries, and honour more than with abstract principalities. Institutional thinking existed, but it was still developing. The realm was not a machine. It was a network. At the same time, broader social and economic forces were reshaping the landscape. The 12th century's growth in population and production encouraged land development on a large scale. New clearings, new villages, and expanding cultivation changed what it meant to hold power in a region. As resources increased and competition intensified, boundaries mattered more. Lordship began to be imagined not only as command over people, but also as control over space. That shift did not create modern states by itself, but it nudged politics toward a more territorial vocabulary. This evolution also altered noble families. Earlier medieval kin groups were often flexible networks, not fixed lineages with a single clear centre. Over time, as lordship became tied to specific seats and regions, families took on a different shape. Father-to-son succession gained ideological weight. Castles became not just fortifications but identity markers. A leading residence could lend its name to a lineage, and that name could endure even if the original place was lost. Seals and heraldic symbols helped transform personal identity into dynastic branding, recognizable and inheritable. Church reform interacted with these changes in complex ways. Noble families founded monasteries, endowed them, and sought lasting influence over them. These houses became burial sites, memorial centers, and spiritual partners in the project of dynastic continuity. Prayer for the dead mattered religiously, but remembrance also mattered politically. A family that could present its ancestors as worthy, venerable, and long-standing strengthened its claim to rank. Over time, monasteries produced narratives that preserved and shaped that memory, helping dynasties become not only biological realities, but intellectual constructions. All of this formed the background for what later observers called territorial policy. Yet it is crucial not to project modern long-term planning onto the 12th century. Many princes acted with limited aims, securing inheritances, managing rivalries, protecting honour, expanding resources when opportunities appeared. Some figures went further, attempting more systematic consolidation. But those were exceptions rather than the norm, and in certain cases, pushing too far could provoke the very coalition that brought a prince down. The reshaping of duchies during Barbarossa's reign illustrates this. Partition and the creation of new ducal titles can easily be misread as a deliberate program to destroy older structures. But another reading fits the political logic of the time. These acts were ways to resolve conflicts of rank. In a society where status was a tangible force, ending a feud often required preserving the dignity of multiple parties. Elevating one lord, creating a new title for another, and redrawing jurisdictions could restore balance and consensus. The constitutional consequences were real, but the immediate motivation was often peace between powerful rivals, not abstract statecraft. That perspective also changes how the famous question is approached. Did a modernizing phase occur in the 12th century realm? The answer depends on what modernizing means. If it means bureaucratic centralization and systematic territorial government, then the evidence does not support a clear turning point under Barbarossa. If it means sharper legal vocabulary, more precise descriptions of authority, and a gradual drift toward territorial thinking, then meaningful changes were underway. But these developments were uneven, regionally varied, and driven as much by social practice as by royal design. This brings the story back to how modern historians have interpreted the Middle Ages. Older generations often treated the medieval past as an explanation for modern national outcomes. Success or failure of unity, delay or inevitability of the nation-state, and a unique German trajectory. More recent approaches have been more cautious. They emphasize that medieval actors did not pursue modern goals, that their politics was shaped by honour, negotiation, and crisis management, and that the balance between king and princes shifted over time rather than following a single master plan. Picture a medieval town in Germany, streets tightening around a market, a church tower rising above roofs, and a wall that draws a hard line between insiders and outsiders. It is tempting to imagine such a place as free by nature, a small republic that somehow sprang up apart from noble power. That image survives largely because a handful of famous imperial cities later achieved striking autonomy. But across Germany and across Europe, most towns began and matured on ground shaped by lords, bishops, abbeys, counts, dukes, or kings. Even when a commune gained privileges and a council began to govern, the town usually remained entangled in the wider framework of lordship for a very long time. That entanglement was not abstract. It was personal and everyday. Lords needed local agents to collect dues, oversee justice, manage property, and represent authority. Towns, too, relied on officials who negotiated and argued in the spaces where urban interests met seigneurial power. Between these worlds stood figures such as reeves, bailiffs, and other intermediaries, and on the urban side, councilmen and magistrates who learned how rule worked by dealing with it directly. In many places, the families who rose to prominence inside the walls did not come from nowhere. They often had backgrounds connected to service, people accustomed to the mechanics of governance, used to the language of obligation and privilege, and sometimes trusted as agents of their lord. That experience could give urban elites both the confidence and the know-how to reach beyond the walls. At first glance, it sounds like a contradiction. A community that talks about citizen equality, yet produces leaders who pursue dominance outside the town. The contradiction dissolves once the wall is taken seriously. The wall was not only stone and ditch, it was a legal and social boundary. Inside it, the commune's ideals could be asserted more strongly. Outside it, the countryside remained a different world, one where hierarchy was expected. And even within the town, councils did not govern as pure equals. Municipal order required rank, discipline, and coercion, even if it was expressed through civic forms. Urban lordship in Germany becomes visible most clearly in written records from the 13th century, but it grows much more common later. That timing matters. Early on, what towns held in the countryside was usually fragmented, a patchwork of properties, rents, rights, and occasional jurisdictions. It was not the same thing as a principality, and it rarely carried the same weight. Most urban power beyond the walls was subordinate power, constrained by the claims of princes or church lords. Still, imperial cities had one crucial advantage. Their highest political link ran directly to the king or emperor rather than through a regional lord. That status did not automatically hand them a territory, but it made territorial gains more plausible. In the long run, a minority of imperial cities, something like a tenth, managed to assemble sizable lordships outside their walls. To understand how that happened, it helps to look at medieval urbanization as a process with two faces. The first is internal, the tightening of the urban core, the building of defences, the growth of institutions, the appearance of communal government. The second is external, the spread of urban influence into the surrounding countryside, sometimes as a thin economic shadow, sometimes as the beginnings of political rule. Most towns were not planted on empty land as brand new creations. They usually grew where there was already something worth gathering around. A market, a river crossing, a sacred site, a fortress, a court, an administrative centre. Over time, these places accumulated central functions for the region around them: trade, law, religion, or governance, and that surplus of services is one way to recognise an urban settlement. Older German towns often clustered around bishoprics or early trading and fortress settlements that had already shaped local life before the Great Wave of growth. The 12th and early 13th centuries brought a surge of urban development, but much of it took the form of privilege and enfranchisement, rather than a clean foundation. Lords strengthened their grip on towns even as they granted rights that helped towns thrive. Kings did it too, but so did princes and bishops. The result is a basic coherence. Towns and their hinterlands were tied from the beginning to the structures of lordship. In some regions, rules issued for a lord's dependents reached beyond the central court into the countryside, binding town and periphery through shared obligations and personnel. This mixture created a productive tension. Towns drew people in with the promise of opportunity, better access to markets, better legal standing, and a different social horizon. But towns also attracted lords, because a town concentrated wealth, manpower, and strategic value. In practice, the town became a meeting point between two ambitions: migrants and merchants seeking advantage, and rulers seeking leverage. A town in Alsace offers a vivid example of how these processes could intertwine. In the space between neighbouring ecclesiastical estates, commercial activity and settlement could thicken over generations. Yet the right to command high justice might lie elsewhere, held through advocacy or delegated authority. When a stronger ruler stepped in, whether by takeover, negotiation, or pressure, the emerging town community did not simply free itself. Instead, it navigated a complex field, securing consent, buying and selling communal resources, using revenue to strengthen defences, and gradually converting a loose settlement into a walled commune. In such cases, the town's rise was inseparable from the actions of external powers and the presence of their officials. Growth inside the walls could happen at the same time as the town served as a political stronghold for a dynasty in the region, and municipal autonomy could expand even while the town remained formally tied to royal status. As towns grew, walls were often extended more than once. Suburbs formed, population increased, and the list of urban functions multiplied. Over decades, the city's institutions, council, courts, churches, guilds, hospitals, became more developed, and the town's pull on the surrounding countryside became stronger. Migration records from later centuries sometimes show this clearly, pointing to the town as a destination for rural newcomers and as the economic hub of a broad region. But influence is not yet lordship. The step from being a market centre to being a rural ruler usually began with property. Wealthy citizens and urban institutions acquired land beyond the walls: fields, vineyards, mills, woods, and rights attached to them. Hospitals, monasteries, and friaries often played large roles in this quiet expansion, because they could hold estates and collect revenues. Over time, the council itself sometimes entered the game more directly. Land and rights could be bought, taken as security for loans, or acquired through pledges and mortgages. Money was the key lubricant. Towns generated surplus capital through trade, and aristocrats increasingly relied on cash and credit to administer their own affairs. That need opened doors. A noble house short on liquidity might pawn a right or sell a holding that, in a different financial climate, would have stayed within the family. As these rural footholds multiplied, control began to concentrate. Even when individual citizens or institutions technically held a right, long-term pressure often pushed those external possessions toward municipal oversight. A town that had enough scattered rights could start to coordinate them, setting rules, appointing officials, standardizing dues, and asserting jurisdiction in practice, even if contested in theory. To defend and formalize these gains, towns used a toolbox that blended military, legal, and diplomatic instruments. They could build defensive lines and boundary works that marked a zone of influence. They could make agreements with nearby nobles, securing access to castles in times of danger, or drawing aristocrats into a special relationship with the city that blurred the boundary between town and countryside. They could also pursue broader jurisdiction, especially lower justice, which often followed property over land and people. But these claims frequently collided with princes who saw the same spaces as theirs by right. In many regions, conflicts over rural jurisdiction were not side issues. They were central to what urban power could become. In the background, the most durable instrument was economic gravity. Towns set the terms of trade. Measures, standards, fees, market regulations, and patterns of supply. A city could shape the countryside without formally ruling it by pulling rural production into its market and controlling the rules of exchange. Even when political lordship remained thin, economic dominance could be thick. By the later Middle Ages, some cities pushed far enough to resemble city-states in everything but name. Nuremberg became the classic case, a large and unusually cohesive urban territory that even included subordinate towns. But Nuremberg was not the default model. A city of similar size, such as Lübeck on the Baltic, followed a different path, less emphasis on building a compact territorial lordship, more emphasis on securing strategic positions along trade routes and maintaining influence through commerce. Cologne, the largest German city of the period, shows another variant: limited political rule over a defined territory, paired with extraordinary economic reach across the surrounding region. In the south, however, the concentration of imperial cities, the intensity of market life, and the density of competing lords created conditions where urban territories could grow more noticeably. Ulm demonstrates what could happen when a city acquired full sets of rural rights through purchase or pawn. In a relatively short span, especially in the late 14th century, such a city could assemble a compact zone around itself, add thousands of dependent villages to its sphere, and govern a countryside that was no longer merely connected to the city by trade, but also by formal obligations. Smaller towns rarely achieved that scale, yet many still developed what might be called rudimentary territories, networks of external possessions and rights that did not amount to full political lordship, but did embed urban people and institutions deeply into rural life. A town like Nördlingen illustrates how constraints could limit civic ambitions. Royal status could exist on paper while the surrounding countryside was effectively controlled by a powerful noble neighbour. In such a situation, citizens and urban institutions might hold many rural properties, but the crucial rights that turn holdings into lordship, high justice, escort rights, full jurisdiction, could remain out of reach. The result was a city with influence and external footholds, but without the complete package of powers that made some southern cities into true rural rulers. Even in very small towns, the pattern could repeat on a miniature scale. A community might remain firmly under noble control, with little autonomy granted by its lord. Yet leading families could still acquire rural estates and manorial privileges outside the walls. Those acquisitions mattered socially and politically. They altered the town's internal hierarchy, strengthened the local elite's ties to countryside resources, and reshaped town-country relations inside a lord's dominion, even when the commune itself remained weak. In the medieval empire north of the Alps, some towns stood in a special relationship to the crown. Their highest lord was not a nearby duke or bishop, but the king or emperor. In theory, that link came with obligations, formal loyalty, taxes, and service when demanded. In return, these towns often gained the strongest kind of legal backing available in the period: written privileges that confirmed markets, toll exemptions, judicial protections, and commercial rights. Yet even this seemingly clear category hides a messy reality. Towns connected to the crown could look nothing alike. Some were small and politically quiet. Others were wealthy, crowded, and ambitious. Some were ruled by tight circles of patrician families. Others became arenas of guild power. Some lived near royal roots and felt the ruler's presence. Others saw the king only rarely and had to rely on their own strength. And the dividing lines were not only constitutional. Population size, economic structure, regional rivalries, and the crown's shifting interests often mattered more than any neat label. Time made the picture even more unstable. A town could gain a reputation for special freedom and then lose it. Status could slide quietly when a ruler pledged a city as security for loans or political support. If a town could not buy itself out, it might be pulled into a prince's growing territory. For many towns, the greatest danger was not an open conquest, but this slow legal capture through mortgages and political bargaining. That raises the deeper question: when did people begin to think of this category as something real and distinct? Modern scholarship tends to treat imperial city as a fixed type, but medieval political language did not always work that way. In the 12th and early 13th centuries, the term itself was not yet a stable constitutional concept. The real consolidation of the idea, and of the political behaviour that went with it, is often placed later, especially in the long transition from the mid-14th into the 15th century, when the empire's internal coordination grew more complex and when cities began to appear as part of the wider political machinery rather than just as local communities. Still, one city sits at the centre of almost every discussion: Nuremberg. But Nuremberg must be treated carefully. It was not typical. It was an outlier that repeatedly turned proximity to royal politics into lasting advantage. The city's unusual standing can be measured by a striking fact. Across many centuries, every crowned ruler of the empire came there at least once. Some arrived again and again, sometimes staying for long stretches. Royal presence became part of the city's identity, and the city shaped its own self-image around that closeness. To understand how Nuremberg reached that position, the story begins before the age of the great Staufen emperors. Around the year 1000, a fortress on a rocky height above the Pegnitz already marked the site. Archaeology suggests early construction well before the mid-11th century. This strongpoint was not born as a free civic centre. It was embedded in noble and royal struggles from the start. In the early 11th century, conflict between ruler and regional magnates helped push the castle into royal hands. It did not remain there unchallenged. The crown could grant, reclaim, or redirect such property, and at one stage Nuremberg was connected to an episcopal sphere rather than standing purely as a royal possession. Under the Salian rulers, however, the balance shifted. Royal power in the region was reorganized, and Nuremberg began to function as a practical hub, useful for overseeing remaining crown assets in a strategically sensitive border zone, where older political units met and where routes to neighbouring regions mattered. The king's court needed places where it could stop, lodge, issue decisions, and project authority. In Nuremberg, that role was anchored by the castle above and supported below by residences and a growing settlement of people who served, supplied, and profited from the court's presence. Ministerial families, merchants, artisans, and others whose livelihoods depended on the flow of authority and trade. Royal visits became frequent enough to reinforce the town's status. The fortress itself likely expanded from a simpler refuge into a more imposing complex. But the same political forces that could elevate the site could also shake it violently. During the last phase of the investiture contest, conflict within the ruling house turned Nuremberg into a target. A siege and capture in the early 12th century left a memory that later writers treated as a turning point. Proof that royal-centred towns could be devastated when dynastic struggles broke open. After the Salian line ended, uncertainty returned. Competing claims followed the succession crisis, and royal elections redirected the flow of favour. Nuremberg's royal connection weakened for a time, then regained strength when the Staufen came to power. In that earlier stage, it makes little sense to draw a sharp legal line between what a dynasty held as family property and what the crown held as public domain. In practice, power moved through people and relationships, not through modern legal categories. By the mid-12th century, the town's internal structure becomes clearer. Royal deputies appear more distinctly. A town count with authority not only inside the settlement, but also across parts of the surrounding countryside, responsible for administration and judicial business. Coinage began to be produced there. Crown servants managed nearby lands, treating them as part of an imperial holding. The settlement expanded and diversified. A Jewish quarter was established in the mid-12th century, and new urban growth on both sides of the river began to reshape the town's plan. South of the Pegnitz, a planned district with more regular streets formed around a royal residence area, showing that this was not merely spontaneous growth, but also shaped by authority and design. The castle complex above likewise developed, and the visible remains of towers and chapels speak to a major building phase. Yet what stands out in this period is how royal authority was deliberately distributed. Instead of allowing one official to accumulate every lever of power, responsibilities were split across several offices. The burgrave, administrative managers of crown land, judicial forums, and later, a sheriff-like figure acting as the ruler's deputy in town justice. This fragmentation served a purpose. A town with strategic value was not to become the private base of a single royal servant who might turn semi-independent. A famous privilege issued in the early 13th century is often remembered as a freedom letter, but its content points in a different direction. Its core was economic and practical. Protections for merchants, rules that reduced legal risks for trade, safeguards for holding and pledging property, and advantages connected to tolls and minting. It also tried to block rival protectors from claiming authority over the town. An important move in a region where bishops and other powers had reasons to press competing rights. Far from announcing that citizens were stepping out from under royal lordship, the document can be read as a tightening of royal control, paired with commercial incentives that made the town more prosperous and more useful to the crown. The one truly forward-looking element lay in taxation, treating the town as a corporate body for fiscal purposes. That subtly encouraged the idea that the community could act as a collective unit. The real shift towards civic self-rule unfolded after the Staufen era ended and royal power weakened. When strong rulers were absent or contested, towns faced two dangers at once. One was disorder in the countryside. The other was political bargaining. A cash-starved king might mortgage a town to secure allies, effectively handing it to a prince as collateral. For a direct royal town, that could be existential. Nuremberg experienced this threat directly when it was pledged into another lord's hands in the late 13th century. If that arrangement had become permanent, the city's later story would have looked entirely different. In this uncertain environment, civic identity sharpened. The citizenry adopted a seal, signalling collective authority. The town begins to appear in records as a unified community. Committees emerge, lay judges who work alongside royal justice, and councillors who represent the town in wider alliances. When Nuremberg joined a league aimed at preserving peace, it was not simply performing a proud act of independence. It was also responding to the vacuum of effective royal enforcement and to the practical need for stability on roads, in trade, and in regional politics. A turning point came with Rudolf of Habsburg's drive to reclaim lost crown holdings. His efforts prevented regional lords from locking certain royal towns into their territories. Yet his policies also carried a price. To reward supporters and stabilize power, he strengthened the position of the burgraves, connected to Nuremberg's fortress. This created a long rivalry between the city and neighbouring territorial lords, who sought to expand their authority at the city's expense. In other words, the same royal strategy could simultaneously protect a town from incorporation and empower a nearby competitor who would pressure it for generations. The 14th century deepened the city's political role. Two rival dynasties, the Wittelsbach and the Luxemburgers, both treated Nuremberg as valuable. The measure is simple. They kept coming back. Repeated royal presence meant repeated opportunities. Privileges granted, disputes arbitrated, offices pledged and redeemed, and the slow transfer of practical powers from royal agents to civic hands. Under Ludwig IV, royal conflict created leverage for towns willing to back him. Nuremberg gained significant concessions, broad toll exemptions that boosted trade, and expansions of the council's judicial influence at the expense of the royal deputy. In this phase, one figure illustrates how power could move: a wealthy citizen financier. By advancing money and services to the ruler, such a man could obtain profitable rights and offices. In Nuremberg, the office of the imperial sheriff and associated privileges became entangled in pledges, redemptions, and private administration. Over time, the office weakened as an independent royal instrument and drifted into the orbit of the council until the city ultimately gained full control. Inside the walls, governance also consolidated. Earlier bodies of judges and councillors evolved into a more defined council with expanding responsibilities. Municipal regulations multiplied. Specialised offices appeared to supervise markets and business behaviour. A narrow circle of leading families, some rooted in ministerial backgrounds, others enriched through long-distance trade, formed the core of political leadership. Wider councils existed in some form, but the inner council held the real steering power. That concentration did not pass without tension. In the mid-14th century, rising groups inside the town demanded a voice, and the atmosphere was inflamed by imperial politics. A contested throne, rival kings, and shifting allegiances made urban faction lines sharper. In Nuremberg, the crisis did not map neatly onto a simple story of guilds versus patricians. Divisions cut through elite families as well, and alliances could be unexpected. The upheaval of 1348 and 1349 produced a new council that was broader and included artisans as a visible element. Guild organisation gained recognition. Yet the regime that emerged was not a pure artisan takeover. It was a coalition with multiple layers. For a time, the new order functioned and negotiated with the rising royal power. Then, the emperor's position strengthened and the balance shifted. Charles IV ultimately backed the restoration of the old council leadership, invalidated decisions made under the revolutionary regime, and empowered the returning elite to punish opponents. At the same moment, the city witnessed one of the darkest episodes of the age: violence against Jews. A destructive attack and expulsion followed, with hundreds killed and the surviving community driven out. This catastrophe was tied to the broader crisis culture of the period, where political instability, social fear, and the search for scapegoats could converge into mass violence. After order was restored, the patrician leadership reasserted itself. Yet the shock left traces. Even a regime that returned to elite control could find it prudent to widen participation in limited ways, bringing selected artisans into enlarged councils while keeping the highest financial and executive offices in patrician hands. Over time, a deliberate effort also appeared to control memory, suppressing the story of the revolt, reshaping how later generations explained it, and turning a complex political crisis into a simpler moral tale. The resolution of the internal crisis strengthened Nuremberg's bond with Charles IV. The city became a key point in his strategy for linking his power bases across the empire. Symbolic actions underscored its importance. Dynastic ceremonies held in the city, and crucial constitutional measures issued there. The Golden Bull, one of the most consequential legal settlements of the later medieval empire, was connected to Nuremberg in a specific and lasting way. while Frankfurt was confirmed as the site of royal elections and Aachen as the place of coronation. Nuremberg was designated as the location where the newly chosen ruler was to hold his first imperial assembly. This did not make Nuremberg free in a modern sense. It made it central. It turned the city into a stage where royal legitimacy and imperial politics repeatedly had to appear in public. When Charles of Luxembourg's dynasty reached its later phase, the empire's relationship with its leading cities took on a highly symbolic form. In 1423, Charles's second son, Sigismund, made a decision that said a great deal about trust, prestige, and the practical realities of power. He assigned Nuremberg a permanent duty. The city became the official home of the imperial regalia. From that point forward, the town was not only hosting rulers and assemblies, it was safeguarding the physical objects that represented the empire itself. And the city's people gained the public responsibility of escorting them whenever a coronation was held. By the late 14th century, many cities in the empire had reached the height of their political confidence. Under Charles IV and in the early years of Wenceslas, urban leagues and city councils could still behave like serious actors on the imperial stage. Nuremberg stood near the centre of that world, favoured by rulers who valued its position, its money, its reliability, and its ability to host imperial business. But the same period also revealed how fragile that standing could be. The ruler's favour was never distributed evenly, and it could be used to balance rival forces against one another. A recurring tension ran through Nuremberg's story. The city's interests collided with those of the burgraves, and later, the margraves from the surrounding region. Both sides competed for recognition, privileges, and the right to shape local authority. Even a ruler who promoted the city could, at moments, support its rivals when dynastic calculations demanded it. In other parts of the empire, the pattern looked familiar. In Swabia, for example, a coalition of imperial cities formed without asking permission from their overlords, reacting to heavy taxation and repeated pledging of towns as financial security. The immediate issue was money and autonomy. The deeper issue was whether a ruler could treat cities as assets to be pawned, while the cities insisted they were political communities, with rights that could not be traded away like property. Urban alliances did not fade away quickly. Even after Wenceslas' election, city coalitions remained active, partly because the crown's weakness encouraged regional conflicts. Princely leagues and urban leagues began to confront each other more openly, and the political temperature rose. Nuremberg often tried to play a calmer role, presenting itself as a mediator between the estates of the realm, even while it reached a peak of influence within its own city alliances. That balancing act could not prevent war. When fighting finally escalated in the late 1380s, early urban successes were followed by a decisive reversal. A coalition of princes defeated the united towns in a major conflict that became a warning sign for the next century. The result was not that cities vanished as powers overnight, but the defeat exposed limits. The dream that towns could stand alongside kings, electors, and great lords as a constitutional force of equal weight began to lose momentum. As the 15th century unfolded, the political landscape hardened. Larger territorial powers gained the advantage, and even strong cities felt increased pressure from neighbouring princes who built regional systems of dominance. Nuremberg remained connected to the crown. Imperial assemblies continued to be associated with the city, and its reputation as a key political venue did not disappear. Yet something changed in tone and practice. Rulers came less often. Assemblies increasingly took place without the monarch being physically present. The crown's ability to project authority through personal visits and direct supervision weakened. That decline created an odd double effect. It reduced the crown's grip on the empire, and at the same time it forced cities to pursue their interests more independently because reliable royal support could no longer be taken for granted. In the first half of the 15th century, Nuremberg experienced mixed fortunes. On one side, the city achieved something that earlier generations would have viewed as a victory of civic consolidation. Through purchases and financial redemptions, the council gradually pushed the influence of its territorial rivals back from within the city's own walls. In 1427, a symbolic moment arrived when the council acquired the remains of the burgraves' destroyed castle from the margraves, who held claims over it. The purchase looked like a statement. The city was asserting that its inner space would not be shared with a competing lord. But that victory did not erase conflict. The margraves did not surrender every claim, and there was enough unresolved authority to produce new confrontations. In 1449, a fresh war broke out after a margrave launched a feud against Nuremberg. The conflict spread, drawing in wider regions and sharpening the long-running clash between urban autonomy and territorial expansion. Nuremberg itself did not suffer catastrophic consequences, but the wider outcome favoured the territorial side. It became increasingly clear that cities were losing room to manoeuvre in an empire where princes were gaining strength. By mid-century, the earlier story of an inevitable rise toward a stable urban constitutional status looked far less straightforward. Even after 1450, the political place of the imperial city was not secure or fixed in practice. Cities had once imagined themselves acting as independent corporate powers in the realm. That ambition now met hard constraints. A further complication came from the crown's long absences from the empire's core regions. Without consistent royal presence, the everyday relationship between city and crown could thin out, even in places that had once felt close to the monarch. Later in the century, imperial politics shifted again. The crown began to act more actively, and imperial institutions became more demanding. Cities found themselves pulled in multiple directions at once. On one hand, imperial policy required money, troops, and participation. On the other hand, the estates of the empire expected cities to coordinate within the existing political order. Cities responded by organising themselves more regularly. Urban assemblies started to meet alongside imperial gatherings in a more continuous way than the earlier temporary city leagues. Still, joining the empire's central political forums as full participants remained a long road, and progress was uneven. Yet the story of the imperial city cannot be told only through formal structures. Something else was happening at the level of language, identity, and public argument. Over time, the idea of the imperial city became widely accepted as a powerful claim. In 15th century conflicts, Nuremberg sources argued intensely about what the empire truly was and who had the right to speak for it. Opponents mocked city citizens as politically unfit, attacking their status with insults and propaganda. Pro-urban voices answered with a bold reversal. The empire, they insisted, was visible in the policies and armed strength of the cities themselves. The argument was contested, but it shows a major change. The concepts of the empire and the imperial city were becoming sharper, more usable, and more emotionally charged. Late 15th century writers pushed this identity even further. The city's image was crafted as a statement. Nuremberg was presented as wealthy, populous, and fortified, but also marked by unmistakable imperial symbolism. The imperial eagle and the royal castle signalled direct connection to the crown with no intermediary lord. Prominent displays of justice announced delegated authority and municipal jurisdiction. Such imagery did more than decorate a page. It fixed a political message in the viewer's mind. This was a community that ruled in the name of imperial legitimacy. Urban chroniclers then built a deeper narrative foundation under that message. They portrayed Nuremberg not merely as loyal, but as ancient in its imperial bond. They framed local rivals as upstarts, while presenting the citizenry as established and rightful. Some accounts went so far as to push the city's origins far back into Roman imperial times, placing it into an invented continuity of emperors and kings. The point was not accuracy in the modern sense. The point was legitimacy. Nuremberg's status as an imperial city had become a core element of civic identity, something to be defended against powerful neighbours and repeated threats. This leads to a broader insight about the empire itself. In the late medieval world, the empire was not only an institutional machine that imposed clear rules, it was also an argumentative resource. Different sides deployed it as a weapon, depending on circumstance. The same applied to the label imperial city. It was not a single unambiguous constitutional fact. It was a political position that could be defended, attacked, negotiated and used. In legal disputes, diplomatic conflicts, raids, and the regional wars that shook Nuremberg in the 15th and even the 16th century, the city's imperial standing became a sharp tool. It could be invoked to claim protection, to resist territorial domination, and to justify autonomy. While these later struggles unfolded, an earlier transformation in the empire's legal and political language had already been taking shape. In the early 13th century, the crown and the princes began to define their relationship in a more formal written manner than before. Instead of one single foundational agreement, the era saw a sequence of major imperial charters that confirmed privileges and set boundaries. The first of these focused on the church princes. The fact that the emperor chose to confirm this group's position in a grand and solemn form reveals something important. By that moment, the church princes had achieved a distinct status as a recognizable group within the empire. A decade later, broader concessions followed in a second major charter, and then a wider vision of peace and legal order was proclaimed. Ambition, however, did not guarantee implementation. Once the emperor's attention shifted and political conditions changed, enforcing such claims across the northern lands became far more difficult. These great charters were not law codes in the modern sense. They were collective confirmations, privileged statements, and negotiated boundaries. Many of the promised rights already existed in scattered form as individual grants. What changed was not always the substance, but the packaging and the political meaning. Gathering privileges into a general guarantee signalled that an entire group expected equal treatment within its own ranks, and that it could bargain with the crown as a unit. The written form did not simply mirror reality. It also expressed what the group most wanted to secure in practice. For the church princes in particular, these documents show a moment when collective self-understanding strengthened. Their support mattered in royal elections and daily government, and the crown could not ignore that. In return for loyalty and service, they demanded clearer boundaries around tolls, coinage, jurisdiction, and royal encroachment. The crown, seeking stability and support, confirmed many expectations while trying to preserve its own standing. The result was not a neat constitutional settlement that automatically transformed the empire. It was an episode in a continuing struggle to translate power into durable claims. In the late 12th century, a quiet shift in political language began to matter almost as much as armies or castles. The imperial chancery increasingly used the label princeps, and it did so first and most consistently for senior churchmen. This was not just flattery. Titles in medieval documents signalled rank, obligations, and the right to be heard. As the emperors of the Staufen era tried to make authority look more orderly and more predictable, they leaned on ideas that resembled feudal hierarchy. Within that framework, certain leading men became easier to define. Those who held their lands and rights directly from the crown, and who were therefore expected to answer directly to the king or emperor. Over time, this group gained a clearer public identity. The term imperial prince gradually came to describe the crown's most immediate vassals, people whose bond to the ruler was not filtered through another lord. Yet it was the church princes who formed the earliest and most coherent bloc within that emerging category. They did not present themselves simply as obedient subjects. They increasingly spoke and acted as participants in the empire itself, claiming a place within imperial authority rather than beneath it. In the early 13th century, their collective stance was visible in the way they described their own position. They were portrayed as components of the empire's body, figures entitled to a share in decision-making and status. To belong to the church side of this princely world required more than noble birth or regional power. It required the clerical condition and an office that placed a man at the head of a major ecclesiastical institution. The exact rank inside the clergy mattered less than the fact of ordination and governance. Beyond that, the institution itself needed to be understood as standing in a direct relationship to the empire, at least in the political legal thinking of the time. On that basis, all archbishops and bishops whose core territories lay within the empire could be counted among these princes. Their number was substantial. Alongside a handful of powerful archbishops and many bishops, the group also included heads of certain monasteries and important church foundations that were considered directly tied to the emperor. Even contemporaries sometimes disagreed over which houses truly qualified, but the overall scale remained striking. Across the later Middle Ages, despite political changes and shifting borders, the approximate number of these ecclesiastical princes stayed remarkably stable. Their weight in the political map did not come from sheer territorial size. On average, secular princes tended to command larger blocks of land. Church princes, by contrast, governed a smaller share of imperial territory. Yet, their institutional presence was dense and influential. They were more numerous, often better integrated into imperial politics, and in many regions they formed a network of power that could not be ignored. The most important figures among them were the bishops and archbishops, and their style of rule differed from that of lay princes in ways that shaped everything from court culture to administration. A spiritual principality did not pass from father to son. It did not produce a dynastic household with a spouse, heirs, or a family strategy built around marriage and inheritance. Its ruler was chosen through election, and that single fact changed the entire rhythm of politics. There could be no underage successor ruling through guardians. There could be no division of a bishop's lands among children, because the core property was treated as belonging to the church office rather than the individual. When a bishop died, the principality did not split. It waited, sometimes uneasily, for the next office holder. That arrangement had advantages and risks. A bishop could be removed more easily in principle than a hereditary lord, because he was an office holder. But elections could also produce conflict. Rival candidates, competing factions, and long delays could leave a region uncertain, governed by temporary arrangements and contested authority. Continuity depended less on bloodline and more on the institutions around the bishop. The bishop's responsibilities were also different. A lay prince might claim broad custom and inherited right. A bishop had defined duties tied to a sacred office. Within the diocese, he carried authority to lead the religious community, supervise teaching and discipline, and performed sacred functions that only a bishop could carry out. These were not optional. They were built into the job. At the same time, the bishop also ruled a secular territory that was separate from the spiritual map of the diocese. That dual role created a distinctive kind of power: spiritual authority on one side, territorial lordship on the other. The two could be kept apart in theory, but in practice they often influenced each other. Spiritual influence could serve political goals, and political control could shape religious life. The diocesan side created opportunities that lay princes did not have. Church courts and church administration widened the bishop's legal reach and produced steady sources of income. Fees, fines, and payments associated with ecclesiastical governance could supplement revenue from land and rights. The need to manage a diocese also encouraged a more complex administrative structure than many secular courts developed at the same time. Regular gatherings of clergy linked the bishop and his officials to local office holders across the diocese. Great church ceremonies and major festivals could serve as moments of connection and control, drawing people into the bishop's orbit and turning spiritual life into an instrument of governance. Rules issued for the diocese shaped relationships among bishop, clergy, and lay society in a way that did not have a direct mirror at secular courts. The territorial side, however, looked far more familiar. Here, bishops acted like other princes, competing over borders, rights, and influence. In land disputes, they behaved as peers among lay rulers. The slow process of turning scattered rights into stronger territorial control followed broadly similar tracks: courts, tolls, castles, jurisdiction, and the gathering of revenues. Yet the most dramatic bureaucratic growth often remained concentrated in diocesan administration, rather than in the secular management of territory. The church side tended to institutionalize earlier and more deeply. A major difference inside a bishop's principality was the cathedral chapter. This was not a decorative body. It could become a political force with leverage over the bishop's election and the conditions of his rule. Over time, chapters increasingly bound future bishops with written promises that limited freedom of action. During vacancies, chapters often carried governing responsibilities, providing continuity while the principality waited for a new ruler. The bishop could not treat the principality as personal property in the way a lay prince might imagine his lands. Consultation, scrutiny, and shared authority were built into the structure. Because of this, the bishop's court often had a larger staff and a clearer hierarchy of offices. Clerics filled many positions, and some offices were reserved for them alone. Alongside secular officials similar to those found at lay courts, there existed additional figures suited to church administration, including deputies who managed diocesan business and exercised authority in the bishop's name. Written communication, delegated responsibility, and defined competences became more prominent. As administration hardened into institution, officials gained greater autonomy, and bureaucracy could shape policy as much as personal favour did. The bishop's residence also tended to be more firmly anchored to place. A cathedral could not travel. Relics, tombs, sacred spaces, and the chapter's life fixed the centre of authority in a particular town. The bishop might have secondary residences that looked like princely castles, but the core of rule clustered around the cathedral complex, the administrative buildings, the church court, and the clerical quarter. This created a distinctive urban topography, a spiritual capital embedded inside a city, sometimes cooperating with the city's citizens and sometimes colliding with them. Conflict was common. A bishop's principality could be attacked like any other. Local nobles might try to seize influence by controlling key church positions and benefices. In later centuries, neighbouring secular princes in some regions tried to bring bishoprics into their orbit, by building systems of control over church appointments and court politics. When that happened, a bishop's direct relationship to the empire could be weakened. Meanwhile, bishops frequently clashed with the citizens of their cathedral cities. In some places, tensions became so severe that the bishop's court left the city, either by force or by choice, relocating to another residence and turning former cooperation into lasting hostility. Another pressure came from the papacy. Earlier interventions often aligned with conflicts between pope and emperor, but later financial demands and stronger papal control over appointments increasingly reached into the empire's dioceses, reshaping local realities. The existence of a large class of ecclesiastical princes was unusual in medieval Europe. Clergy elsewhere held land, yes, and churchmen elsewhere exercised authority. But a broad system of territorial rule by bishops on this scale emerged most clearly in the empire and in the Pope's own lands in Italy. The roots of the empire's distinctive pattern lay in earlier centuries, in the way rulers and high churchmen became entangled in governance long before the Staufen Age. The material base mattered first. Bishoprics accumulated estates, rights, and immunities over time. Gifts from rulers expanded these holdings, and privileges could include forest rights, tolls, coinage, markets, and freedom from outside courts. In older Romanized regions, bishops had already taken on certain civic functions and forms of authority, especially as imperial structures weakened. Church wealth grew through donations and through investment of offerings into lands that produced reliable income. Still, this alone did not create the empire's later structure. The decisive turn came in the 10th and 11th centuries. In the East, Frankish and then German kingdom, bishops became unusually valuable to rulers. They served at court, supported military efforts, hosted the ruler's entourage, and carried out diplomatic tasks. They also became crucial in government itself, advising and acting as representatives of royal power. In return, they received extraordinary rewards: property, rights, and the administration of important resources. Some archbishops took on major roles in the realm's political machinery. And in royal elections, bishops were not background figures. They were key players. Rulers also claimed strong authority over the church. Over generations, kings and emperors asserted the right to shape ecclesiastical policy, preside over councils, and influence appointments. Under the Ottonians and Salians, this control became even more pronounced. Many bishops rose from the ruler's own chapel staff, drawn from the king's environment and elevated as trusted men. The logic was straightforward. A bishop given power by the ruler was expected to repay it with loyalty and service. Similar patterns existed elsewhere in Europe, but in the German kingdom the scale and intensity were distinctive. For a long time, historians tried to describe this as a coherent system, as if it were planned and uniform. The reality was messier. Yet the basic outcome is hard to deny. Bishops became central figures in the realm's political order. This prominence reshaped ideals of what a bishop should be. The political bishop emerged as a recognizable type. A churchman who moved inside court culture, spoke the language of governance, and carried responsibility far beyond the altar. At the same time, new reform movements challenged this model. Criticism grew louder against church offices treated as property, against buying positions, against family favoritism, and against bishops acting like secular lords first and shepherds second. Reformers pushed pastoral duty and spiritual discipline to the front. Meanwhile, another power inside the cathedral grew steadily: the cathedral chapter. What began as a small circle of clerics around the bishop's church developed into a formal institution with its own finances, rules, and influence. Over time, The chapter's resources were separated from the bishop's household, and the canons became not just liturgical functionaries, but administrative and political actors. Their participation increased as church and territorial administration became more complex. Eventually, they gained stronger tools to shape elections and constrain bishops through written conditions. These pressures fed into the great turning point of the 11th and early 12th centuries, the conflict over investiture. The question was not simply ceremonial. It was about who had the right to place men into sacred office and by what symbols. The settlement eventually reached did not remove the ruler from the process. It reshaped the process. The ruler no longer conferred the spiritual signs of office, but remained present at elections and continued to grant the secular rights attached to the office. The relationship between emperor and bishop was redefined. It no longer rested mainly on the old notion of a ruler directing the church as a sacred superior. It increasingly resembled a legal bond in which the bishop, as ruler of a territorial church institution, received temporal rights from the emperor. As legal thinking developed in the Staufen period, this temporal grant was often interpreted through a feudal lens. The bishop's worldly authority came to be viewed as something received from the ruler in a structured relationship of obligation. In that view, church property was not treated as freely disposable royal property. The emperor claimed overlordship through legal forms rather than direct ownership. Even ceremonial distinctions expressed the difference between church and lay princes. The concepts of hierarchy and rank were refined, and in many contexts, church princes were placed ahead of secular princes in prestige. By the mid-13th century, the centre of gravity in church politics had moved. Senior churchmen still appeared at royal gatherings, but their real energy increasingly flowed into the lands they controlled on the ground. In earlier centuries, an archbishop or bishop could look like a figure orbiting the monarch. Now, the same men were more likely to be found building authority at home, pushing their claims in courts, reorganizing revenues, and treating territory as something that could be shaped, guarded, and expanded. Modern labels like prince-bishop and prince-abbot were coined much later, yet the reality they describe was already taking form. Church leaders acting as territorial rulers inside the empire's political landscape. This change was part of a broader transformation. Across the empire, many rulers were trying to turn scattered rights into something more solid, a defined zone of control, clearer income streams, more predictable courts, and stronger administrative routines. Ecclesiastical princes were not outside this process. They competed within it. Like their lay counterparts, they sought to gather land, jurisdiction, and dues into tighter bundles, and they increasingly spoke of these possessions as their own land, not merely a patchwork of older entitlements. At the same time, their style of governance remained dual. Spiritual administration had long traditions and well-developed routines, but now a more systematic management of secular holdings grew alongside it. Not overnight, and not evenly, but steadily enough to change what power looked like. A crucial step in this consolidation was breaking the grip of external protectors and agents who had once spoken for churches and acted in their name. In many regions, the old practice of lay advocates had become a political tool that allowed kings and nobles to insert themselves into ecclesiastical institutions. Over time, these advocate roles hardened into hereditary positions. Churchmen might once have chosen or negotiated with such figures, but increasingly they faced families who treated advocacy as property. Reform movements had criticized this for generations, yet the practical turning point came later. During the 13th century, bishops and other church rulers in many parts of the empire finally managed to reclaim these offices or neutralize them. As this happened, the advocate's role shrank, then disappeared in large areas. The effect was not abstract. It reduced the ability of secular powers to raid church income, interfere in administration, or use protector roles as a doorway into territorial control. That did not mean church territories became safe or uncontested. Influence from regional nobles remained strong, especially in the appointments that mattered inside cathedral institutions. Positions attached to cathedral chapters were often prizes in local aristocratic competition, and they could shape elections and policy long after advocates had faded. The moment of greatest vulnerability came when an episcopal throne stood empty, or when an election was disputed. In those intervals, rights could be pawned, lands mortgaged, and income streams promised away. The late Middle Ages saw many bishoprics burdened by debt built up through exactly these pressures: costly conflicts, unstable transitions, and the need to secure allies with money or privileges. Another challenger grew within the bishop's own city. From the 12th century onward, communal movements in cathedral towns became a powerful force. Burghers organized, demanded liberties, controlled markets, and fought for their own courts and councils. The bishop's residence city, which might once have seemed naturally obedient, became an arena where authority could be negotiated down or openly resisted. In many places, the bishop lost ground, sometimes dramatically. Even when he retained formal rights, he often had to accept constraints, concessions, or compromises that limited his freedom of action. At the same time, lay princes were not idle. Many secular rulers sought to tighten their hold over church life inside their own regions. Control over appointments, influence over cathedral chapters, and pressure on elections could turn a bishopric into something close to a satellite of a neighbouring principality. In extreme cases, even the basic status of a bishopric could be questioned. Whether it owed direct loyalty to the empire, whether its borders should be redrawn, whether it should be treated as part of someone else's territorial programme. The map of ecclesiastical lordship was therefore never simply a result of church policy. It was shaped by surrounding powers pressing from every side. This is why ecclesiastical territories developed so unevenly. Some started with strong endowments, others with modest resources. Some had capable administrators and unusually skilled bishops, others suffered under weak leadership or prolonged crises. Chance mattered, but so did geography and neighbours. A church ruler's opportunity to purchase a castle, absorb a lordship, or secure a town depended heavily on who stood next door and what pressures they applied. The 13th century, more than any other, set the long-term direction. It was the period when many church territories either found the means to harden into durable lordships, or became trapped in patterns of dependency and vulnerability that were difficult to escape. Even so, later centuries showed that ecclesiastical territories were not automatically doomed to stagnation. Many of them became sophisticated political players and functional states within the empire's structure. Their distinctive position remained a defining feature of the German imperial world, until the sweeping secularizations of the early 19th century finally dismantled most church lordship as a territorial system. Against this broader background, the Archbishopric of Mainz stands out as a central case. From the formation of the East Frankish and then German kingdom onward, the archbishops of Mainz ranked among the most influential figures in imperial politics. Their strength drew partly from geography. Mainz sat within a core corridor of power along the Rhine. It also drew from reputation. The memory of early missionaries and the symbolic prestige attached to Mainz helped make its bishopric a magnet for authority. Over time, Mainz acquired a special role in royal transitions. even when the ceremony of crowning shifted to another archbishopric. Mainz retained commanding influence over the process that mattered most, preparing and steering the election itself. As elections became the key act of legitimacy, Mainz's political leverage increased. This power did not rest on a single foundation. It was supported by material resources, legal privileges, and symbolic standing, all concentrated in one person whose identity fused spiritual office and territorial rule. Yet Mainz also carried a structural weakness common to church principalities. Leadership did not pass along a bloodline. Every new archbishop had to rebuild networks, secure loyalty, and assert authority again. The institution could be powerful, but continuity was always fragile. Mainz also operated in a crowded neighbourhood. Along the Rhine were multiple elector-level powers competing with one another. In such a region, no single player could easily dominate the rest. Mainz's influence therefore rose through skillful positioning, alliances and timing, not through simple hegemony. As a church official, the Archbishop of Mainz presided over a vast ecclesiastical sphere. Mainz's metropolitan reach was extraordinary by northern standards, stretching across wide zones of the empire and linking regions with different histories, languages, and settlement patterns. The archbishop supervised subordinate bishops, confirmed their elections, and convened major synods that set norms and enforced discipline. He also served as a conduit between Rome and the episcopal world under his influence, passing instructions and information along the chain. Certain marks of office signalled this status, including the special garment granted by the Pope that authorised metropolitan rights and carried with it an oath of loyalty. Contemporaries often spoke of Mainz as the leading bishopric of the German lands. This was more a matter of honour and perception than a formal command over other archbishops. Rivals challenged the claim, and it did not automatically translate into jurisdiction across the entire Transalpine Church. When Mainz archbishops held special commissions from Rome, their authority could expand for a time, but permanent delegation of papal power was not something the Curia was willing to grant. Rome preferred control to intermediaries. Within his own diocese, the archbishop was the highest spiritual authority. Teacher, judge, administrator, and the figure responsible for moral and institutional discipline. He could visit parishes personally or through deputies, enforce church law, and oversee local clergy. Over time, inspection routines developed into regular courts that monitored conduct and standards at the parish level. Because Mainz's territories were wide and scattered, intermediate administrative districts became essential, with local church institutions serving as the skeleton of governance. These ecclesiastical structures also supported secular power, because networks that could move information, collect dues, and enforce decisions had obvious value beyond purely religious life. Mainz's imperial role extended far beyond the diocese. Although earlier privileges connected to coronation ceremonies were curtailed and shifted, Mainz retained powerful influence over elections and political choreography. Elections were often staged in locations linked to Mainz's authority, and the archbishop's precedence in voting became a repeated theme in reports. Alongside this, Mainz carried prestigious court titles that signalled closeness to the monarchy, and rulers repeatedly used Mainz and its region as venues for major assemblies and public displays of authority. Grand festivals, political gatherings, and ceremonial moments reinforced Mainz's place near the centre of imperial life. The relationship between the German monarchy and the imperial church remained strong after the settlement of the investiture crisis, but it changed in character. The compromise separated spiritual office from the grant of secular powers associated with it. Bishops gained greater independence in church appointments, while rulers continued to confer the worldly rights tied to the office. This arrangement strengthened the princes of the church. They kept secular lordship, now received in a formalized way, while royal appointment to spiritual office was removed. The result was greater freedom of action for archbishops, especially when they were capable enough to use it. Yet imperial politics remained dangerous. Aligning against a powerful ruler could bring swift consequences. Mainz archbishops were deposed, imprisoned, or forced into exile in different periods, depending on the wider struggle between empire and papacy and the shifting alliances inside the Reich. Some archbishops pursued aggressive fiscal policies to finance imperial campaigns and provoked local revolt. In Mainz itself, burdens and exactions could ignite violence. Rival factions within the elite added another layer of instability, especially when rising service families competed with older groups for power and status. Periods of schism amplified these conflicts. When empire and papacy clashed, local dioceses could split as well, with competing claimants, rival loyalties, and absentee leadership. Some archbishops spent long stretches away, moving with imperial courts in Italy and leaving local administration strained. Settlements at the European level could restore order, but the damage from years of division often lingered. Even so, skilled archbishops could return, recover lost rights, and rebuild authority, balancing service to the emperor with the defense of their own institutional interests. The turn of the 13th century brought Mainz into an era of extraordinary influence, shaped in part by the repeated rise of one noble family to the archiepiscopal throne. Over successive reigns, Mainz archbishops became decisive brokers in royal politics. At the same time, the electoral process itself narrowed. Out of earlier, broader participation, an exclusive committee of 7 electors emerged, with Mainz at its head. This development did not happen in a vacuum. Contested elections and rival kings pushed princes to seek stronger rules of legitimacy, and the papacy became an important reference point in arguments over who had the right to elect. In this climate, Mainz archbishops repeatedly acted as kingmakers. One could switch sides when it suited the balance of power, working with Rome at one moment and with a dynasty at another, then crowning or promoting candidates until the realm accepted them. Later, Mainz could also lead opposition, sponsoring anti-kings against rulers viewed as unacceptable. The archbishop's office became a lever through which larger political coalitions could be organised. After the interregnum period, when royal power weakened and the realm drifted, the electors tightened their grip. The choice of king increasingly rested on their decision alone. Once a strong monarch appeared, electors often worked to prevent the crown from turning into a hereditary possession of one house. Their strategy was calculated. Pick candidates from different families, sometimes favouring weaker figures, then extract concessions before the election. The electoral throne became a negotiation table. Mainz archbishops exploited this landscape with varying success. One could block a dynastic succession, then later help remove a king who grew too independent, then turn again to another dynasty when the balance shifted. This high-stakes manoeuvring could bring short-term gains, but also military danger. When an archbishop challenged a confident king and lost, the consequences could be brutal. Defeats in the field, forced treaties, and political humiliation. Even then, setbacks could be temporary. A new election could restore Mainz's influence almost overnight if circumstances favoured it. In the early 14th century, another change began to reshape Mainz from a different direction. Growing papal control over appointments and finances. An archbishop could now arrive not through local election, but through papal decision. This was not merely a matter of prestige. It signalled a broader centralisation in which Rome increasingly claimed the final say, sometimes overriding local choices. Alongside this came financial demands tied to vacancies and appointments. Payments required by the curia could burden a diocese heavily, provoke resentment among local clergy, and weaken an archbishop's room to manoeuvre. Dependence on papal confirmation and papal finance could also complicate imperial politics, because an archbishop's freedom to act as a political broker was constrained when his position rested on a distant authority with its own priorities. Papal appointment powers became a political lever most clearly along the Rhine, because the three great archbishops there also held electoral votes and could tilt the balance in royal elections. In Mainz, up to the outbreak of the Great Western Schism in 1378, choosing a new archbishop rarely remained a purely local matter. It unfolded at the intersection of papal ambition, repeated phases of hostility between emperor and pope, and the rivalry of dynasties that were powerful enough to be considered royal candidates. At the same time, the cathedral chapter was not a neutral referee. It was an arena dominated by regional noble families, each with its own alliances, and those internal factions regularly backed one imperial camp against another. A telling early episode came with Peter of Aspelt. The chapter had split into hostile camps and produced competing results, a sign of deep political division rather than a simple procedural accident. The Pope seized that opening and imposed a third figure to break the deadlock. Yet once installed, Peter did not behave like a mere instrument of Rome. In the decisive electoral moments of 1308 and 1314, he acted with striking independence, and later memory cast him as a figure who had helped place crowns on multiple rulers. His funerary imagery in Mainz Cathedral projected exactly that claim: the archbishop as a kingmaker, a man whose hand belonged to the drama of succession rather than to quiet diocesan routine. That tension between papal control and local resistance resurfaced again and again across the 14th century. More than once, the cathedral chapter's choice collided with Rome's preferred candidate. In 1320, the Pope intervened again, overriding the chapter and forcing a different outcome. The chapter's nominee, already a powerful archbishop elsewhere, withdrew when papal confirmation failed to arrive. The figure who eventually gained broad acceptance initially followed the line Rome expected, aligning with the Habsburg camp. But beneath those formal decisions was the larger fracture opened by the royal double election of 1314 and the bitter contest between rival kings. As the conflict deepened, the papacy treated the archiepiscopal throne of Mainz as a strategic prize. Controlling Mainz meant shaping the electoral field itself. For a time, the last appointment imposed by Rome passed without open rebellion from the chapter. But that calm did not last. The next clash was sharper and more symbolic. When the chapter once again elected the same prominent outsider it had preferred earlier, the message was unmistakable. Mainz's canons intended to defend their electoral rights against a practice that reduced them to spectators. They could not realistically expect the Pope to accept the outcome, yet they were willing to force the confrontation. Rome replied with a hard choice of its own, appointing a loyal supporter with powerful family connections and demanding obedience across the wider ecclesiastical province. The result was open refusal. Most of the cathedral chapter, along with the chapter's elected candidate, rejected the papal nominee and refused to submit. The papal appointee withdrew at first, leaving the archdiocese in a condition that felt like suspended time, a church government split by incompatible claims. But the curia pressed the matter through legal action, and the pressure escalated from judicial procedure to spiritual weapons. Excommunication and interdict followed. measures designed to isolate the opposition and make day-to-day church life unbearable. Under that weight, the chapter's candidate eventually abandoned his claim. Not because he had lost the argument in Mainz, but because Rome had made the cost of resistance too high for the province as a whole. Even then, the story did not settle into a clean victory for papal authority. The papal nominee's position improved only after an abrupt political shift. The archbishop altered his allegiance and reached an understanding with the emperor he had previously opposed. That realignment changed the calculation inside Mainz. The chapter recognized him after extracting major concessions, and the conflict quieted on the surface. Yet the new archbishop now found himself caught in the same trap that had destroyed his rival. Once he had defied papal expectations by cooperating with the emperor, Rome turned its sanctions against him as well. Suspension from office followed, and the Pope declared in advance that the right to decide the next succession would be reserved to the Curia. In Mainz, appointments had become a battlefield where obedience could change within months, and where the same person could be treated first as a papal solution, and then as a papal problem. As imperial alliances shifted again, a new plan took shape to place a Luxembourg on the throne. The former opponent of papal policy now signalled a willingness to cooperate with the Curia in shaping the next royal election. Meanwhile, the sitting archbishop remained loyal to the emperor and resisted the Luxembourg turn. That choice proved expensive in both institutional and territorial terms. At the moment, Mainz was weakened by internal division. The wider ecclesiastical map itself was altered. Important dioceses were detached from Mainz's province, reducing its reach and prestige. Then came the decisive blow. After renewed proceedings and repeated summonses, the archbishop was formally removed from office, replaced by a new appointee installed through papal authority. The deposed archbishop refused to vanish. He held pockets of support within the archdiocese and resisted the replacement for years. Mainz lived through a prolonged schism in practice, with rival obediences and contested control. Only after long exhaustion did the split end. Even then, papal provisions did not disappear. They returned again after the next long archiepiscopate, triggering yet another fracture. Imperial power now entered the scene more forcefully as well. A ruler who wanted a compliant elector in Mainz pressed the papacy to choose accordingly. The cathedral chapter, tied to other political aims, backed a rival figure. The archdiocese once more became an arena where royal ambition, papal appointment policy, and local noble networks collided. By the late 1370s, however, the terrain changed. A successful royal election was followed by the death of the emperor and, almost immediately, the outbreak of the Great Western Schism. The division within the wider church weakened the Curia's ability to enforce centralized policies with the same confidence. The brief period of near-dominant imperial control ended, and the influence of Rhineland electors began to rise again. In Mainz, the internal balance of power shifted back toward local elites. Decisions about leadership and the distribution of authority increasingly returned to the cathedral chapter and the regional noble groups from which it drew its membership. That cathedral chapter had been growing into a power in its own right for centuries. By the 11th century, it had developed as a corporate body with its own wealth and administrative identity, operating alongside episcopal governance rather than inside it. It held assemblies, issued regulations for its members, used a seal, and relied heavily on written administration. Over time, a social transformation reshaped the chapter's character. The old ideal of a communal, clerical life faded. Senior canons demanded privacy and comfort, and many held multiple benefices in different places, making regular residence unrealistic. Attempts to enforce strict presence requirements failed. By the mid-13th century, the chapter had become a mobile, aristocratic institution more than a disciplined community, bound to a single routine. The chapter also acquired mechanisms to control its own composition. Papal privileges allowed it to expand its ranks, with the archbishop required to confirm admissions. Entry was not open to any educated cleric. Candidates needed ordination at least to a lower level, but most stopped short of full priesthood, which suited an aristocratic lifestyle that increasingly resembled secular noble life in manners and expectations. Since this created shortages for liturgical duties, specific priestly positions were added, and those priest canons carried a stricter obligation to reside. Over time, membership was fixed at a defined number, and access was narrowed further by explicit social requirements. A rule was introduced that effectively reserved the chapter for men of knightly ancestry. The aim was not only social exclusivity, but political security. Urban citizens were seen as opponents of clerical privileges, and admitting them into the chapter would have brought the city's conflicts into the heart of the church's governing elite. The outcome was predictable. Mainz's cathedral chapter became a preserve of regional nobility, an institution that anchored aristocratic power inside an ecclesiastical framework. The chapter's most important privilege was the election of the archbishop. Earlier ideals that a bishop should be chosen by clergy and people had already broken down long before. By the 13th century, cathedral canons became the sole electors, and that right was recognized both by rulers and by the church's own councils. Even the later spread of papal provisions could not erase the fact that the chapter understood election as its defining role, and over time it fought to defend that role whenever the curia tried to bypass it. Election was only one part of the chapter's influence. It increasingly demanded a share in governance itself. Cooperation with the archbishop's policies became concentrated around the chapter, pushing other clerical groups to the margins. Certain actions required chapter approval to be valid, including important incorporations and clerical taxation. The chapter also secured leverage in territorial rule through pre-election promises demanded from candidates. Early versions of these promises included limits on debt and taxation without the chapter's consent. Later, capitulations grew more detailed. They required protection of chapter rights, settlement of financial burdens inherited from previous reigns, and confirmation of privileges that shaped the chapter's autonomy. Some agreements even ensured access to castles and fortified places and defined the chapter's role during vacancies or incapacity, when it could effectively act as a guardian of the archbishop's secular authority. Because the canons were nobles, their decisions mirrored the region's aristocratic networks. Patronage, clientage, and family alliances mattered for admissions, elections, and political strategy. Imperial party divisions were reflected inside the chapter. Certain families supplied multiple canons over long stretches, with only brief interruptions, while others appeared rarely. The geographic pattern was also revealing. Areas close to Mainz and its immediate hinterland supplied most members, while distant regions under Mainz's spiritual jurisdiction were largely absent. The real power centre was not the full reach of the diocese on paper, but the dense noble world around the Rhine-Main corridor that fed the chapter and shaped its ambitions. This aristocratic core interacted with the archbishop's secular lordship. Like many imperial churches, Mainz's territorial rights had deep roots in grants made by earlier emperors, who used bishops as a counterweight against unruly nobles. Over the long run, that produced substantial church territories that outlasted the medieval world itself. Yet Mainz's secular holdings were never as coherent as the enormous spiritual province it oversaw. Mainz ruled scattered islands of authority rather than a compact bloc. Those pieces lay within the diocese and sometimes beyond it, and their separation created administrative difficulty and constant vulnerability. Open flanks invited pressure from neighbours. Holding such a principality together required continual bargaining, military readiness, and administrative improvisation. Royal politics offered chances to expand. Loyal service could bring major acquisitions, including monasteries and valuable towns that strengthened Mainz's position in key regions. Dynastic extinctions offered tempting prizes as well, and Mainz, archbishops tried to claim fiefs and inheritances when powerful houses died out. Sometimes they gained footholds but failed to secure long-term control against stronger claimants. Treaties could convert a loss into a formalized relationship, turning disputed lands into fiefs held from Mainz rather than independent territory. Even so, conflicts in regions like Hesse and Thuringia dragged on for generations. Along the Rhine and in core districts, Mainz also had to defend its claims militarily against neighbouring counts. By the end of the 13th century, the broad outline of Mainz's late medieval secular territory had taken shape, concentrated in a few strong zones, with additional outposts farther away. Yet one crucial element slipped away: the city of Mainz itself. The metropolis that gave the archbishopric its name increasingly behaved as a political actor with its own interests, and that shift weakened the archbishop's ability to treat the city as an unquestioned centre of rule. Promises made during royal elections sometimes brought Mainz extensive rewards, including claims over imperial lands and territories held by rivals. Yet such gains could be temporary. Over time, Mainz lost several Western acquisitions to powerful neighbours. The pattern of the later Middle Ages became harsher. After a phase of expansion in the 13th century, Mainz's fragmented and militarily weaker principality suffered setbacks against rising territorial states. Internal schisms made the situation worse because rival archbishops could split loyalties among castles, officials, and noble followers. Beneath all this lay a structural disadvantage. An elective principality led by changing families and shifting coalitions faced a different challenge than a lay principality ruled by a stable dynasty. In theory, an elector archbishop possessed broad regalian rights: justice, markets, minting, tolls, escort rights, and control of fortresses. In practice, the value of such rights depended on whether they could be enforced on the ground. A single toll station could become a financial engine if secured and protected. 1. Major Rhine toll in particular became an exceptional source of revenue for Mainz, obtained through political leverage in royal elections and defended through long-term strengthening of local rights, the suppression of rivals, and the building of a strategically placed castle. Such income mattered even more because Mainz never developed a fully centralized financial administration in the late Middle Ages. The principality's wide dispersal made unified accounting and control difficult, and modern reconstruction of its total revenues remains nearly impossible. The court itself can only be sketched for early phases. Honorary high offices existed as elsewhere and were held hereditarily by noble families, more ceremonial than administrative. What is easier to trace is the territorial administration. Early vicariates emerged as intermediate layers between archbishop and local lordships, centred in Mainz and key regional hubs. Over time, some of these arrangements decayed, especially where offices became hereditary possessions without real function, or where cities seized key rights of lordship for themselves. Elsewhere, they remained important, particularly in judicial work, public security, and the leadership of military contingents. As administration expanded, many smaller offices grew around castles, staffed by officials responsible for dues, defence, and local courts. Fiscal districts did not always match administrative districts because revenue collection followed practical lines, rather than neat jurisdictional maps. A common practice of the time further shaped governance. Many rights were effectively leased out to officials in return for fixed payments. This increased cash flow and rewarded service, but it also reduced direct control until an office term ended. In a world without sharply mapped borders, lordship was less a matter of geometric territory than of personal ties. Influence formed through circles of vassals, servants, and followers that could be strengthened or weakened quickly. In this environment, castles were decisive. They were not only military bases but administrative anchors, points from which authority radiated into surrounding countryside. Mainz archbishops used several strategies to control castles. Building and staffing new princely castles was expensive and therefore relatively rare. More typical was binding existing castles through feudal ties, granting them to knightly vassals in exchange for service. Influence could also be obtained without full vassalage, by securing rights of access during feuds, or by using legal mechanisms that allowed temporary seizure or pledging of castles for money. Castles could be pawned to nobles as security for debts, while retaining the right to redeem them later. Another recurring challenge came from jointly held castles, where groups of knightly co-owners could act independently and disrupt regional order. Princes often coordinated efforts to force these communities into dependence. Rivalries with neighbouring powers explain much of Mainz's scattered sphere of control. Competition with the landgrave of Hesse or the Elector Palatine pulled Mainz into distant strategic positions, while internal schisms could divide castle networks inside the principality itself. At the same time, Mainz showed a consistent effort to densify rule around strong centres, building up areas where administration and authority could be more stable. A key support for Mainz's survival as a secular principality was its ministerial class. Originally unfree servants, who rose into the lower nobility and increasingly filled higher administrative roles. These men formed the managerial backbone that kept Mainz functioning amid competition from stronger neighbours. Under the informal leadership of older high noble families, the archbishopric offered the lower nobility a ladder of advancement. Through military service, financial support, castle holding, office administration, and entry into ecclesiastical institutions. Ambition and institutional survival fed each other. Strengthening one's own family base could align with preserving Mainz's independence as a political actor, because the principality's survival gave the region's lesser nobles a structure within which to thrive. The shifting residence pattern of the archbishops reveals how the city of Mainz lost its earlier place as an uncontested centre. Between the 12th and 14th centuries, the metropolis increasingly slipped from archiepiscopal control as an urban commune formed and grew confident. For a time, city-based ministerials played leading roles in this movement as well, but the city's push for autonomy proved resilient even after violent crises. The murder of an archbishop and the harsh punishment that followed did not end the trend. Later, agreements expanded the city's liberties dramatically, recognised its council, reduced obligations to provide military service, and treated city and archbishop almost like negotiating partners, rather than lord and subject. The archbishop still retained formal claims, but the political reality kept shifting. Rebellions, alliances with discontented groups in surrounding districts, and even the burning of the archbishop's residence signalled how fragile the old model had become. The destroyed residence was never rebuilt, an architectural marker of a political break. As a result, other locations gained importance. A safe base across the Rhine offered a refuge near the rebellious metropolis, while still remaining close to the principality's oldest heartland. Another city, long significant, rose higher still. Aschaffenburg, under Mainz's lordship since early medieval times, became the leading secondary residence and then, in practice, a main residence. Its appeal was straightforward: a strong church community, a favourable travel position, and economic capacity to supply a court and host assemblies. A new castle built closer to the town strengthened this role, and the location became a stable anchor in a principality whose main city was no longer reliable. Taken together, the history sketched here produces an apparent contradiction. In power politics, the Archbishopric of Mainz often appears fragile, an elective principality without dynastic continuity, territorially scattered, exposed to neighbours, periodically weakened by schism and challenged by an increasingly autonomous metropolis. Yet structurally, it proved remarkably durable. Since early medieval times, the archbishops had been embedded in the empire's constitutional life as ecclesiastical leaders and as electors. The cathedral chapter and regional nobility, while not always aligned with archiepiscopal aims, were deeply invested in the principality's survival because it preserved their influence and status. The story of Eichstätt begins with a quiet gift. According to early tradition, Boniface entrusted the deserted place to the Anglo-Saxon missionary Willibald, so that it might become the centre of his work. At that time, almost nothing remained there except a small church dedicated to Mary, a fragile survivor from an earlier Christian presence. Around the years 740 and 741, Willibald founded a monastery on this ground, and from that modest beginning a bishopric slowly emerged. The land that formed the heart of the new community had originally belonged to a nobleman named Swidger, who passed it to Boniface, and from him to Willibald. This territory lay beside the Altmühl River, a waterway that connected Bavaria with the Frankish realm and served as an important route for trade and movement. The region was also known for early iron mining, and together with nearby Solnhofen, it had already shown signs of Christian life in the 7th century. Even before the monastery was established, a settled population and a basic economic structure were present. Political change soon followed. After the Bavarian-Frankish conflicts of 744, the northern Bavarian lands, including Eichstätt, came under Frankish control. Ecclesiastical organisation accompanied this new order, and during Willibald's lifetime, the monastery was elevated to the status of a diocese. Its borders remained uncertain for many decades, yet by the early 750s, it was recognised as part of the Frankish church system and placed under the authority of the Archdiocese of Mainz. With Carolingian support, the institution strengthened, and around the cathedral grew the residences of the bishop and his clergy. Gates, chapels, and churches appeared, including a shrine that later received the relics of Saint Walburga. The cathedral district became a protected zone with special legal privileges, an area where the church exercised rights, normally reserved for the king. Like other medieval bishoprics, Eichstätt gathered its identity around holy figures. Willibald and his sister Walburga were honoured as the principal patrons, while other early missionaries remained in their shadow. Over the centuries, their family members were also drawn into the circle of veneration. Such saints gave spiritual authority to the bishops and helped justify their claims to temporal power. The cathedral cities of the early Middle Ages were imagined as reflections of Jerusalem and Rome, sacred spaces ringed by monasteries and canonries that formed a spiritual wall around the bishop's seat. These places were centres of worship, learning, and hospitality, but they also became administrative hearts of the territories that gradually developed around them. Compared with larger episcopal centres, Eichstätt grew slowly during the 11th century. Bishop Heribert founded the Benedictine convent of St. Walburga on the site of an earlier church, and a men's monastery arose on a hillside to the northwest. Only in the following centuries were additional houses established by Irish monks and the Dominicans. Yet even modest shrines attracted pilgrims and settlers. Town life began to form in the shadow of the cathedral as people sought both protection and opportunity near the holy precincts. In southern Germany, many of the earliest towns grew in this way around bishops' seats. The shaping of the diocese continued through neighbouring monasteries. Heidenheim, founded in the early 700s by Willibald's brother Wunibald, eventually came under the control of the Eichstätt bishops and was transformed from a monastic house into a community of canons, increasing the church's wealth. In 888, King Arnulf granted the noble monastery of Heriden to Bishop Erchanbald, who reorganised it and transferred much of its property to Eichstätt. These acts clarified the western border of the diocese and created a circle of dependents who owed military service to the bishop. Royal favour brought further rewards, including the monastery of Kirchanhausen in 895, which Erchanbald dissolved in order to strengthen episcopal authority. The growth of the diocese thus involved not only parishes and churches, but also the creation of vassals and the assertion of judicial rights. Such independence could survive only with royal backing. In 908, Erchanbald received from King Ludwig the rights to hold a market, collect tolls, strike coin, and fortify the town. These privileges transferred former royal powers into episcopal hands. A few years later, King Conrad confirmed all major possessions of the church, including forests and distant parishes, as well as the immunity that protected the cathedral district from outside interference. From this moment, the bishops of Eichstätt held both spiritual authority and worldly lordship. In return, the rulers expected service. They sought influence over episcopal elections and relied on bishops to provide troops and hospitality. The closeness of Eichstätt to the royal court varied. Some bishops had served in the royal chancery, while others appeared only occasionally in imperial circles. Reginald attended important ceremonies in Italy, and in 981 he was required to supply heavy cavalry for an imperial campaign. Yet the number of royal privileges granted to Eichstätt remained small, and the foundation of the new diocese of Bamberg in 1007 even cost it territory in the north. During the Salian period, relations with the monarchy became warmer. Bishop Heribert owed his position to direct royal instruction, and the emperor and empress were admitted into the cathedral's prayer fellowship. The king hoped that a loyal bishop would balance the power of ambitious Bavarian nobles, who were expanding their influence as ducal authority weakened. Imperial assemblies forced these nobles to return lands they had seized, and the Bishop of Eichstätt was meant to serve as a counterweight in the region. Gradually, the bishops accumulated more rights over forests, markets, justice, and fortifications, and transformed their seat into a true sacred city. Royal service did not always require the presence of the king himself. Eichstätt rarely hosted the monarch, yet it was obliged to support his officials and journeys. One story tells of a royal servant who arrived claiming poverty and was welcomed at the bishop's table, only to be punished when his deception was discovered. Another episode describes heavy demands for provisions to be delivered to Regensburg, which the bishop reluctantly met by surrendering valuable cloth produced in the town. These incidents reveal how burdensome the obligations of service could be and how uncertain their limits were. The later 11th century brought the turmoil of the investiture contest. Bishop Gundekar, appointed through royal investiture in 1057, had been consecrated in the presence of the future Pope Gregory VII, at a time when harmony between crown and church still seemed natural. As conflict grew, Gundekar sought a middle path. He compiled a great book that celebrated the traditional unity of kingdom and priesthood, presenting the history of Eichstätt's bishops and honouring its saints. The work expressed loyalty to the old imperial church, while quietly resisting the new claims of the reform papacy. Gundekar even styled himself Bishop of the Holy Church of Eichstätt, emphasising the special dignity of his see. Throughout the crisis, the diocese tried to remain neutral, balancing respect for royal authority with awareness of ecclesiastical reform. Its relative political insignificance became an advantage, allowing it to avoid the worst storms that shook larger centres. Bishops and clergy sheltered behind their traditions and their saints, preserving a distinct identity shaped by centuries of gradual growth. In the lands around Eichstätt, power was never held by the bishop alone. Two noble houses, the Counts of Hirschberg and the Counts of Oettingen, acted as lay protectors and representatives of the church. This arrangement was not simply ceremonial. Church law forbade clergy from spilling blood, which meant that a bishop could not personally carry out executions or lead armed action in the field. Those harsh duties were handed to a secular official, the advocate who possessed a formal authority to act on the church's behalf. Over time, that office grew into something far larger than a legal workaround. Advocates could claim administrative influence, interfere in local governance, and limit how freely the bishops could rule. The bishop's own territory, often called the Hochstift, was split into two separated zones of control, an upper lordship and a lower lordship, and the advocates became powerful enough to threaten both. Tensions rose sharply in the late 13th century, especially in the upper lordship, where the Oettingen family had accumulated influence since around the beginning of the 13th century. They held important advocacy rights connected to places such as Heriden, Ornbau, and Lehrburg, and they treated those rights as a platform for territorial expansion. The dispute came into the open when the Oettingen began building their own fortress at Ornbau, on land the bishop considered ecclesiastical property. The bishop responded by appealing to higher church authority, and soon royal power entered the conflict. A royal judgment favoured Eichstätt and demanded that the new fortification be dismantled. Even that did not end the struggle. The contest continued for years, shaped by negotiations, threats, and shifting alliances, until a settlement early in the 14th century finally softened the immediate pressure. Events then escalated again when an imperial ban was proclaimed against a leading count, creating an opportunity for the bishop to reclaim lands that had drifted away from church control. Royal confirmations followed, supporting the return of key possessions. Yet the count resisted with force, and the bishop had to rely on outside help ordered by the king to protect the repossession. The conflict did not simply vanish with one death or one document. Armed supporters of the count's family continued to fight on behalf of his widow, especially over a strategic castle that mattered not only for defence, but also for authority over surrounding villages and routes. The crisis widened when a disputed royal succession split the political landscape. The bishop aligned with one claimant, while rival nobles supported the other. Retaliation soon struck the region in a brutal way. A major settlement was captured and destroyed in a punitive campaign, then returned again under royal decision. The shock of that destruction finally broke the momentum of the opposition. The Oettingen and their allies renounced their claims, and a cluster of contested places, Heriden, Warburg, Ornbau, and additional strongpoints near Eichstätt, fell securely back under episcopal lordship. Later attempts to revive old demands were turned aside, sometimes with the quiet logic of legal decisions, sometimes through payments designed to buy peace where arguments alone would not. While the bishops fought to reduce pressure in the upper lordship, a parallel confrontation unfolded in the lower lordship with the Counts of Hirschberg. This was not a sudden quarrel, but a long struggle over how far a lay advocate could transform church protection into independent territorial rule. A line of bishops emerged who refused to accept Hirschberg ambitions as inevitable. Some sought support from the ruling dynasty of the empire to counterbalance local pressure, and that strategy came with its own cost. Closeness to the imperial court often required long absences from the diocese, and those absences could weaken daily control at home, even while strengthening political leverage abroad. The deepest roots of the lower lordship dispute lay in the changing character of Eichstätt itself. By the late 12th century, the inhabitants were increasingly treated as burghers, a status that set them apart from nobles and from dependents directly serving the bishop. Legal distinctions were mirrored by the town's visible form. Walls, a parish church, a market, and denser building all expressed a community growing into an urban organism. The town's layout seems to have been shaped deliberately, placed between the fortified cathedral district and the convent of St. Walburga. Even the religious geography shifted as the parish centre moved from a church near the cathedral to a Marian church tied to the marketplace, aligning spiritual life with commerce and civic identity. Royal privileges supported this transformation. A major fair, confirmed by royal authority at the end of the 12th century, was intended to stimulate trade at a time when older forms of fair activity had faded. Within a few decades, documentary traces point to a functioning market and substantial stone buildings, signs of a town taking on permanence. These urban ambitions also intersected with dynastic interests. One bishop belonged to the Hirschberg lineage, and the promotion of Eichstätt could serve two overlapping agendas: strengthening the bishop's town while also supporting the territorial project of the very advocates who were supposed to be restrained. In this environment, imperial politics mattered. A bishop who travelled with the emperor in Italy appears in the orbit of major constitutional decisions that reinforce the rights of church princes for generations. At the same moment, imperial protection was explicitly framed as a defence against aggressive advocates. A renewed market privilege was granted again, reinforcing the economic foundation of the bishop's seat and tightening the link between political authority and urban growth. By the late 13th century, fortune tilted toward the bishop in the lower lordship for a simple biological reason. The leading Hirschberg count had no heir. When it became clear the line would die out, major castles and advocacy rights began to drift back toward ecclesiastical hands. Strongholds such as Hirschberg and Salzburg mattered not only as military positions, but also as anchors for jurisdiction, village courts, and the right to oversee church property. At the same time, the bishops worked to recover rights that neighbouring nobles had acquired over time, including protective authority over monastic lands and control over church fiefs held by outside counts. The extinction of the Hirschberg line ended the most serious threat of a full takeover of episcopal territory, but the transition was not peaceful. In the final months before the last count's death, the bishop sought to secure the inheritance by formal charter, and the town of Eichstätt sided with the count. A major conflict followed, and even after victory, the church inherited heavy burdens. Debts accumulated by the extinct dynasty weighed on the bishopric's finances for a long time. Another obstacle remained embedded in the legal structure of the region. A high court associated with Hirschberg's former authority passed to the Dukes of Bavaria and handled the most serious criminal jurisdiction. That court represented a rival source of power. For the bishop's territorial development, it became essential to protect key towns from being dragged into external legal forums. Royal guarantees helped establish that Eichstätt and Berching should not be summoned away to outside courts, ensuring that high justice in these urban centres lay with the bishop. Compromises and arbitrations with Bavarian dukes settled some disputed lands and hunting rights, yet also acknowledged broader judicial claims held by the ducal power. Even so, royal backing could still shield Eichstätt from other threats. When an imperial official connected to Nuremberg claimed control over dozens of village courts in the Hirschberg region, a royal ruling supported the bishopric. The bishop's personal closeness to rulers, serving them as counselor, diplomat, and spiritual advisor, made such outcomes more likely and demonstrated how much depended on presence at court rather than strength at home. Inside Eichstätt, another institution increasingly shaped policy: the cathedral chapter. Over time, the canons came to see themselves as guardians of the church's rights and possessions, and their social background mattered. They were largely drawn from minor noble and knightly families of Franconia and Swabia, rather than from the Bavarian duchy. Their growing authority expressed itself in the right to elect bishops, a practice that took firm shape in the later 13th century. Candidates rose from the chapter's own ranks and were expected to accept binding conditions tied to the preservation of the bishopric's material base. The Hirschberg inheritance became a central obsession. Each new bishop had to swear not to alienate it. The chapter also protected its interests with careful documentation, assembling records of rights and privileges and creating inventories that fixed lands, incomes, and obligations in writing. For the bishops, putting possessions on paper was not merely bookkeeping. It marked a new territorial starting point and signalled alignment with the chapter's programme of consolidation. Historic memory also became a political tool. During the 13th century, certain claims were written down as if they had existed from the earliest days of the bishopric. These texts portrayed Eichstätt as holding special honours within the wider church province, including ceremonial precedence at synods and a privileged relationship with the leading metropolitan see. A distinctive liturgical garment was even presented as symbolic proof of this elevated standing. Yet these assertions did not truly belong to the earliest period. They were part of a later strategy, crafted to strengthen Eichstätt's position, in an era when ancient legitimacy could be converted into practical advantage. Territorial control also depended on stone and mortar. Castles were not only defensive structures, but also administrative hubs and visible declarations of authority. Bishops expanded their power by purchasing strongholds, developing fortifications, and forcing agreements that compelled noble castellans to open their castles to episcopal troops in times of conflict. Such castle defence arrangements mattered because the bishopric's lands were fragmented, and a chain of accessible fortresses could determine whether rule was real or merely claimed on parchment. In the late 13th and early 14th centuries, bishops acquired or strengthened a series of key places, expanding control around strategic castles, securing nearby villages to supply them, and reinforcing existing fortifications with walls and improvements. Administrative centres were protected not only by garrisons, but by controlling the surrounding landscape. Church patronage rights, village courts, and the small lordships that fed revenue into the episcopal treasury. As the 14th century progressed, more castles and fortified sites were added, towns were walled, and some fortresses were obtained through purchase or through rights of repurchase. Agreements with local nobles multiplied, binding them to keep strongholds ready for episcopal use. Later, bishops reinforced many castles and fortified towns belonging to the church, and repaired residences that symbolized episcopal presence within important urban centers. Political opportunity sometimes offered a tantalizing dream. A temporary pledge of a nearby imperial town briefly promised a land bridge that might unite the divided upper and lower lordships. That hope did not last, but it shows how the bishopric constantly searched for ways to turn scattered possessions into a coherent territory. Urban policy became just as important as military architecture. In fragmented lands, towns and markets multiplied, because rulers needed local centers of administration, trade, and control. Across many regions, bishoprics showed a pattern. The episcopal seat was usually the oldest urban center, followed by additional towns that emerged during periods of expansion, and later by small frontier towns used as instruments of policy. Eichstätt followed this logic, though later than some neighboring principalities. A first phase of intensification came around 1300, once the bishops had successfully weakened the two major advocate houses. In the lower lordship, Eichstätt and Berching were secured as core centres, and another market centre was added through royal transfer. In the upper lordship, important places were obtained from the hands of powerful regional lords, and the bishopric finally gained stable, administrative, and economic focal points in areas that had long been contested. Heriden and Ornbau, once battlegrounds of the advocate conflict, became key anchors for the western upper lordship. A second phase unfolded in the later 15th century, marked by systematic, economic, and defensive measures. Annual markets were confirmed and coordinated. New markets were purchased, and former villages were elevated to market status. Regulations for artisans were confirmed more consistently, giving urban life a clearer legal framework. Defensive buildings surged again, especially in border areas vulnerable to neighbouring powers. Town walls and curtain walls were strengthened, and existing fortifications were improved across a network of sites that guarded both the lower and upper lordships. Yet even at its height, the bishopric was not the same thing as the bishop's secular principality. Throughout medieval Germany, a bishop's spiritual jurisdiction often stretched far beyond the lands he ruled as a temporal lord, and Eichstätt was no exception. The bishop's secular territory lay entirely within the broader diocese, but it never covered more than a fraction of the diocesan area. The strongest concentration of lordship lay along the Altmühl Valley in the lower lordship, while the upper lordship remained divided into separated blocks anchored by Heriden, Ornbau, and Spalt. Inside the diocese, many other powers held ground: a margraviate, a palatine region, an imperial town, a Teutonic order lordship, and numerous knightly territories. In the south, even a major Bavarian ducal town belonged to the spiritual bishopric's landscape. The result was a patchwork in which ecclesiastical authority, secular lordship, and neighbouring jurisdictions overlapped, rather than forming a single unified domain. Eichstätt's development, taken as a whole, is best understood as the story of a borderland. Its rise as a bishop's seat began early, but its territorial principality took shape primarily in the 13th century, in a region shaped by the presence of Bavaria nearby. Strong royal influence appears only intermittently, and as central rulers tightened their hold over Bavarian ducal power, Eichstätt gradually lost some of its earlier role as a frontier instrument. To preserve prestige, its bishops insisted on traditional honorary claims, connected to wider church hierarchy, even if those claims carried more symbolic weight than practical power. The decisive turning point was the successful struggle against the advocates, with help from the imperial dynasty of the age. Only after that victory could the bishopric move from defence to expansion, developing towns, strengthening markets, and building a usable chain of castles. Medieval lordship did not survive on castles and battles alone. Two quieter tools mattered just as much, sometimes more: the way property was passed on after death, and the way sons and daughters were placed through marriage. Neither of these choices belong purely to the will of a single ruler. They were shaped by law, by social expectation, by the economics of household survival, and by the constant fear of dynastic collapse. In the early centuries of the German Empire, kings liked to present duchies, marches, and counties as offices rather than private possessions. In theory, the crown could appoint whomever it wished. In practice, the great families pushed in the opposite direction. They worked, whenever possible, to hand these positions to their own sons. Over time, that pressure changed the rules of the game. By the 12th century, a new normal had taken hold. If a ruler left a legitimate son, the son was expected to inherit. The king's free choice was mostly reduced to those moments when no suitable male heir existed. This early model still carried an older logic. Because a duchy or county was treated as an office linked to a fief, it usually went to a single heir, not to all sons equally. That created an immediate family problem. The eldest might receive the office, but younger sons and daughters still had to be provided for. The main resource for that was the family's private property, lands and rights not tied to the official fief. Families could distribute these holdings to satisfy the claims of the rest of the children, but doing so created a danger that never went away. The more children a couple had, the more the family's private estate risked being chopped into smaller and smaller pieces. Every generation could weaken the base that made lordship possible. To slow that fragmentation, noble houses became inventive. Some fortresses that had once been purely family property were deliberately turned into fiefs, because fiefs could be kept intact under certain rules and reclaimed under defined conditions. Other key properties were shifted into religious foundations, where they could be protected from being broken up by inheritance claims. In some regions, brothers ruled jointly to keep lands together. In other cases, families steered a son into the church, knowing that a clerical career often required accepting a reduced share of inheritance. None of these steps was purely spiritual or sentimental. They were practical measures designed to keep a lordship from dissolving into a patchwork. A major turning point arrived in the later 12th century and became common in the 13th. Slowly, lordships began to look less like offices and more like dynastic possessions. As that view spread, each son could argue that he was entitled not just to private property, but to a portion of the lordship itself. It was no longer enough to say, one son holds the office. Instead, the territory came to be treated like family property that could be divided. Some rulers tried to resist this shift by insisting that major lordships should not be split, but the political climate was moving the other way. Royal authority weakened. Ideas of private ownership gained influence, and families increasingly acted as though the land belonged to the dynasty as a whole. If a father chose to divide his territory among several sons, this could be presented not as a violation of royal order, but as the natural expression of family right. Even titles reveal the change. Under the older view, only the active holder of the office was normally called duke, margrave, or count. His brother might be described simply as the duke's brother, and his son as the duke's son. As the inheritance model shifted, the title became a birthright. All members of the ruling family, including women, could carry the designation from the beginning of life. The language of office gave way to the language of blood. This transformation reshaped politics. Daughters rarely gained the same claim to rule as sons. Their rights tended to activate mainly when no male heirs existed. Sons, however, were increasingly treated as entitled by birth, not only to a share of wealth, but to the exercise of lordship itself. Marriage then became more than a personal event. It became a mechanism for multiplying ruling lines. Each son who received a share could marry, establish his own household, and begin a new branch of the dynasty. Fathers could not easily block those claims because lordship was now justified above all through lineage. Only one path reliably prevented division: a son voluntarily renouncing his share. Yet persuading a second or third son to give up the chance to rule and to found a line of his own was rarely simple. By the middle of the 13th century, the result was visible across the empire. An age of partitions, with territories repeatedly split and resplit. The political consequences were dramatic. The number of ruling princes grew. A landscape once dominated by a smaller set of major lords became more crowded, more fragmented, and more fluid. Houses died out, branches appeared, and the map kept changing with every generation. In this environment, even a single dynasty could look like many different powers at once, depending on how its lands had been divided. A well-known example illustrates the complexity. One major ruling house controlled two large territories, acquired through different routes, one through royal grant and another through marriage. Over time, these holdings were partitioned among sons. Separate branches formed, each with its own lands and its own political interests. Sometimes, childlessness and untimely deaths reunited territories under a single ruler. Then, at the next major inheritance moment, division could happen again. In some generations, a single extended family might produce a surprisingly high number of simultaneous rulers, all technically part of the same dynasty, yet governing different fragments. From one angle, it remained one house. From another, it looked like a cluster of competing principalities, wearing the same name. Older historians often treated these partitions as a national tragedy, because they were writing with later ideals of state unity in mind. But that judgment misses the harsh logic that drove medieval families. The central problem was not ignorance or foolishness, it was risk management in a world where childhood death was common and dynastic extinction was a real threat. Limiting births to produce only one son might have kept a territory intact, but it was also dangerous. If the chosen heir died young, the entire line could collapse. For that reason, many noble couples aimed for large families. Having 10 or more children was not unusual. Yet, that success created a new crisis: how to satisfy the claims of many sons within a territory that could not survive endless division. This is where family strategy became almost ruthless. The goal was not simply to produce heirs, but to reduce the number of sons who actually inherited land and political authority. The only dependable method was to persuade younger sons to give up their share. But renunciation required compensation, and the compensation had to be convincing. A father needed to offer a path that felt equal in status, security, and honor to territorial rule. The church provided one of the strongest alternatives. A position in a cathedral chapter could give a princely son a comfortable life supported by wealthy benefices. Over time, that route could lead to a bishopric or archbishopric. In the medieval empire, some bishoprics were not merely spiritual offices. They carried substantial secular power and lands. A son who renounced his inheritance might still end up ruling a territory, only this time under the title of a church prince rather than a lay lord. Families recognized this clearly and treated clerical careers as instruments of dynastic strength. These arrangements were often formalized in written family agreements that laid down how the house would distribute power and property across generations. Yet the same era shows that strict primogeniture did not become the general rule in the empire early on. Even when certain leading territories were expected to pass to the eldest, rulers continued to plan divisions. A common pattern was to define an indivisible core and then split the remaining lands among other sons. The reluctance to enforce strict primogeniture had its own logic. Fathers often wanted freedom to choose which son would rule, and new branches, created by division, served as insurance. If the senior line died out, a junior line could inherit and keep the dynasty alive. Only much later, when war and political pressure threatened the survival of smaller territories, did primogeniture become widely accepted as a necessary shield against extinction through fragmentation. The same balancing act shaped the lives of daughters, though in different ways. For a long time, daughters could receive substantial shares in movable wealth and personal property, even if they could not claim offices or fiefs. Their dowries, however, could complicate inheritance. In many cases, what a daughter had already received at marriage had to be calculated back into the total estate before dividing shares among heirs. That meant family inheritance could become a slow, conflict-prone process involving inventories, calculations, and disputes over what counted as private property and what counted as a fief. To reduce conflict, a clearer practice spread from the 14th century onward. Dowry and trousseau increasingly came to be treated as an early inheritance. Marriage contracts began to state, in effect, that by accepting her marriage portion, a daughter surrendered further claims. These agreements were not just marital arrangements, they were inheritance contracts designed to secure stability. They usually kept one protective clause. If the male line failed, if father, sons, and brothers died without heirs, then the daughter's right could revive. This protected women from being displaced by distant male relatives, from collateral branches. Over time, however, many families tightened the rules even further. By the late 15th century, the preference for male inheritance was often extended so broadly that a woman could inherit only if no male member of the dynasty remained at all. The purpose was plain: to prevent land from passing through a daughter into another family by marriage. Religion could be used here as well. Families often offered a choice that made the economic logic clear: a costly dowry for marriage, or entry into a convent supported by a comparatively smaller annual pension. Becoming a nun typically required renouncing inheritance rights, and financially, this could be far cheaper than arranging a politically appropriate marriage. The price, however, was strategic. Sending a daughter to a convent removed the possibility of gaining allies through her marriage. A convent was not always a financial dead end for a ruling house. In certain settings, it could become another platform for influence. If a daughter entered a prestigious community and later rose to lead it, the family gained a loyal office holder in a respected institution. Over generations, this could become almost predictable, especially where a monastery functioned as a family foundation. In some convents, the list of abbesses reads like an extension of the dynastic family tree, because noble relatives were repeatedly placed there and, in time, promoted from within. Plans could even be written into family agreements. If future generations produced too many daughters, a portion of them would be directed into religious life. Behind the pious language stood a practical calculation: how to manage resources without losing status. The broader picture of princely family policy in the later Middle Ages follows a hard logic. High child mortality pushed ruling couples toward large families, because the extinction of a line was a constant fear. Yet a large number of surviving sons threatened the territory itself, since each could claim a share. The solution was not to reduce births, but to decide, often through pressure disguised as choice, which sons would inherit and which would not. Renunciation of inheritance, described as voluntary, became a key tool. The church helped make this workable. A clerical career offered security, prestige, and sometimes a form of lordship comparable to what a secular ruler possessed, especially when high church offices carried land, courts, and political weight. For daughters, the pattern was different. Their share was increasingly compressed into dowry and household goods. Marriage contracts were designed to close the door on later claims. And if there were many daughters, the convent offered relief from the enormous costs of multiple high-status marriages. In one famous painted representation of a ruling father and his children, the intended distribution of roles can almost be read from the arrangement. Some sons placed on the secular path, others in clerical careers. Daughters divided between marriage alliances and religious offices, with an abbess standing as proof that a convent could also be a position of authority. Once inheritance had been managed, the second great instrument of lordship came into view: marriage. In principle, rulers had wide freedom to choose spouses for their children, provided they did not openly violate the law of the church. Medieval canon law forbade marriage between close relatives within a broad range of kinship, and this rule was generally acknowledged. Yet the same system also offered a loophole. Dispensations allowed marriages that would otherwise be blocked, and the frequency of such permissions reveals a pragmatic reality. For princely families, kinship was rarely a complete barrier. As long as the relationship was not extremely close, obstacles could often be removed with the right petition and the right justification. First cousin marriages remained unusual, but unions between more distantly related partners were treated as workable, especially when the political value of the match was high. The idea that bride and groom had to consent freely did not stop dynastic planning either. Families shaped their children through upbringing, expectation, and sometimes blunt pressure, ensuring that personal preference rarely overruled strategy. For the ruling class, marriage was less a private bond between two individuals than an act that joined two power networks. It took an existing relationship, whether friendly, competitive, or hostile, and raised it to a new level. Blood ties created through children were permanent and public. Contemporary language often described this new connection as a form of friendship, not in the modern emotional sense, but as a durable alliance. Marriage contracts frequently emphasize the creation or strengthening of this friendship between houses as much as the couple themselves. This is why princely marriage carried an openly political character. It could seal alliances, stabilize borders, or function as the final gesture that ended a conflict. Sometimes a marriage followed negotiations and served as proof that reconciliation was meant to last. In other situations, it was arranged to confirm cooperation between rulers facing a larger issue, such as a dispute that divided the church or threatened the empire's unity. Even religious authorities recognized the political role of marriage. Requests for permission to marry within forbidden degrees sometimes justified the match by arguing that it would end hatred and prevent violence. In that sense, the wedding was treated as a tool of peace. Marriage was also a pathway to land. The most direct method was to marry an heiress. Here, two patterns can be observed. In the first, the heiress status was already clear when negotiations began. The bride had no brothers, her father was old or dead, and the inheritance seemed inevitable. Such marriages could bring territories, titles, or major revenues into a new house through a single agreement. In the second pattern, no one could be sure at the time that the bride would one day inherit. A daughter might later become the key to succession because brothers died, or a male line unexpectedly failed. When such surprises occurred, an earlier marriage could suddenly transform a family's position. delivering lands that no one had expected to be on the table. These heiress matches also show how dynastic priorities reshaped personal considerations. In ordinary planning, rulers preferred young brides because fertility mattered. Families wanted many children as insurance against extinction. But where a crown, a rich county, or a strategic territory was at stake, age differences became less important. Chroniclers sometimes spelled out this cold calculation in blunt language, arguing that a father should not hesitate over age if a great realm could be gained. In extreme cases, young princes were bound to marriages with much older women because the inheritance attached to the bride outweighed every other concern. Such unions were not romantic scandals in dynastic terms. They were investments. Still, spectacular heiress marriages were not the everyday routine. Most of the time, princely marriage politics involved careful balancing of payments and status. A daughter's dowry could be enormous, while a son's marriage brought money or assets into the family through the bride's side. Ideally, rulers tried to keep this financial exchange circulating within a broader kin network. Reciprocal arrangements, marrying a son into one house while marrying a daughter into the same house, could reduce the net flow of cash, since obligations cancelled one another. Such paired alliances were pursued intensely, even though they also created denser political bonds and tighter kinship webs. A further variation appeared after territories were split between brothers. Once separate branches existed, marriages between those branches could keep wealth inside the wider dynasty. Dowries stayed within the same extended house, and if an inheritance later fell to one branch, the benefits still returned to the family as a whole. The price of this strategy was obvious. Repeated intermarriage made kinship too close for church law. But here again dispensations offered a practical exit, and permissions became easier to obtain as the political logic was repeated again and again. Over time, this produced a strange problem. The more successfully rulers used marriage to bind neighbouring houses together, the harder it became to find a permissible partner. By the 14th century, members of the top dynastic circle could plausibly claim that almost every major princely family in their region was connected by blood or marriage. Petitions for dispensation sometimes describe the situation in long chains. An uncle here, a sister's son there, a brother-in-law in another territory, until the political map looked like one interlocking clan. In response, families began to formalize their expectations even further. Agreements emerged that promised mutual inheritance support and military assistance between related houses, tightening alliances in legal form. Not merely through wedding celebrations. Weddings themselves mattered as political theatre. They brought princes together in public, strengthened cohesion through shared ritual, and signalled unity to outsiders. All of this operated under a harsh financial ceiling. Entering the top circle of marriage politics required the ability to pay. Dowries scaled with rank, and for great houses the sums could be crushing. Debts and limited income meant that even princes struggled to gather cash. Payments could be stretched over years, and the convent once again appeared as a practical alternative. Sending a daughter into religious life could sharply reduce the financial burden, even for rulers proud of the alliances they had created through marriage. The decision was not always ideological. It could be accounting. Marriage also offered a way to control expenses by marrying down. A daughter matched with a lower-ranking noble required a smaller dowry, but this same logic ran in the opposite direction for sons. Families preferred to marry sons to equals or above, because the bride's dowry and the political prestige of the match strengthened the dynasty. The most valuable partners were foreign royal houses and the most prominent ruling families of the empire, those that repeatedly produced kings and emperors. When equals were unavailable, families tended to choose from counts and high lords, rather than the knightly class, which remained a rare option in princely strategy. Looking across the later Middle Ages, marriage patterns show a sharpening sense of rank. At the highest level, a small group of dynasties dominated the most prestigious matches. Others occupied a middle tier, and some stood at the lower edge of the princely world, where marrying beneath one's status remained more common. Over time, the trend moved toward stricter boundaries. The share of marriages contracted with royal or fully princely partners rose, while matches with lower-ranking nobles declined. This was not only about pride, it was part of a broader shift in political culture. The princes were increasingly separating themselves from the wider aristocracy and defining their own exclusive circle. Individual decisions reflect the same attitude. Even when a match promised enormous wealth, a prospective groom could reject it on the grounds that the bride hadn't been raised as an equal in princely terms. What mattered was not simply land or money, but a shared standard of rank and lifestyle. In that sense, marriage practices were not merely family affairs. Together with inheritance planning, they helped reshape the empire's political structure. They strengthened some houses, produced new lines through partition, narrowed the circle of acceptable partners, and reinforced the gradual transformation from a looser medieval order into a landscape dominated by defined princely states whose rulers claimed a constitutional role, special privileges, and a distinct social identity. Late in the Roman world, a new religious habit settled into Christian life. The dead were not left behind in silence. Communities prayed for departed souls, gave alms, supported the poor, and offered gifts to churches and holy houses, in the hope that mercy would reach both the living and those who had already died. Over time, this became something more structured than private grief. It formed a whole system of remembrance, a culture of keeping names alive through liturgy, charity, and permanent religious obligations. As the early medieval centuries unfolded, these practices expanded and changed. At first, the strongest evidence comes from circles closest to power, royal households, bishops' families, and great monasteries. Yet by the Carolingian age, noble donors began to appear more frequently in records, attaching a clear request to their gifts. Prayers should be said for them and for their dead relatives. Burial choices followed the same logic. Families sought graves inside churches or within monastic precincts so that daily worship would constantly brush against their memory. Remembering the dead became part of elite devotion, not only for kings and bishops, but for the wider nobility. By the later Middle Ages, it moved beyond aristocratic society and became common in towns as well. Urban guilds, confraternities, and brotherhoods formed around shared prayer for members, creating a busy world of anniversaries, commemorations, and endowed services. This memory culture left deep traces, stone tombs and painted memorials, endowed altars and chapels, and carefully written lists of donors and benefactors meant to be read aloud year after year. Through these traces, religious life becomes visible, but so do social hierarchies, local economies, and political relationships. For the high nobility of the empire in the 12th and 13th centuries, remembrance was not a minor spiritual add-on. It stood at the centre of how great families understood themselves and how they wanted to be seen. Prayer for the dead, the shaping of burial sites, and the funding of religious communities blended into something larger. Dynastic identity and noble display. Two examples show this especially well. One is a famous and long-lasting princely house that reached its peak in the 12th century and continued to matter for centuries afterward. The other is a family that rose to prominence in the 11th century, became one of the most influential forces in the central regions of the empire, and then disappeared in the mid-13th century. These two cases illustrate how remembrance, family consciousness, and political representation could merge into a single strategy of survival. The pattern begins to sharpen in the Carolingian period and becomes especially visible from the 11th century onward. Great nobles began founding religious houses specifically to carry the burden of prayer for their line. Early foundations often followed older monastic models or formed communities of canons and canonesses. In the reform-minded atmosphere of the late 11th century, some families turned towards stricter spiritual currents and supported new styles of disciplined communal life. The following century saw other reformed orders attract heavy noble support in different regions. The appeal was obvious. These communities promised a stable rhythm of prayer, and they offered a respected place to bury family members. They also produced something equally valuable for nobles: a permanent religious centre tied to the house, a place that could serve as a family's spiritual anchor. The relationship was rarely one-sided. Founders and their heirs often held protective authority over these communities, defending their rights and property and, in return, gaining influence in local affairs. In ideal situations, the bond became tight in every direction: legal, economic, and devotional. Older scholarship used a term that suggests the strength of this tie: the monastery as a kind of family institution, almost an extension of the noble household in sacred form. Inside such places, remembrance was recorded with increasing care. Earlier, medieval lists of names evolved into more elaborate books that not only preserved donors' names, but also fixed the gifts attached to those names and the specific days on which prayers were owed. These records were not dry administration. They were instruments of memory, and historians have used them to trace kin networks and political groupings, because shared commemoration often reflected shared alliances. Remembrance, however, was not limited to naming the dead and praying for them. These religious houses became centres where noble families organised themselves across generations. They accepted sons or daughters of the founding line into their communities. They sometimes placed relatives in leadership roles. They could provide scribes who wrote documents, letters, and liturgical books for the family. In that environment, the first serious attempts to arrange family history into coherent form took shape. Genealogies did not appear only because nobles suddenly developed a taste for history. They emerged because remembrance required knowledge: who belonged to the family, which generations should be included, which dead deserved prayer, and how the lineage could be presented as continuous and legitimate. This is where remembrance begins to overlap with reputation. For aristocratic society, it was not enough to be prayed for, it was also necessary to be remembered as worthy. Memory and fame became paired concerns. If a family could highlight an ancient origin, royal connections, and glorious ancestors, it strengthened its claim to rank in the present. Over time, genealogical lists grew into narratives that praised founding figures, celebrated achievements, and framed the house as old, honourable, and destined to lead. A distinct kind of noble historical writing developed from this: works that blended monastic history with family history so closely that the two became nearly inseparable. These texts often presented a monastery story as proof of a dynasty's legitimacy, while presenting the dynasty's greatness as proof of the monastery's importance. Yet the relationship between noble families and monastic writers was not always simple. Sometimes such historical writing served the monastery more than the family. A religious house facing conflict over property, rights, or declining support could revive the memory of an illustrious founder to strengthen its own position. By telling a story of noble origins and ancient privileges, a monastery could defend its claims and pressure a family to renew obligations that had weakened. In harsher legal conflicts, fabricated foundation stories and invented documents could even appear. There were also cases where remembrance of founders grew stronger long after the founding line had vanished, because the institution itself needed a stable tradition. In such situations, memorial monuments and carefully shaped founder images were less about dynastic self-promotion and more about how a cathedral chapter or monastery understood its own identity centuries later. That is why broad theories about noble self-representation cannot be applied mechanically. Each case has to be examined closely, because the driving motive might belong to the family, the monastery, or a shifting balance between the two. Against that background, one of the best-known dynastic examples comes into focus. A house whose story reaches back toward the Carolingian age, even if its earliest origins remain difficult to trace with certainty. The family's later tradition preserved the memory of an early figure whose daughters were linked by marriage to the highest levels of Frankish power. Through these marriages, the family presented itself as standing near the imperial household, not as outsiders but as partners of equal worth. From one branch, later rulers in Burgundy would claim descent and build their own political world. In the eastern regions, the family appeared in positions of power across Swabia, Bavaria, and the Alpine territories. Around the year 1000, a decisive step was taken that many high noble families would imitate in different forms. A religious foundation was established that became a burial place and a centre of remembrance, and a nearby fortress helped form a visible heart of territorial influence. The monastery and the castle together shaped how the family was perceived. In local usage, relatives could be identified not by a dynasty name, but by association with these places, as if geography itself expressed lineage. Only later did a single dynastic label become dominant, and writers even experimented with learned language to connect the family to prestigious Roman ancestry, turning a medieval house into heirs of classical nobility by implication. In the 11th century, the family rose into the highest political tier of the empire through ducal appointments and high offices. In the following generations, its rulers held key duchies for long stretches and even combined two major regions under one powerful figure. These successes created tensions with the crown and rival dynasties, and later conflicts ended with a spectacular fall from power. Territories and titles shifted to other houses, and some family lands passed away through inheritance decisions that favoured rival relatives. At that moment, the continuity of the dynasty looked uncertain. Yet the family did not vanish. A core of inherited lands survived, especially in the north, and the line rebuilt its position there. A new ducal title was eventually created around these surviving holdings, turning private lands into the basis of renewed princely authority. From that point onward, the dynasty's later medieval history became anchored in northern concerns rather than in its earlier southern base. Modern research has emphasized that the family's story is not one single, unchanging tradition. Memory inside the dynasty shifted with political events. Different branches emphasized different origins. What the family chose to remember and how it framed that memory could change when power was gained, lost, or refounded. The earliest major family genealogy tied to this house appears in the early 12th century, produced within its own monastic centre under a ruling duke. It represents an early attempt to gather ancestors into a coherent line and to give the family a stable sense of continuity. Interestingly, the text seems to show how quickly knowledge could fade. Certain early connections were weak or missing, and whole branches that later writers emphasized were absent. The genealogy's creation likely followed a moment of renewed interest in family graves and sacred memory, as if political ambition and spiritual duty combined to push the family to look backward and organise its past. The Duke's personal bond with the monastery was so strong that he retired there and chose it as his burial place, closing an era in which this monastic centre served as the main family necropolis. Soon afterward, another genealogical tradition emerged in the north, developed in a different monastic environment with different political priorities. This northern version leaned heavily into a Saxon identity and presented the dynasty as the rightful heir to an older ducal tradition in the region. It also looked farther back into the Carolingian world and brought an early founding ancestor into clearer focus, emphasizing imperial marriage ties as proof of ancient status. In that northern narrative, the dynasty was not simply close to rulers, it was portrayed as noble enough to stand beside them as equals. By the later 12th century, one particular narrative about a great northern dynasty began to circulate in a fuller, more ambitious form. A new family history appeared around the orbit of a powerful duke from the southern branch of the house, a man who stood between two towering figures of his age, a celebrated nephew who ruled as a major duke, and an emperor who increasingly dominated imperial politics. This text became one of the earliest extended aristocratic family stories in the German lands, and it offered something earlier accounts did not, an attempt to shape the dynasty's past into a single continuous drama, complete with origin myths, internal turning points, and a carefully staged relationship with royal power. What is striking is how strongly the writer insists on investigation and reconstruction, as if the family's beginnings had to be recovered from fragments. Instead of simply repeating older lists of ancestors, the narrative claims to be the result of real searching. It also introduces a grander ancestry than earlier traditions had dared to offer. Alongside a remembered founder from the Carolingian world, the text pushes further back into legend, attaching the family to a heroic Trojan starting point. Such claims were not meant as literal history in a modern sense. They functioned as noble language, an assertion that this was not merely an old family, but one that belonged in the same imaginative universe as the greatest lineages of Europe. The same narrative also reshapes a sensitive inheritance moment in a way that reveals how memory could serve politics. A duke who died without direct heirs is said to have intended a dramatic gift. All his holdings would pass to the family monastery, turning the religious house into the main heir. But in this version of the story, the plan is reversed after his death. His mother, portrayed as decisive and commanding, summons a grandson from Italy and transfers the inheritance to him instead, pulling the dynasty back from a dead end. The writer does not treat this as scandal. It is framed as a necessary correction because the continuation of secular lordship is presented as the greater good. Earlier family records are silent on this episode, which makes the account all the more revealing. It shows the later author's willingness to rework the past into a lesson about survival. The monastery's loss is explained away as the price of keeping the family alive. Across the narrative, the dynasty's rise is told as a constant negotiation with the crown. Loyalty appears, but so does distance, and at times, open resistance. The family is not depicted as permanently rebellious or permanently obedient. Instead, it is shown moving across the entire range of possibilities, close to kings when advantage required it, wary when independence was threatened, confrontational when honour or position seemed at stake. This approach creates a vivid pattern. The dynasty's greatness is measured not only by what it owns, but by how it stands in relation to royal authority. The underlying message is that high rank allows a family to bargain with kings, rather than simply serve them. The final sections of the text narrow toward the Duke, whose circle produced the narrative in the first place. The spotlight rests on his household, his region, and his hopes for succession. His son, presented as the promise of continuity, dies suddenly during a major military campaign in Italy, swept away in the same wave of illness that struck down many soldiers. After that loss, the family's future appears to hang in the balance. The way the text treats the relationship between the Southern Duke and his famous northern nephew hints at a contested question. Who was meant to inherit the whole tradition, not just scattered lands? Depending on how the narrative is read, it seems designed for a moment when the northern nephew could still be imagined as the dynasty's next unifying figure, before the southern duke ultimately decided to pass his inheritance to the emperor instead. A short continuation produced in the same religious environment that had become the duke's spiritual anchor, later recorded the final arrangement and ended with the duke's burial there, closing the southern branch's story in a monastery that had been shaped by his patronage. The making of dynastic memory did not stop with writing. It also took visual form, and the images are often as revealing as the texts. In one of the most remarkable examples, an illustrated family tree appears at the end of a monastic memorial book, connected to the dynasty. This is not a casual sketch. It is a deliberate display of generational succession, arranged along a single trunk with branches and leaves, carrying the line from the early founder down to the late 12th century figures. The artist's choices matter. The tree is designed to culminate not with a purely dynastic heir, but with the emperor who had been accepted as successor. That decision signals a shift in viewpoint. It suggests that, in this setting, the dynasty's story could be allowed to flow into an imperial narrative without treating the emperor as an enemy. The family's past becomes something that can be inherited by a ruler outside the bloodline, so long as the inheritance is presented as legitimate and honourable. Another image from the same monastic world reinforces this tone even more clearly. The emperor is shown enthroned between his sons, a scene that communicates continuity and legitimacy. Placing such an image at the head of a manuscript tied to the dynasty's memory is not accidental. It tells the viewer that imperial authority has been woven into the dynasty's commemorative tradition. The old monastery that had once been the family's spiritual centre is also presented as a place where the emperor can be honoured as part of the dynasty's historical outcome. Yet memory looked different in the dynasty's northern heartland. In the great church associated with the northern branch, the rulers of that line established their own burial focus. The decision to bury the ducal couple there, followed by the construction of a grand tomb, turned the institution into a stage for a specifically Saxon-centred remembrance. A genealogical chart produced around that environment begins the story not with the dynasty's Carolingian founder, but with an older Saxon ducal house. It builds forward from that starting point, showing how inheritance lines split and then converge until the dynasty is presented as the ultimate heir of a reunited Saxon tradition. The logic is unmistakable. The northern branch is not merely a continuation of an old family, it is the rightful successor of Saxon ducal authority itself. Through marriage links, buried ancestors, and carefully chosen beginnings, the dynasty is recast as the legitimate owner of a regional legacy. The most famous artistic witness to this dynastic self-image comes in the form of a lavish gospel book commissioned by the Northern Duke and his wife. 2 full-page illuminations turn the manuscript into something beyond a liturgical object. In the first, the ducal pair is presented as pious patrons, guided by saints toward the Virgin and Child. The scene is carefully staged to display devotion, protection, and legitimacy all at once. In the second illumination, the message becomes more complex. The couple kneels at the centre while crowns descend from above, and the figures of their parents and grandparents stand behind them like a living genealogy arranged into a visual argument. On one side appear royal ancestors from England, on the other side imperial ancestors from within the empire's political world. Saints frame the upper register, and Christ stands at the centre, offering an invitation to follow him by taking up the cross. The meaning of this image can be read in more than one way. It can look like a statement of rank, a claim that the ducal couple stands close to kingship and imperial dignity. It can also be read as a devotional program shaped for an altar context, emphasizing the cross, the promise of reward, and the crowns as signs of salvation rather than earthly ambition. Either way, the lower half of the image carries a clear dynastic message. The couple's identity is constructed through multiple lines of descent, reaching into the highest levels of European power. The dynasty's remembrance is not confined to one region. It is placed into a broader aristocratic world that stretches across borders and royal courts. Taken together, these writings and images show how unstable and adaptable noble memory could be. The dynasty's main memorial centres, its southern monastery, its northern monastic setting, and its ducal church, did not simply preserve a single unified tradition. Each institution had its own interests, its own patrons, and its own way of telling the story. One setting could integrate an emperor as rightful heir, another could emphasize Saxon inheritance and regional legitimacy. Even within the same family, memory could shift with political breaks. Losses of territory, changes in alliance, exile, and refoundation. Rather than one fixed dynastic narrative, there were multiple perspectives, changing over time and competing quietly with each other. A comparison with a second major dynasty, one that rose faster and disappeared sooner, makes this even clearer. This family first becomes visible in the 11th century, building power on newly developed lands at the edge of a forested region in central Germany. Within a few generations, it had transformed that base into a serious territorial presence. The rise was supported by a combination of tools: careful marriages, the construction of castles that served as administrative and symbolic centres, and the creation of a monastic foundation tied to reform ideals. The monastery became the dynasty's principal memorial home, while the castles signalled a new kind of territorial confidence. As the family expanded, it absorbed inheritances from neighbouring country houses and pushed its influence outward toward major towns and strategic river routes. Royal favour followed. A landgravial title elevated the family into a higher political tier, and later alliances brought additional offices and opportunities. For a time, the dynasty benefited from imperial politics, gaining from the collapse of rivals and the shifting balance among major princes. But in the mid-13th century, a dramatic reversal occurred. The last ruler of the line broke with the emperor, accepted support from the papacy, and allowed himself to be raised as a rival king. The move created momentary momentum, but death arrived too soon and without an heir. With that, the dynasty's lands were divided among competing claimants, and the family's political story ended as abruptly as it had risen. The dynasty's memory, however, did not vanish immediately. Its monastic centre preserved a foundation story that blended the monastery's origins with genealogical claims about the family's past. The narrative praises the house as if it had ancient imperial blood and emphasises closeness to royal authority, while downplaying inconvenient episodes of conflict or opposition. This selective shaping of the past reveals a familiar pattern. Religious institutions framed dynastic ascent in a way that made it look orderly, legitimate, and divinely favoured. Even then, it was not inevitable that this monastery would become the family's exclusive memorial home. Early connections tied the family to older regions and older churches, and burial choices could have pulled remembrance in different directions. Some relatives were buried elsewhere, and alternative memorial centres existed. Yet over time, the dynasty deliberately tightened the focus. Properties and churches linked to side branches were drawn under the monastery's orbit, and obligations were created so that prayers would be offered for all members of the family, wherever they lay. Eventually, the monastery became the primary resting place for the line. Burial near an important altar in the monastic church set a pattern that later generations followed. A sequence of tombs, gifts, and commemorations made the place into the dynasty's spiritual archive. Memory in medieval noble society did not sit in a single building, tied forever to one altar. Even when a dynasty had a famous monastery that later generations treated as the spiritual home of the family, the reality on the ground was usually wider and more fluid. The Ludowings are a good example of that. Their monastery at Reinhardsbrunn became the best-known focus for burials and prayers. But the family's remembrance culture spread across a network of churches and clerical communities that mattered for different reasons: personal careers, regional influence, and the practical need to secure prayers in more than one place. One key figure shows how this worked. A prominent cleric from the family, active in the middle of the 12th century, directed significant gifts toward another religious house beyond Reinhardsbrunn. These donations were not vague acts of generosity. They were carefully shaped as a program of remembrance, aimed at keeping the dead present on an annual cycle. The arrangements linked prayer services with concrete acts of charity: night vigils, masses, feeding the poor, and payments to the clergy who carried the duty. In other words, memory was not only spiritual language, it was an organised schedule with costs, obligations, and people assigned to carry it out year after year. The same pattern appears in the way the family's names entered cathedral remembrance lists and anniversary calendars. Those entries did not appear by accident. They were often the result of deliberate choices by individual family members who held office in the church and had the influence to anchor their relatives into a cathedral's routine of prayer. Another landgrave later supported a major clerical community in the same region and entered into a formal bond of shared prayer with them. These steps helped create the sense that one city could stand beside Reinhardsbrunn as an additional node of commemoration. The family's dead were remembered in more than one choir, and that mattered because it multiplied security. If one institution weakened, another could still carry the name. At the same time, Reinhardsbrunn itself was never simply a private chapel reserved for a ruling house. Once a monastery rose in status and resources, other noble families noticed. They saw a powerful place that could protect burials, preserve names, and provide spiritual prestige. Reinhardsbrunn attracted outsiders early. A Thuringian count became one of the first examples. He gave property to the monastery, entered the community, and died there. He was followed by others. Over decades, a stream of donors from the region attached their own memorial needs to the Ludowing Foundation. The monastery accumulated not only gifts, but responsibilities for the dead of multiple lineages. By around 1200, it was supporting a small constellation of dependent houses and priories, and its prayer obligations expanded far beyond the original founders. Reinhardsbrunn also benefited from the Ludowings' political rise. As the family climbed into the top tier of princes, the monastery's self-image changed with it. Monastic writers began to set local events into the wider story of the empire, weaving the landgrave's fortunes into broader imperial history. In those narratives, the dynasty's success was not treated as background detail. It became a central theme, almost a proof of the monastery's importance and the founders' special standing. Yet traditions can shift quickly when rulers change their preferences. A turning point came when a leading landgrave chose a different burial place, not at Reinhardsbrunn, but in a newer religious setting supported by the same ruler and his household. That decision signaled a new centre of gravity. It did not erase Reinhardsbrunn's role, but it did weaken the idea that the old monastery alone defined the family's memory. This shift becomes especially visible through luxury devotional books, created for the landgrave's court. Two richly illustrated psalters, made in a style associated with elite taste, show how remembrance and self-presentation could merge inside the private world of princely prayer. These manuscripts were not public monuments in a town square. They were intimate objects shaped for courtly devotion. And yet, their imagery speaks loudly. A dedication scene shows the princely couple kneeling in humility before the divine, offering a model of a church as a symbolic gift. The gesture functions as a visual contract. Piety, patronage, and dynastic remembrance bound together in one image. In the other manuscript, the couple appears in a broader gallery of high-status marriages, aligned visually with royal families beyond their own realm. The message is subtle but unmistakable. The dynasty's standing is being framed in a royal neighbourhood. The court's literature, its ambitious building projects, its patronage of artists and scribes, and the taste embodied in these books, all reveal a political culture eager to display refinement and rank. Even when the objects were intended for private use, they still expressed identity and ambition. The next generation opened the door to even more variety. New religious movements swept across Europe in the early 13th century, and they touched princely courts as well. Reform preaching, the ideals of poverty, new forms of urban devotion, crusading enthusiasm, and the rising prestige of military religious orders offered fresh ways to express faith and status at the same time. One landgrave combined a strong attachment to the dynasty's older monastery with a broader religious horizon and generous support for new groups. He still treated Reinhardsbrunn as a key place for burial and gifts, even while living in a changing spiritual world. His brothers reveal how quickly dynastic memory could diversify. One pursued a path within a powerful military order, eventually rising to its leadership and channeling resources toward a new spiritual centre tied to the cult of a recently canonized saint within the family's orbit. He chose burial not at Reinhardsbrunn, but at the saint's church, binding his own memory to a rapidly expanding pilgrimage world. Another brother favoured new mendicant movements, created a wide prayer association among clergy within his lands, and chose a different burial site again. In a single generation, the dynasty's memorial map spread outward. Multiple churches, multiple orders, multiple strategies for piety and representation. One might expect the family and its old monastery to have capitalized fully on the international fame of their canonized landgravine. In practice, that did not happen in a lasting way. The major pilgrimage stream flowed toward the saint's tomb in another city, and the older centers struggled to benefit from it. There was even an attempt to build a local cult around the landgrave buried at Reinhardsbrunn, when stories of healings emerged at his grave. The effort did not develop into a rival pilgrimage tradition at the time. Still, the episode shows how monasteries could respond creatively when their status was threatened. Sanctity could be a lifeline as well as a spiritual claim. After the dynasty ended, Reinhardsbrunn's bond with the founders did not simply fade. The monastery suffered severe destruction in a fire late in the 13th century, and later faced deep financial trouble. In that context, renewed interest in the buried landgrave became more than devotion. It became part of recovery. A new text, crafted in the monastery, presented the landgrave as a holy figure closely connected to his sainted wife, and it placed the monastery itself at the heart of his veneration. Reports of miraculous cures at the tomb did double work. They argued for the landgrave's sanctity, and they elevated the monastery as a sacred site worth visiting. Around the same time, lavish grave monuments for leading members of the founding house appeared, strengthening the physical landscape of memory inside the church. Exactly how much of this was driven by the monastery itself, and how much by the new political lords of the region, is not always clear. What is clear is the pattern. Long after a founding family disappears, an institution can continue to shape, revive, and even reinvent the founder's memory for its own survival and prestige. Stepping back from these details, a broader conclusion emerges. Genealogies and family histories often grew out of liturgical remembrance and monastic record-keeping, and they helped create a lasting sense of lineage across generations. But the impulse behind these works did not always come from the ruling family. Sometimes a monastery wrote because it needed to defend its rights, reinforce its status, or renew a fading relationship with patrons. In one case, a great dynasty's ruler clearly drove the inquiry into origins and tradition. In another, a monastery appears to have been the main engine behind the family's origin story and historical framing. The label house monastery can be misleading because it suggests exclusivity and stable ownership of memory. In reality, families spread their gifts and burial plans across multiple institutions, while monasteries fought to keep or reclaim privileged status. Memory and identity could align, but they could also collide. The same period that produced these carefully managed cultures of prayer and memorial art was also marked by endemic violence. Conflict was not a rare emergency in the medieval empire. It was a routine condition. Noble life revolved around rivalry, honour, contested claims, and the constant need to defend reputation and rights. In that environment, the feud was not an abnormal breakdown of order. It was a recognised mechanism within the political system, and peace was not the absence of conflict so much as the negotiated outcome that allowed society to move forward after violence. Over the centuries, from the early Middle Ages into the 14th century, feuding changed in important ways. Earlier forms of conflict could operate with broad social acceptance and minimal formal structure. Over time, rulers attempted to channel violence through general peace measures, trying to limit the damage while acknowledging that conflict could not simply be wished away. Land peace decrees sought to define boundaries. Who could fight, how, when, and under what conditions. This did not eliminate violence. It changed its grammar. It pushed it toward regulation, procedure, and a clearer relationship to law. Any definition of feuding that ignores these long changes will be either too narrow or too blunt. At its core, a feud was sustained hostility between parties living inside the same political world. Hostility that expressed itself through controlled acts of force. This basic reality did not disappear later. Enmity remained central. What did not happen in the medieval empire was a sweeping moral delegitimization of feuding by kings. Unlike in some other European settings, rulers did not fully succeed in branding feud as inherently unlawful. Even very late, long after attempts to impose peace norms, feuding could still be treated as part of the accepted order of self-help. That fact is essential. The feud was not merely violence outside the law, but violence that often claimed legitimacy. The sources talk about feuding in sharply different tones. Many chroniclers, especially those writing from inside religious institutions, highlighted noble aggression and presented their own communities as victims. They often described burning, plunder, and disorder without exploring the grievances that triggered the conflict. In such narratives, violence becomes a moral spectacle and a lament over disorder. Yet other narratives could treat feuds as ordinary political life, and sometimes even as justified action. Legal and normative texts tend to be pragmatic rather than philosophical. They do not always condemn feud as such, but try to restrict it, suspend it in certain periods, or impose conditions that reduce harm. A deeper layer sits beneath these genres: the culture of honor. Honor was not a decorative idea. It was competitive, easily wounded, and closely connected to public standing. In a world where authority depended on reputation as much as on documents, honor could trigger conflict and make compromise difficult. Feuds did not begin only because of greed or calculated expansion. They could also start because a party believed its standing had been damaged and demanded visible satisfaction. Modern historians have wrestled with how to interpret feuding. One approach looks at conflict mainly as a problem to be solved on the road towards stronger public peace. From that perspective, feuding appears as an obstacle to state formation, and peacekeeping becomes the hallmark of legitimate rule. Another approach emphasizes feud as a regulated form of self-help, embedded in social norms, with its own expectations of conduct. In that view, feuding is not simply the strong crushing the weak. It is a recognized method of asserting claims when other mechanisms fail or when parties refuse to accept an outcome. More recent work often turns to the social function of feuding among the lower nobility, or to the rituals that limited conflict and allowed reconciliation. A different line of research investigates how feuds could actually assist the growth of princely power. Repeated conflict could weaken smaller lords, create opportunities for princes to intervene as arbiters, and encourage the formation of territorial authority. Peacekeeping was not only a moral duty, it was also a political tool. The ability to end conflicts, impose settlements, and enforce boundaries could become a source of supremacy. Because princely lordship is at the centre of the story, the focus falls naturally on how princes and their developing territories used feud and peace to shape power. The royal perspective matters too, because kings carried an ideological responsibility to protect law and peace, even when enforcement depended on cooperation from the princes. Some related issues remain too large to absorb into a single narrative. Theories of justified war, doctrines of resistance, vendettas among lower ranks, urban violence, and everyday interpersonal aggression. Those topics form the wider landscape, but the central thread here is the interplay between legitimate conflict and negotiated peace among the high aristocracy. One key point should always remain visible. Violence was only one option among many. Medieval politics did not operate as permanent warfare. Negotiation, mediation, bargains over rights and revenues, symbolic gestures, gifts, privileges, and ritual reconciliation worked alongside threats and raids. Feud and peace were not opposites. They were linked phases in a cycle of conflict management. Feuding made claims visible through force. Peacemaking translated those claims into a new arrangement that could be lived with, at least until the next dispute. Some historians have suggested a blunt possibility about the early Middle Ages. War often did not need a carefully stated reason. Violence could operate as a competitive economy in its own right, driven by the promise of plunder. If that picture is even partly true, then a feud becomes something more specific than ordinary raiding or battlefield opportunism, because a feud implies a recognized state of hostility between named sides. The problem is that for much of the early period, sources rarely explain motives clearly. For the 11th century especially, it can be difficult to separate feuding from other kinds of violence. because the evidence often records what happened, not why it happened. Before peace movements and land peace ordinances became common tools of rule, the rules of feuding have to be reconstructed indirectly from narrative descriptions. That begins to change when formal peace initiatives appear in the empire in the later 11th century. Two broad types developed. One emerged largely from church circles, agreements that tried to carve out protected zones of life by declaring certain people, places, and times off limits. These protections were backed by spiritual penalties. The other type came from secular authorities, general peace declarations with enforceable punishments. Both aimed at the same practical goal: limiting the damage of violence that had become routine. Because a feud was not a polite duel between equals. It often meant burned villages, devastated fields, forests cut down, robbery, hostage-taking, arson, injuries, killings, actions that, outside the framework of feuding, would be treated as among the gravest crimes. As royal authority recovered strength in the early 12th century, the church-led peace movement faded in the empire, but secular land peaces continued and multiplied. These were typically created through alliances and unions, held together by oaths, and valid for a defined territory, and often for a defined stretch of time. Some were regional, some claimed broader reach. The most ambitious proclamations could be presented as imperial in scope, while others were limited to a province or a cluster of lordships. The logic of these measures was selective restraint, not the abolition of violence. They outlined protected time, sometimes even naming particular days of the week when certain actions were forbidden. They identified categories of people who were to be spared: clergy and monks, women, travellers, Jews, peasants, groups framed as vulnerable and therefore not legitimate targets. They also protected places and property that mattered to communal survival and religious order: churches, cemeteries, mills, vineyards. In effect, law began to draw a line not only around persons, but around the objects and spaces most likely to be ruined by conflict. Then came lists of prohibited acts: killing, serious wounding, robbery, theft, breaking into homes, burning houses or villages. These were singled out repeatedly. Some ordinances even restricted the carrying of weapons during protected periods. As time went on, regulations sometimes went beyond the violence itself and targeted common sources of disputes, such as unlawful tolls. There were also efforts to regulate the resources that made violent action possible, including what could be used and how. Yet one point stands out: feuding as a concept was not simply erased. Many rules were temporary, tied to the duration of the peace. Some texts still assumed that conflict would continue, and some even admitted that an enemy might be harmed under limited conditions. The system was trying to civilize conflict, not pretend it could be eliminated. Even major peace declarations of the 13th century often operated on the assumption that feuds would still happen and therefore needed boundaries. By looking at what lawmakers tried hardest to ban, it becomes possible to glimpse what feuding often looked like in practice. Attacks on property mattered as much as attacks on bodies. A man's house, fields, dependents, and economic base were treated as extensions of the person. This suggests that violence in conflicts could reach lethal levels and that larger organized raids were possible. There are even hints of bigger engagements that look like pitched battles. At the same time, feuding clearly ranged in scale. Small acts by lesser men and major campaigns by powerful players could exist under the same broad label. Over time, peace measures also began to punish those who assisted peacebreakers, tightening the net around violence. Some forms of revenge remained tolerated within limits, often regulated more by local territorial or city law than by royal proclamations. The growing ambition was to force a process, reduce the suddenness of violence, and require steps before a feud could be treated as legitimate. That process becomes clearer in the late 12th and early 13th centuries. A cooling-off period appears, meant to prevent impulsive attacks and to create space for negotiation. Later, rules pushed even further. Before a feud could be declared, an appeal to judgment or a formal complaint procedure should take place. A major shift in tone appears when lawful feuding is framed as something permitted only under pressure of necessity, after other options have been tried. In theory, the message was simple. Law should come first, violence second. In practice, this ideal was hard to enforce. The empire's judicial system had structural weaknesses, and courts were rarely perceived as neutral. By the later Middle Ages, the requirement of legal first could be satisfied through arbitration or other forms of attempted redress, not necessarily a clean, impartial trial. Still, a crucial development had occurred. For a feud to be recognized as lawful, some form of judgment or legal process was expected to exist in the background. As these norms gained weight, the issuing of peace regulations expanded beyond kings. Territorial lords created their own peace edicts for their lands. Cities did the same. Alliances between lords sometimes included clauses designed to keep feuds from spilling across borders and promised mutual help to suppress violence. But alliances could also be aimed outward, functioning as defensive blocs or even offensive coalitions. In other words, peacekeeping could coexist with power politics. After the age of strong royal initiatives weakened, territorial lords and cities increasingly became the practical managers of peace, with mixed results and rarely permanent success. Against this background, feud practices evolved. Because peace rules punished certain violent acts only during protected periods, their influence on methods was limited. Church law, however, exerted pressure even outside protected times by insisting that clergy and sacred spaces should be spared, with spiritual penalties for violations. That ideal did not always hold. Arson, though heavily condemned, remained common. In fact, later medieval feuds often relied on burning, robbery, seizure, and systematic destruction. The logic is not hard to see. A feud was often a coercive strategy aimed at forcing an opponent to yield by draining his material capacity to resist. Interestingly, direct attacks on a person became less central than attacks on assets. Practical calculation likely played a role. Killing made reconciliation harder. Ruining property could be brutal, but it still left the door open to a settlement. The legal integration of feuding did not mean the elimination of feuding methods. It meant the creation of criteria that separated punishable violence from tolerated violence. The fight over legitimacy moved into argument. Had the cooling-off period been respected? Had notice been given? Had legal redress been sought first? If the answer could be framed as no, then even a feud could be portrayed as unlawful. This left wide room for regional variations and for local traditions. It also encouraged a later medieval habit of presenting feuds in legal language, even when older narrative sources had described them in terms of sheer power, personal dominance, revenge, hatred, irritation, and especially honour. Over time, feuding could begin to look, at least on paper, like a quasi-legal procedure. How did feuds end? Not every feud required royal intervention. Even killings among the high nobility did not guarantee the ruler's involvement. Kings intervened when it suited political interests, not because they were neutral referees. For the parties involved, calling in the king could simply be another tactic in the conflict. A ruler might punish, impose a truce, pressure one side to submit, or hand mediation to a third party. Powerful princes also increasingly intervened in the feuds of lesser nobles, acting as enforcers and brokers of peace. Most often, however, feuds ended through third-party mediation, oaths, and settlements. Compensation payments could be part of the agreement. In earlier times, negotiated submission could resolve conflicts, but later peace compacts and detailed settlement documents became more common, spelling out the contested points and prescribing remedies. These agreements, more than the feuds themselves, helped push politics toward a world where contract and written settlement gained growing authority. At this point, the obvious question returns: why start a feud at all? The sources suggest many causes that overlap and tangle together: property disputes, jurisdiction, tolls, broken promises, contested rights. But there is another category that can easily be underestimated if modern expectations dominate the reading. Sometimes, violence was driven less by legal grievance than by competitive displays of strength. One narrative about a famous emperor presents a revealing mindset. Even in times of peace, a ruler might seek conflict in order to avoid the softness of inactivity. Struggle itself could be cast as a virtue. Another story, written much later but drawing on older material, describes a saintly prince launching an attack that appears to come without prior hostility. The target is surprised because no open enmity existed. The attackers themselves hesitate only because turning back would look shameful. After the town is taken, celebration follows, and the prince returns home safely and proudly. In that telling, the campaign resembles a test of courage, a public performance of knightly power, more than a lawsuit with swords. Whether such an expedition counts as a feud depends on how narrowly the term is used. But the larger point matters. Violence could serve social patterns of rivalry. Demonstrating capacity, testing oneself, displaying command, winning admiration, could be an end in itself. In some cases, even conquest and the creation of new power structures might be fueled less by legal claims than by this culture of competitive assertion. That helps explain why sources sometimes note blunt violence without offering justification. Once that threshold is crossed, the step from raw force to feud as a political instrument becomes smaller. These examples also warn against a single interpretive habit, treating every high medieval conflict as if it were simply early modern territorial policy in embryo. Later, medieval legal frameworks could make violence sound more justified than it was. And later, chroniclers could retrofit legal reasons onto earlier actions. But not every conflict began as a calculated plan to build a territorial state. Often, it began as an injury, an offence, experienced as an attack on standing. Honour and rank were not decorative values in this world. They were among the highest social currencies, and their defence could legitimise violence. For a long time, modern scholarship tended to explain conflicts mainly through continuous territorial strategy, attributing to kings and princes a steady programme of expansion. More recent approaches have pushed back, arguing that personal hierarchy and honour disputes were not superficial excuses, but real engines of conflict. If that is accepted, then the political structure of the empire looks less like a machine for territorial consolidation and more like a hierarchy of personal relationships, in which respect, precedence, and public standing had explosive consequences. A well-known feud in the mid-12th century illustrates how this worked. The story begins with a severe act. Dependents of a major duke are executed, and their stronghold is destroyed. One source frames the event as punishment for robbery and breach of peace, yet it also suggests unequal justice. The aggressor spares his own guilty followers while striking the duke's men. That detail matters because it transforms the act from mere enforcement into humiliation. A ruler who allows his men to be publicly destroyed without response risks losing authority among the very people who sustain his power. The conflict escalates rapidly. Allies join in, turning a dispute into a wider confrontation. A battle brings a dramatic reversal. A young noble on one side suffers defeat and loses many men, and hundreds are taken prisoner. Money secures their release, but the feud continues. Outside forces are drawn in, and the violence spreads through raids that devastate the region. Eventually, an imperial assembly forces the aggressor into submission, and he is handed over to his enemies, dying in captivity according to one account, or being exiled according to another. The accounts differ, but both show the same dynamic. The feud becomes a stage where reputation, alliances, and authority are tested. Some readings explain such a feud primarily as a struggle over territory, expansion versus containment, control of roads and tolls, seizure of strategic castles. That kind of rivalry certainly existed, but a purely territorial explanation struggles to account for the social cost of inaction. If a lord failed to avenge the execution of his own household men, especially when the justice applied to them was visibly unequal, the damage would fall on his credibility. Dependents expected protection, and loyalty was not a one-way chain. It rested on reciprocity, service in exchange for support. Defending their honour was inseparable from defending the lord's own. Violence in the medieval empire was not driven by a single motive. Honour mattered, but so did claims of right, attempts to recover what had been taken, demands for revenge, and calls to punish a wrong. Sometimes a feud began because someone chose to stand behind a friend or a relative. Sometimes it began because authorities tried to enforce peace and found that punishment itself triggered further conflict. The same outward action could carry different meanings depending on who described it. Self-help, justice, retaliation, or the defense of order. Among the most persistent flashpoints was inheritance. Noble families were built on property, office, and legal titles that rarely formed a clean, unified package. When a major figure died, conflict could erupt not only between close relatives, but also between claimants whose rights were based on different kinds of law. A distant male line cousin might claim one set of holdings through lineage, while a daughter or sister might press a claim through marriage and blood. A ruler might confirm one party's claim to the fiefs attached to an office, while another party fought for the allodial lands and local rights that were not held from the crown at all. A crisis in the mid-13th century shows how quickly this could become a multi-sided struggle. After the death of a powerful landgrave without heirs, a distant agnatic relative asserted a claim, backed by imperial authority, for the fiefs that had belonged to the office. At the same time, a woman from the ruling family, married into another dynasty, fought to secure a future for her son. Her focus lay especially in a secondary region, where the dynasty held extensive lands and rights, many of them rooted in private holdings and church relationships, rather than in imperial investiture. Such a division of objectives may even reflect arrangements made by the last ruler before his death, agreements that have not survived, but may have shaped how each side calculated its chances. The conflict did not stay between two parties. A great church lord asserted his own rights over a key county as a church fief, complicating the contest further. Three powers ended up confronting each other through shifting alliances, partial deals, and repeated settlements. Step by step, agreements narrowed the conflict until a final arrangement emerged. One claimant established himself in one core region. Another secured the contested secondary region, but only by accepting a vassal relationship to the church that claimed superior rights. This outcome underlines a basic medieval reality. Inheritance disputes rarely ended with a clean victory that swept all claims aside. More often, they ended through compromises that rearranged relationships, redefined tenure, and created new layers of dependency. Inheritance was not the only spark. Castle building could be just as explosive. A new fortress changed the balance of power on the ground. It could block roads, dominate markets, threaten neighbours, and turn a legal disagreement into a practical emergency. In the same way, conflicts over advocacy rights repeatedly set nobles against religious institutions. Church communities expected protection and respect for their property, while lay protectors insisted on rights of oversight, income, and authority. Each side could claim law and tradition. Each side could interpret the same custom in opposite directions. Monastic complaints about violent protectors are full of vivid accusations, but they also reveal how entangled the relationship had become. Some archbishops fought long struggles against regional nobles over the building and occupation of castles, precisely because these were not isolated, private quarrels. They were contests over who could control space, revenue, and enforcement. Conflict also rose from below, not only from the top. Those who lived under lordship could resist it. Sometimes resistance looked like refusal, withholding dues, refusing service, evading obligations. Sometimes it took on more aggressive forms, raiding, feuding, driving out officials, even attacking the lord himself. Lords tended to describe such acts as rebellion and conspiracy, while participants could understand them as defense against injustice. In towns, resistance often aimed at changing how the city was governed and who held power inside it. In rural regions, communal organization could sustain a long challenge to a lord's authority. A striking example is a peasant community that resisted both a regional count and an archbishop for decades. The conflict was not a brief riot, it developed over time, supported by local structures, until it was crushed by a coalition of knights drawn from the church territory and neighbouring counts. Even after victory, rule did not simply revert to the pre-conflict situation. The region's lordship was divided between the victorious powers. That result hints at a recurring theme. Violence could destroy, but its settlement could also reorder politics. In medieval thinking, vengeance and punishment were closely intertwined. The language used to describe retaliation often framed it as the restoration of justice rather than uncontrolled rage. Vengeance could be presented as something that followed legal procedure, and when the target was portrayed as an enemy of the church, even warfare could be justified as corrective force. This mindset mattered because it gave a moral and legal vocabulary to acts that might otherwise look like private revenge. One long feud that followed the murder of a leading archbishop shows how conflicts could grow like branches from a single trunk. The killing itself happened during an argument over control and protection of a religious institution. The murderer was captured and executed. His property was seized, not only as punishment but as a political act. The story could have ended there. Instead, it widened. The murderer's sons, supported by their mother's relatives, launched a struggle to recover what had been confiscated. Their fight was directed not only against the archbishopric, but also against another count who benefited from the redistribution of the lands. Allies joined on both sides, driven partly by family loyalty and partly by their own disputes. One duke sided against the archbishop for reasons tied to a separate conflict over rights and obligations. The feud became a bundle of inheritance claims, jurisdictional arguments, and competing visions of justice, each side insisting that law was on its side. This is where third-party support becomes central. A man did not always feud only for himself. Feuds could be fought for a friend or a kinsman, or because ties of service demanded it. Friendship, in the medieval sense, carried expectations of backing, even if it was not always an absolute duty. Kinship did the same, but some relationships created stronger obligations. Vassals and servants could be expected to join their lord's quarrel. In that world, neutrality could be interpreted as disloyalty, and refusing help could be remembered as an injury. Violence could also be justified as the defense of peace. Peace regulations were not self-enforcing. They required sanctions, and sanctions often required force. Princes had duties tied to order, and punishing a peacebreaker could trigger retaliation. When the offender was powerful or well-connected, enforcement could easily turn into a wider feud. Late medieval peace associations developed detailed clauses for how and when members should provide armed support, what limits applied, and how far action could go. Yet those same agreements could also function as alliances against outsiders. The line between collective peacekeeping and collective warfare could blur depending on circumstances. Then there is the question of expansion. Violence was not always a reaction to insult or injury. It could also be used offensively. Some historians have described powerful rulers engaging in intimidation as a deliberate style of politics. Yet broad claims about expansion can become traps if they flatten the complexity of medieval law. Many conflicts that look like naked aggression rest on legal ambiguity rather than simple lawlessness. A famous duke illustrates the problem. In one case, a county holder died without children, and the closest heir was a cleric. Competing claims emerged immediately. One party sought to transfer the inheritance to a church. Another claimed rights through marriage into the family, and the duke asserted that such counties should revert to ducal control. Reports describe intimidation and coercion during negotiations, even the arrest of a leading churchman. In another case, the same duke destroyed an existing economic centre that belonged to a bishop and built a rival settlement nearby that later grew into a major city. These actions appear violent and aggressive, and they had all the ingredients for a feud. Yet recent interpretations suggest that the duke's behaviour cannot be explained simply as criminal expansion. His understanding of ducal authority was itself part of the conflict, and the boundaries of that authority were not precisely fixed. In the empire's political order, many areas were not regulated by clear, enforceable norms. Different traditions and legal arguments could overlap and collide. Multiple claims could exist over the same object: office rights, private property, church tenure, inherited custom, royal privilege. Even with detailed sources, it can be difficult to say who crossed a line. Contemporaries often faced the same uncertainty. One party's traditional right might be another party's unacceptable overreach. And when a new interpretation of an old right was asserted with force, conflict could erupt suddenly, leaving observers to describe it as deliberate aggression. This is part of why feuds can look like instruments of expansion. In reality, many were battles over contested rights, in a system where law was plural and enforcement was uneven. Short-term alliances added further confusion, creating shifting coalitions that do not fit a clean map of territorial blocks. The weakness of centralized enforcement produced a political landscape with many centers of power, often competing openly. That dynamic did contribute to the growth of princely authority over time. But it does not automatically mean every feud began with a grand plan. Feud settlements mattered here. The integration of lesser nobles into emerging lordships often occurred through negotiated endings to conflict. Agreements reduced the ability of smaller actors to attach themselves to multiple lords at once and play patrons against each other. Over time, settlements narrowed options, fixed obligations, and made affiliations more exclusive. From a distance, this can be labelled a struggle for dominance. But in many cases, the concrete gains were modest and temporary, while the long-term pattern was shaped by repeated compromises rather than decisive conquest. That mismatch between small immediate outcomes and the idea of a constant drive for hegemony raises an uncomfortable but necessary question. How much can be assumed about intention? Some rulers clearly pursued coherent strategies of rule. Others acted opportunistically, reacting to disputes, openings, and emergencies, without a consistent territorial blueprint. This tension leads into the debate about territorialization. One common explanation for late medieval development is that lordship gradually shifted from being mainly personal and relational toward being increasingly tied to control over a defined area. Rights and possessions were concentrated. Regional centres formed. Lords sought preeminence by controlling offices, fiefs, private lands, judicial power, castles, towns, income streams, and the service networks that made enforcement possible. These resources were contested in court, through influence and through violence. In that sense, feuds often served as extra legal pressure inside legal disputes. They rarely created new law by themselves. The new relationships emerged in the settlements that ended violence. Peace enforcement, backed by force, became both a tool and a justification for lordship. Yet the language of territorial politics is controversial. It easily implies a forward-looking plan, as if medieval princes were building modern states. Many scholars argue that this is misleading. Dynastic interests, marriage, inheritance accidents, and sheer chance shaped the outer form of a principality as much as any consistent program. In that view, it is better to speak about princely lordship rather than territorial state building. This perspective reinforces a crucial point about feuds. Even when conflict contributed to the consolidation of a region over the long run, that does not prove that consolidation was the aim at the start. Outcomes should not be mistaken for intentions. The medieval empire that dominated the map of Central Europe was never a simple, neatly bounded state. It was vast, unevenly developed, and constantly changing shape. Its borders shifted with every generation. Its internal balance changed with every election, every dynastic break, every political bargain. It did not grow from a single heartland outward in a straight line. It was built like a web, with several powerful hubs pulling in different directions, sometimes cooperating, sometimes competing, always reshaping the whole. By the 11th century, this realm rested on a personal union of major kingdoms. A single ruler could claim authority across regions north and south of the Alps, and in lands that stretched toward the west as well. Yet that authority was not exercised in the same way everywhere. The strongest grip usually lay in the northern kingdom, where the ruler was chosen and acknowledged most directly. Beyond the Alps, imperial influence could expand dramatically when a ruler invested time, wealth, and force into presence there. But it could also fade, even while the claim itself remained. This created a recurring pattern. Impressive reach in theory, uneven control in practice. Titles and political language added another layer of complexity. Rulers did not present themselves as heads of a single, national kingdom in the modern sense. Their identity and legitimacy were shaped by older traditions of Roman authority, and by the expectation that royal power could lead toward imperial power. For centuries, a ruler who had not yet received the highest coronation still adopted titles that signalled an intended role beyond one region. The German label that later seems obvious was slow to become official, and even then it never fully captured the multi-regional character of the empire's claims and traditions. Inside the northern heartlands, certain great duchies and regions played an outsized role in politics. Elsewhere, other zones rose in importance over time. Some as borderlands turned into strongholds, others as counties and marches transformed into principalities. New powers emerged through settlement and clearance, especially eastward expansion driven not by the ruler alone, but by ambitious regional lords. Even when the royal court spoke the language of universal authority, the work of building new realities on the ground was often carried by local princes with their own interests and agendas. At a certain point, the gap between what rulers imagined and what subjects experienced widened. Grand horizons collided with regional life. A ruler could pursue influence in distant lands and still struggle to enforce decisions in nearer territories. The more the empire's reach spread, the more varied its internal worlds became. Large regions developed distinct identities based on language, custom, trade routes, social networks, and shared memory. Each of these regions played its own political games and followed its own logic. This is why the empire could be described as a single realm and yet behave like many realms at once. Over time, the outer edges began to drift away from the center of gravity. In some peripheral zones, imperial rights were claimed but rarely enforced. In others, influence weakened steadily, until detachment became a fact of life. Certain frontier areas and confederations learned that refusing burdens carried little immediate cost. The empire might speak as a whole, but its ability to compel cooperation was uneven, and that unevenness shaped the long-term story. Royal effectiveness depended heavily on the moving court. Power travelled with people, not with fixed institutions. The ruler's household, entourage, and political theatre were the main instruments of government. Because of this, royal influence rose and fell with presence. When the court arrived, decisions could be made, disputes could be judged, rewards could be distributed, alliances could be renewed. When the court moved on, local forces regained space. Coherence was real but fragile. It was never reinforced by a strong administrative skeleton across the whole realm. This weakness existed early, but it became sharper after major dynastic breaks and long periods without stable leadership. Politics in this empire worked less like a command chain and more like a bargain system. The ruler stood at the top, but the upper nobility was not simply ruled. Great lords were partners in selection and recognition. They confirmed a new king through election and homage, then expected attention, protection of their interests, and participation in decisions. A newly chosen ruler also faced a practical challenge: uniting personal supporters from his earlier life with the traditional networks attached to the crown. Every reign reset the pattern of influence. Continuity depended not on permanent institutions, but on relationships, trust, and negotiated expectations. That is why older ideas of a single central power controlling obedient subjects no longer fit this medieval world. The relationship between ruler and realm moved between what was demanded and what was delivered. If requests went unanswered, those disappointed did not simply vanish. They often gravitated toward regional courts, which became alternative centers of opportunity. Dynastic marriages, personal alliances, and cross-regional networks could also hold the empire together without the ruler being the only binding force. In this system, the empire's unity was a product of many ties, not a single mechanism. For centuries, the court remained mobile. The ruler's journeying household served as the highest stage of political life, but it was not a capital in the modern sense. The empire had no single city that shaped the whole by default. Multiple centers existed, and their importance shifted with each dynasty. Even when the moving court sat at the top, it never erased the reality that this realm was polycentric by nature. Earlier, rulers had concentrated their movement within core zones, where their own resources and traditions were strongest. Later, kings travelled more deliberately across wider areas because personal presence was the price of authority. In a world with limited written administration and weak routine communication, participation in rulership meant accompanying the king, seeing him, negotiating with him, and standing near him. Yet even this had limits. Kings relied on core regions equipped with royal estates, not on fixed capitals. If a core zone weakened, royal influence in whole swaths of the realm could suffer for generations. A powerful dynasty in the 12th century came close to achieving unusually broad coverage of the empire's major regions. Its rulers travelled from northern ports to southern cities and made repeated campaigns beyond the Alps. They built and used palaces, relied on their own estates, and developed new bases of support. They tried to strengthen direct royal lands across multiple regions, creating a firmer platform than earlier rulers had possessed. Still, even at this high point, certain corners remained empty spaces from the court's viewpoint, and whenever the ruler concentrated on distant theatres, especially across the Alps, the northern peripheries could feel more distant, not less. Presence in one place could produce absence elsewhere, and absence created openings for local consolidation. The strain became sharper when the political system split and rival claimants fought over the throne. With two kings competing, the map of influence fractured. One ruler might be strong in the southwest, another in the Lower Rhine. Meanwhile, the broader political community had to navigate conflicting loyalties, overlapping claims, and shifting alliances. Even when stability returned, it could be undercut by a different problem: absentee rule. When an emperor governed mainly from far away, the practical outcome was predictable. Princes expanded their own authority. Their lordships hardened into more closed territorial structures. Royal intervention became difficult, slow, and costly. After the collapse of a great dynasty, the empire entered a long period in which continuity at the top became the exception rather than the rule. In societies built on personal leadership and patrimonial power, long reigns mattered. They stabilized networks and expectations. Frequent dynastic change did the opposite. In this empire, elective kingship prevented the throne from becoming reliably hereditary, and that made the continuity problem worse. In a relatively short late medieval period, many kings came from many different families. The electors often rotated choices deliberately to prevent any one house from entrenching itself. The result was a system that institutionalized dynastic change. As rulers changed, the center of the empire shifted. There was no single capital and no single burial place for kings that could anchor a permanent political heart. Instead, a set of important locations served different functions, some for elections, some for assemblies, some for symbolic ceremonies. These places were not always the dynastic heartlands of the ruling family, and they did not form a compact zone. The empire did not so much lack a capital as possess several different ones, none of which truly unified the whole. Royal power in this period often narrowed to two basic capacities: the ability to legitimize and the ability to sanction. The ruling apparatus was modest relative to the empire's size. At the same time, royal authority had to compete with a dozen powerful regional systems. Out of this competition emerged new horizontal connections, alliances and networks between princes and cities that crossed borders and did not always depend on the king's direct leadership. These cross-regional ties eventually helped strengthen coherence. But at first, they also reflected the reality that the empire was not simply a vertical structure of obedience. To make sense of the later medieval empire, it helps to think in zones of proximity and access. Some areas lay in the ruler's hereditary power base, where influence could be exerted more strongly. Other regions were close to the king's roots and gatherings, making royal presence more frequent and intervention more plausible. Some territories remained open to royal influence without being fully controlled. Others belonged to the electors, whose autonomy and constitutional role made them a special category. Still, others were the lands of rival dynasties, where the crown's authority could be entangled with family competition. And beyond these lay distant regions, especially in the north and far corners, where the king's will could be felt least. This way of mapping the empire often explains political reality better than official legal labels, because it reflects how power actually moved. Certain kings tried to restore older patterns by recentering rule in zones traditionally close to the crown's heartlands. Some avoided shifting their political core to peripheral inheritances, even when they gained new lands by luck. Others pursued an aggressive dynastic strategy, expanding family possessions and turning them into the crown's true foundation. In this era, the crown's old communal resources mattered less than the elected king's own house power. That house power could be expanded through marriages, acquisitions, and enfouffments, sometimes creating striking but fragile constructions that stretched from one edge of the empire to another. At times, a ruler succeeded in bringing a distant electoral territory into closer alignment with the empire's centre, knitting together alliances like a bridge across the map. A peripheral march could become unusually connected to the wider realm through deliberate family policy, marriage links, and political bargains. In another moment, a dynastic heartland became a major political hub, serving functions beyond anything previously seen in a medieval residence. Under such conditions, the crown could integrate north and south more effectively than usual. Traditional relationships were maintained while new ones were created. For a while, the empire's coherence benefited from this favourable geometry. But these arrangements rarely lasted. Crisis could erupt, and a central landscape could lose its value for generations. Revolutions, religious upheaval, and internal fracture could turn a once ideal hub into a contested zone, pushing the empire back into a more fragmented balance. Seen in the long view, the empire's defining feature may be its constant shifting between centres and peripheries. This permanent movement made any single region's dominance difficult to maintain. It challenged simple stories of steady progress from barbarism to civilization, or of a slow, inevitable march toward a modern nation-state. In the German lands especially, the medieval experiment was a universal empire that never fully solved the problem of organizing multinational rule into a stable structure. Over time, the German kingdom intensified into a more coherent constitutional framework, while other parts drifted away or remained distinct. Some peripheral regions separated, others stayed attached in certain ways, and some parts of the older imperial kingdoms retained partial connections. What endured most consistently was the empire's legitimizing language and its constitutional traditions. In the late 15th century, major reform laws created a broad framework that would survive for centuries. The medieval world did not hand down only strong territories. It also handed down a lasting constitutional structure that shaped the empire's final long phase. Nowhere is the danger of modern labels clearer than in the old Middle Zone, once associated with a Carolingian king's realm between river systems and cultural frontiers. In the 9th century, its borders shifted and its political fate swung between Western and Eastern kingdoms. Yet it repeatedly reappeared as a distinct structure, sometimes as an independent kingdom, sometimes as a duchy, sometimes as an identity more than an institution. By the mid-11th century, writers could describe this region as belonging to both neighbouring worlds and to neither completely, reflecting a mixed identity formed by geography and history. In later centuries, that old middle zone fragmented into many lordships. Ducal houses that retained old titles even as their practical supremacy declined. Counties that rose to prominence, and a dense patchwork of ecclesiastical territories whose bishops and abbots wielded political power. Over time, more and more distinct principalities and counties appeared, alongside city powers and a web of smaller lordships. Even certain border regions were held in dual relationships, owing allegiance in one direction while being culturally tied in another. The result was a landscape where power could not be reduced to a simple duel between a duke and a king, or a church and a noble house. Authority was shared, contested, and negotiated among many actors. This creates a problem of vocabulary. Older scholarship often used words that imply modern statehood, as if these medieval lordships were early versions of nation-states, waiting to be born. Such language is misleading. It suggests continuity where the record shows breaks, accidents, and changing structures. It also reflects later national and regional agendas that projected modern boundaries backward onto the Middle Ages. Comparative research has gradually undermined this illusion, showing how varied these lordships were and how differently they developed. Modern debates about the very idea of the state have added to this reassessment. Many historians now reject the idea that early and central medieval politics should be described as a straightforward prelude to modern state formation. Power in this era was not monopolized by a single dynasty with a unified apparatus. Functions associated with the state, such as justice, peacekeeping, and protection of the church, were carried out by many overlapping authorities. Local nobles, regional princes, religious houses and towns all participated in governance. They were not merely rivals to counts and dukes. They were often part of the governing fabric itself. To understand how territorial lordships formed and stabilized in this middle zone, attention has shifted toward difference that older narratives overlooked. Cultural factors shaped identity and cohesion, including language and the growth of written administration. Social networks connected lords and followers. Concepts of law, space, and authority framed how claims were made. Practical politics mattered too. Where rule was exercised, how it was performed, how authority moved between levels, and how control shifted through inheritance, marriage, conquest, and negotiation. The growth of territory was not only about conquering land, it was also about building administration, integrating local elites, and bringing towns into the structure of rule. The rise of medieval territorial lordships did not happen overnight. It was a slow weaving together of many different strands of authority. From the late 11th century onward, dukes and counts began to combine rights that had once existed separately. Some were private possessions inherited within families. Others were public powers originally granted by kings, such as the right to judge, to collect tolls, to mint coins, or to command men in war. There were also rights tied to churches and monasteries, especially the role of protector, which gave a secular lord influence over vast spiritual estates. Gradually, these varied elements were gathered into a single framework of rule that covered defined areas rather than scattered privileges. For a long time, historians explained this transformation as an act of emancipation. Local counts were said to have broken free from imperial control and from the authority of older, ducal deputies who once represented the crown in the Lotharingian lands. The process was often portrayed as driven by ambition, a hunger for power that pushed regional lords to seize what had belonged to the emperor. Yet other voices have emphasized a different mechanism. the growing acceptance that offices of count could pass by inheritance. Once a public office became hereditary, it was no longer simply a delegation from above, but the foundation of a family domain. By the middle of the 12th century, church institutions increasingly dealt with nearby counts, rather than with distant emperors when they sought confirmation of privileges. Around the same time, the old ducal office that had once acted as the empire's highest judicial authority in these regions faded from practical use. After the death of a powerful emperor in the late 12th century, no ruler again tried to intervene decisively as overlord in the internal affairs of the emerging principalities. Authority had effectively shifted downward and outward. A revealing moment occurred at an imperial assembly in the 1180s, when the emperor attempted to reshape the political map by elevating a count to princely rank and reorganizing several counties as a new imperial march. The project collapsed under opposition from neighboring powers and because of unexpected dynastic developments, yet it showed how fluid the hierarchy still was. Similar attempts by other counts to purchase or claim princely status also failed. Only much later, in the 14th century, did several territories finally receive ducal dignity. These promotions were less the result of a coherent imperial program than of the need to defend the western frontier against external pressures. More recent research has looked inside the territories themselves, rather than only at imperial politics. Dynastic self-representation, seen in seals, coins, charters, family chronicles, and burial monuments, reveals how local rulers imagined their own authority. The first documents that named a count after a specific castle appeared around the turn of the 12th century. Legal acts increasingly took written form produced by scribes in the count's household. The language of these charters began to speak of public authority vested in the count, not merely of private ownership. At almost the same time, the first dynastic seals emerged across the region, marking a new visual assertion of power. These changes point to two broader developments. Although the old ducal titles retained prestige, the practical difference between a duke and the strongest counts narrowed. At the same time, secular rulers borrowed methods from bishops who for generations had pursued territorial strategies of their own, gathering judicial rights, building castles, controlling monasteries, subordinating lesser lords, and enforcing peace. Counts and dukes mixed royal grants, church advocacy, and private land so thoroughly that contemporaries could no longer easily distinguish their origins. The word count itself covered both royal deputies of earlier centuries and the dynastic rulers of the New Age. Old royal rights became tools of local consolidation. Palaces once belonging to the crown were turned into family strongholds. Lords struck coins in their own name, set tolls on rivers and roads, create markets beneath their walls. Advocacy over monasteries allowed them to penetrate ecclesiastical wealth, though reform writers often exaggerated this as simple plunder. Castles became magnets for settlement, and new towns grew at their feet. Family monasteries provided burial places, scribes, and a memory that anchored the dynasty to a particular landscape. If one follows only the map, the story might appear as a straightforward accumulation of territory. Yet power was more than land. It involved social networks, cultural symbols, and negotiated relationships. A few examples illustrate the variety. Along the Lower Rhine, a noble family styled itself after the castles of Wassenberg and later Gelders, combining inherited lands with comital and advocacy rights that reached back generations. In the west, another lineage ruled a county named after an ancient district, yet its true centre lay in a castle town that became the dynasty's heart. To the south of the Ardennes, a house gathered rights on the Moselle, in the Eifel, and in the forests, and founded a monastery near its fortress to escape dependence on a nearby episcopal city. Farther south again, a ducal family controlled scattered zones between mountains and river valleys, its influence divided between northern and southern poles. Each territory grew from a different mixture of resources and traditions. From the mid-12th century, a first phase of consolidation can be observed. Comital charters became more numerous and more standardized. Administrative circles slowly took shape, though they remained informal and flexible. Retinues expanded to include scribes, councillors, and courts in which old nobles and former ministerial servants merged into a single knightly class. Vassalage became a key instrument of integration, binding local lords more closely to the territorial prince. Central offices appeared that were no longer hereditary, but dependent on the ruler's favour. The seneschal emerged as the chief deputy, responsible for justice, finance, and military organisation. Beneath him, provosts administered districts that often followed earlier county lines, but could also reflect newly acquired zones. These officials were drawn from nobles, ministerials, and increasingly from townsmen. The machinery of government was still light, yet it marked a step toward a more structured rule. Urban centres played a growing role. Castles that had been military outposts turned into administrative hubs and market towns. Lords granted privileges to attract settlers and secure loyalty, especially in border areas. In exchange for liberties, towns were expected to defend the territory and contribute taxes. By the 14th century, some cities overshadowed all others within a region and were described as the head of the land, even if rulers continued to reside in several places. Expansion in the late 13th and early 14th centuries became more difficult. Most major territories were already entrenched, and attempts to enlarge them often led to war. Claims based on inheritance collided, and only the extinction of a dynasty could open the way for major gains. More common was the effort to thicken control within existing borders. Lesser lords were pressured to accept their castles as fiefs, acknowledging the prince's right of access. Bonds of vassalage were increasingly defined in territorial terms, rather than purely personal ones. Even high justice, once a mark of independence, could be granted by the prince without undermining his supremacy. Money began to shape politics in new ways. Some rulers forgave dues on condition that their vassals used the saved funds to buy nearby lands, and then returned them as fiefs. Others purchased neighbouring counties outright, with borrowed capital. Financial innovation allowed a small number of dynasties to transform themselves into major powers, sometimes even winning crowns beyond their original homeland. Settlement policies accompanied these strategies. Forests were cleared and new villages founded under generous laws to secure border zones. In the coastal northwest, drainage projects reclaimed land from the sea and created rich meadows that supported the textile economy. Local boards overseeing these works were often led by comital officials, showing how economic and political authority intertwined. Administrative rationalization accelerated. General comptrollers appeared across the region from the late 13th century, supervising revenues and expenditures, sometimes with their own seals and courts. Accounting became more systematic, with registers of income, rent rolls, and audits. The earliest such books survived from different territories at slightly different moments, revealing how quickly written government spread. Credit played a decisive role. Financiers advanced large sums to princes in return for pledges of districts and offices, and some rose from urban backgrounds to the highest positions of state. A small treasury can shape a dynasty's entire strategy. In the lands around Luxembourg, limited routine income pushed rulers to hunt for revenue, where medieval power so often hid: roads, rivers, markets, and the right to protect them. Control of a major route could turn movement into money. A toll point on a busy river, an escort fee on a dangerous road, or a privileged fare that drew merchants from far away could bring in cash more reliably than scattered rural dues. That is why Luxembourg's counts repeatedly looked beyond their core territory. They tried to push into regions that offered access to the Maas and to the long corridors of trade linking the Rhineland with Brabant and Flanders, or Champagne with the cities of the Upper Rhine, and even the Great West-East line running from Paris toward Metz and Strasbourg. Every extension of influence toward these arteries promised new tolls, more traffic to tax, and stronger leverage over neighbours. Even when territorial expansion failed, the logic behind it stayed the same. If a county could not grow crops into wealth, it could grow gateways into income. Rulers also tried to create revenue without conquering new land. New toll stations appeared in places where travellers could be made to pay, and market rights were handed out to turn settlements into taxable hubs. Good order itself became a political product. A king could praise a regional prince for making routes safe, because safe routes meant more movement, and more movement meant more dues collected without constant coercion. In this world, security and profit were closely linked. Protecting a merchant caravan could be framed as public service and still function as a business model. One of the most effective tools was the fair. A well-designed annual market could pull trade away from rivals. In Luxembourg, a major commercial gathering was promoted by offering merchants something they valued more than any privilege: predictable safety. Travellers were freed from routine charges except for the cost of escort, and protection was promised not only during the fair itself but also during the days leading up to it and after it ended, the period when merchants were most vulnerable. Peace arrangements were negotiated with neighbouring lords and towns to keep the roads open. Such diplomacy was not only about goodwill, it was infrastructure, the medieval kind, an attempt to control violence so commerce could move. Elsewhere, the same pattern appeared. Along the Rhine, escort rights and river tolls could transform a modest lord into a wealthy one. To protect a road was to claim authority over a defined space, and the fee attached to that protection advertised the claim every time a traveller paid. The right to mint money served a similar double purpose. It strengthened the economy by providing coin in circulation, and it broadcasted sovereignty by stamping a ruler's name and symbols into daily life. In Luxembourg, coin production expanded from a small number of mints to several sites, and minting rights were defended against powerful subordinates who might otherwise strike their own coin and blur the line between vassal and prince. Conflicts over coinage were not trivial technical disputes. They were fights over who truly ruled. Other lordships found money in less respectable places. Some increased charges on Jewish and Lombard moneylenders and exchange dealers, or demanded payments for opening new exchange operations, and in darker moments enriched themselves through confiscations. Yet even the rulers who taxed these communities still depended on them. Credit was the lifeline of territorial politics. War, diplomacy, marriage alliances, castle building, and even royal ambitions could require sums far beyond ordinary income. Princes might condemn financiers in public and borrow from them in private, because necessity rarely bowed to ideology. Extraordinary taxation, especially taxes demanded for special needs, spread slowly in this region. Before the mid-14th century, it was not yet normal to impose such levies routinely with formal approval from estates. But emergencies forced change. After military disasters, rulers demanded exceptional payments to compensate knights and stabilize their position. Sometimes, This created negotiations between prince, nobles, and towns. And sometimes it sparked unrest when decisions were made without consultation. The difference mattered. Where estates were involved, extraordinary taxation could become a step toward political integration. Where they were ignored, it could become a spark for rebellion. Not all extraordinary income came from taxes. Princes extracted money through service contracts, guard agreements, and payments tied to military support. They could also gain access to outside revenue when kings pledged valuable rights as security. A single lucrative toll pledged by a monarch could outweigh the ordinary resources of a small county. These windfalls were politically explosive. They could finance new campaigns, buy land, reward followers, and sustain a ruler's ambitions far beyond what local income would normally allow. As money pressures intensified, another change followed: the gradual inclusion of different social groups into decision-making. Crises pushed territories toward assemblies that brought nobles and towns together. Succession disputes, the risk of underage heirs, heavy debts, and military defeats all had the same effect. A ruler facing uncertainty could grant consultation rights to privileged towns and independent lords, not purely out of generosity, but because survival demanded cooperation. Councils were formed that monitored administration, and written rules began to appear to define how authority would function in the ruler's absence or after his death. These arrangements helped keep territories from splitting apart when dynastic continuity was threatened. In some regions, the estates became bold enough to demand a share of government. Where a minor inherited, councils drawn from the orders took control, hired notaries, and developed procedures that made their authority durable. Elsewhere, towns leveraged their financial importance. If merchants and urban elites had funded territorial expansion, they expected influence when the count died or the regime entered crisis. Luxembourg also shows how rule depended on more than one class. A noble council could provide continuity during regencies and long absences, and powerful offices were sometimes claimed by old families. At the same time, men with urban experience and financial skill were increasingly valuable to princes. The boundary between nobles and ministerial service elites blurred. Over time, a single leading class emerged, combining hereditary prestige with administrative competence. Towns began to appear as formal witnesses in high dynastic acts, and were asked to guarantee succession arrangements. Certain good towns, recognized as pillars of the territory, were treated as partners in lordship. Eventually, towns and nobles together agreed to finance warfare through special aids. The church, however, often entered these estate structures later than other groups, and its formal role could lag behind the rising influence of lay elites. By the mid-14th century, the long process of building territorial lordship was still incomplete, and it would be misleading to describe these polities as modern states. Yet the direction is clear. Rulers and regional elites gradually replaced older face-to-face control with broader structures that linked nobles, towns, and many newer religious institutions into a shared land, held together by common peace and law. The arrangement benefited multiple sides. Princes gained resources and stability. Nobles gained protection and a predictable framework for rights. Towns gained privileges and influence, and economic life gained security. Cultural practices travelled between groups. Writing that had been cultivated in monasteries was sharpened by towns for practical administration and then adopted more widely by territorial governments. As expertise diversified inside government, lordship became more efficient, and early signs of modernization appeared. Unevenly, differently from place to place, but visible. Far to the east, another story unfolds that shows how unpredictable dynastic futures could be. The Wettins began as frontier lords, rising from the edge of the realm where danger and opportunity lived, side by side. Their later greatness, electoral rank, European marriages, mining wealth, and a powerful role in imperial politics, could not have been foreseen in their earliest phase. Yet one striking feature runs through their long history. Their power remained deeply tied to the region where their rise began. Their dynasty grew, but their core stayed rooted. Their origins were debated even in the Middle Ages. Later generations constructed grand ancestries, tying the family to heroic figures and ancient opponents of Charlemagne. Not because evidence demanded it, but because prestige required it. Modern scholarship stripped away much of this legend building and looked instead to offices and land. Attention turned to the moment when a Wettin figure received the Meissen March, and anniversaries were celebrated as if a single appointment could explain centuries of change. Behind these shifting stories lies a familiar truth. Dynasties tend to explain themselves in ways that match their current status. What can be said with confidence about the earliest Wettins is modest. They appear in the 10th century among the elite of East Saxony, operating inside a tight network of kinship, where counts, margraves, and bishops were connected through blood, marriage, and political patronage. The family's earliest environment was not a wealthy heartland, but a northeastern border zone shaped by conquest, settlement, and cultural friction. It was a region distant from older centres of literacy and stone building, but it offered rare mobility. In frontier societies, danger can be a ladder. The land that later became their core had its own deep background. After the turmoil of late antiquity, the region between major rivers and forest belts saw new settlement waves. Over time, Slavic-speaking communities spread into favourable valleys and river plains, gradually pushing into wooded zones. West of this frontier, Frankish power strengthened, bringing Christianity, writing, and monetary exchange. East of it, these features arrived later and unevenly. The border was not a neat line, it was a contested zone where raids, tribute, and shifting claims were normal. The balance shifted decisively under the early German kings. Fortresses were stormed, strongholds were founded on commanding heights, and conquered territories were reorganized under delegated officials. Marches were created as military administrative zones, ruled by margraves with wide powers and income rights, designed to impose royal authority on recently subdued peoples. Church organization followed. An archbishopric and new dioceses were established to anchor conquest to institutions and to deepen integration through Christianization. Smaller fortified districts were also used to spread control locally, requiring local populations to provide service and garrisons. Revolts could shatter this system. In the north, a major uprising erased royal control for generations. In the south and southeast, integration continued, and that difference mattered. It meant the area where the Wettins would rise remained under stronger imperial influence, even while the broader frontier remained unstable. In the late 10th and early 11th centuries, margraves on this frontier could wield power that resembled that of dukes. In theory, they acted as royal deputies. In practice, they governed spaces where rival lords were scarce and royal claims were backed by conquest. They could demand extensive obligations from communities and maintain a substantial armed following because the border required it. Yet this exceptional authority began to weaken as the region became more settled and more normal. Churches, monasteries, and other secular lords gained footholds. The old march system gradually lost its monopoly, and the margrave's dominance narrowed. The Wettins did not begin as outsiders clawing upward from nothing. When their earliest figures appear, they already belong to the ruling milieu, One of them gained a countship with strong patronage support. Another secured rights in a neighbouring district, and from these bases the family expanded landholding around key river corridors. Countships mattered because the office itself increasingly became hereditary in practice, turning a role granted from above into something a family could treat as its own. That shift encouraged a more dynastic mindset and helped the family step out of wider kinship structures into a narrower, more self-conscious house identity. Marriage alliances accelerated their rise. Ties were forged with other March families and with powerful houses beyond Saxony, linking the Wettins into the upper circle of regional magnates. Castles became anchors. One fortress would later give the family its name. Another position pushed them across the old frontier and placed them directly in the zone where future power would be built. They also learned the hard lessons of high politics. Attempts to seize major offices could create lifelong enemies and end in murder. Rivalries around margravial titles were deadly. Royal decisions could bypass them, and in unstable times competitors could remove a potential rival by force. Yet dynastic extinction among rivals could open doors that had seemed permanently closed. When a powerful neighbouring house died out, the Wettins could no longer be ignored. An imperial appointment placed them in a march that mattered. Then came the storms of the 11th century. Saxony erupted in rebellion, and the region became a battleground between kings and magnates. The Wettins sometimes opposed the crown and suffered captivity, loss of office, forced surrender of lands. At other moments they aligned with the king, acted as loyal supporters, and were rewarded with restoration and promotion. Their position could still be swept away by royal choice, as when a margraviate was given to an outside ally after a death. Yet the family endured, and one surviving heir, after a dramatic escape and careful repositioning, regained the office and expanded it further. By the end of the 11th century, a Wettin held not only one march but two, an achievement that made him one of the strongest figures in the region. Closeness to the royal court amplified their reach. A family member could serve as chancellor, become a bishop, influence elections, and anchor the dynasty inside the empire's inner circle. Female relatives could hold powerful religious positions, and marriage links could tie the Wettins into the orbit of a future emperor. These connections did not guarantee stability, but they increased resilience. In a world built on personal ties, proximity to the ruler could be as valuable as land. Still, the apparent grandeur of holding a march concealed a quieter reality. The march system that had once given margraves unmatched authority was dissolving. Rival centres rose inside the frontier. Monasteries, local lords, and new forms of landed rule. The fortified district system weakened. The power of a margrave around 1100 was far less absolute than that of a margrave a century earlier. The frontier was becoming a landscape of competing rights, rather than a single chain of command. That transformation also revealed what would define the next stage of territorial power: intensification. Real dominance came not only from titles but from building a dense base. Castles strengthened in stone, monastic foundations that produced memory and literacy, settlement initiatives that reshaped the land, and later, the promotion of towns. One ambitious lord in the region demonstrated how rapidly a power base could be constructed through these methods, even before receiving high office. His rise showed that effective lordship was shifting from the old language of frontier command toward the new practice of shaping society, attracting settlers, clearing forests, founding institutions, and turning space into structure. The power of a medieval dynasty often depended less on titles than on where its roots could truly take hold. In the Meissen lands, neither Henry I nor his son managed to turn their margravial rank into deep control. Their authority rested largely in the Eastern March, and even there it remained fragile. While they struggled to secure their position, a rival family under Wipprecht steadily expanded its own influence. By the early 12th century, the balance of power in the region had shifted, and the Wetins faced the risk of being overshadowed on ground that was formerly theirs. When Henry I died in 1103, he left only a newborn son. For years, the boy's mother governed the marches in his name, but the chance to build a durable regime slipped away. The young Henry reached adulthood only briefly before dying childless in 1123. With his death, the two marches once again lay open, inviting new contests for supremacy. Within the wider Wettin kin, a junior branch sought opportunity through alliance. Dedo, nephew of an earlier margrave, married Wipprecht's daughter and joined the two strongest houses of the frontier. Inspired by his father-in-law, he planned to found a family monastery near Halle, east of the Saale, a symbolic step toward anchoring power in the landscape. Yet before the project matured, he departed on pilgrimage to the Holy Land and died on the return journey. The union that might have stabilized the region dissolved almost as quickly as it had formed. Meanwhile, relations between the Saxon nobles and the emperor deteriorated once more. After the last Henry's death, the emperor favoured his loyal ally Wipprecht and granted him both marches. The Saxon duke rejected the decision and backed a different Wettin candidate for Meissen and an Ascanian for the Eastern March. The elderly Wipprecht could not impose himself against this opposition and died in 1124, followed shortly by his imperial patron. The election of a new king from Saxony changed the political climate entirely, and the duke's nominees became the accepted margraves. One branch of the Wettins had thus survived the family's generational crisis and secured at least one march. From the ancestral fortress of Wettin, the dynasty now took the name by which it would be known for centuries. The line that had ruled from Eilenburg disappeared, and the future belonged to the house that traced itself to the Saale stronghold. From this point, the family's history ran in an unbroken chain down to the fall of the Saxon monarchy in the 20th century. The new margrave inherited a complicated landscape. His personal power lay along the middle Saale and in parts of the Eastern March, while the Meissen territory remained contested and fragmented. Building a firm base that required patience and fortune. Later, generations celebrated him as the Great, yet his true achievement was less heroic conquest than careful consolidation that prepared the way for his descendants. Chance favoured him. The rival Wipprecht family died out in the male line, allowing the Wettin margrave to reunite scattered holdings. He cultivated the goodwill of the king and spent long periods at court, a strategy that paid off when the Eastern March was returned to him in 1135. Holding both marches at once, he became the dominant figure east of the Saale and one of the stronger princes of the empire. Inheritance brought further gains. Portions of the former Wipprecht lands, along with districts around the later Dresden and Bautzen and the advocacy over a rich imperial monastery, came under Wettin control. These acquisitions allowed the dynasty to anchor itself in Meissen, not merely through office but through tangible property and rights. Yet the emperor also planted counterweights, appointing imperial burgraves in key castles to safeguard royal interests. These officials soon developed into regional rivals, and for generations the Wettins had to contend with them before they could fully absorb or neutralize their authority. The margrave also strengthened the family's symbolic presence. Near Halle, he established an Augustinian house, intended as burial place and memorial centre for the new dynasty. His children married into leading houses of the empire and even into the ruling families of Eastern Central Europe. With 5 sons, he overcame the chronic problem of heir shortage that had plagued earlier generations, and a nephew rose to become Archbishop of Magdeburg, one of the most influential churchmen of the age. Yet at the apparent height of his power, the Margrave stumbled. In the mid-11th century, he became entangled in a conspiracy against the new emperor. Royal favour vanished, and under pressure he renounced his secular rule and entered his own monastery, dying soon after. His lands were divided among his sons, a fragmentation that weakened the house just as imperial authority was returning vigorously to the frontier. The emperor reclaimed rights, placed districts under royal control, and transferred eastern territories to the Bohemian crown. The Wetins remained powerful, but they now faced a landscape crowded with new competitors. While politics fluctuated, society in the region was undergoing a transformation. From the mid-12th century, the once sparsely settled marches experienced an extraordinary surge of growth. Forests were cleared at remarkable speed, and by around 1,200 settlers had reached even the high slopes of the Erzgebirge. Villages multiplied, towns emerged where only small trading spots had existed, and a network of markets and crafts reshaped daily life. The discovery of rich silver veins in the mountains triggered a mining boom that drew fortune seekers from far and wide and tied the region to wider economic currents. Migrants arrived from across the empire. Farmers, miners, merchants, and craftsmen, along with Jewish traders who played a vital role in finance. The population may have increased many times over. New legal forms, new patterns of settlement, and new social hierarchies developed from this mixture. German language and customs gradually became dominant, and the church expanded with new parishes and monasteries. Within a century, the former frontier stood on roughly equal footing with the older heartlands. This transformation did not occur by itself. Competing lords shaped it through deliberate policy. Colonization, town privileges, and monastic foundations became the chief tools of power. In the southern march, the Margrave, Otto, son of the earlier Conrad, pursued large clearing projects and promoted key towns such as Dresden, Leipzig, and especially Freiburg, whose silver deposits soon made him one of the wealthiest princes of his time. He founded a Cistercian abbey as a dynastic centre within his own domain, distancing himself from the older family monastery controlled by his brothers. His brother Dedo ruled neighbouring districts and also created a religious house to anchor his branch of the family. Although his colonisation efforts were more modest, he gained the Eastern March and extended Wettin influence further. Other brothers held the ancestral areas along the Saale, but these zones offered fewer opportunities and gradually lagged behind. By the close of the 12th century, the Wettins dominated much of the former marches, yet their unity had fractured into competing lines. The founding of multiple family monasteries symbolised both prestige and rivalry. Meanwhile, bishops, lesser lords, and newly created imperial officials carved out their own spheres. The emperor established a large royal territory, centred on Altenburg and stretching toward the mountains, staffed by ministerial administrators and protected by burgraves. This new bloc challenged the Wettins' preeminence and reasserted imperial presence in the east. Fortune again turned in their favour in the 13th century. Through inheritance and patient politics, a single Wettin ruler gathered most branches back under one hand. The pledge of the imperial territory as a dowry for a dynastic marriage allowed them gradually to absorb it. When the Thuringian Landgravate fell vacant, a long succession war ended with Wettin victory, giving them hegemony across central Germany on both sides of the Saale. By the mid-13th century, the house stood among the foremost princes of the realm, and the voluntary partition of their vast lands among heirs was itself a sign of confident sovereignty. Far to the northwest, another political landscape unfolded under Welf rule. The regions between the Harz and the Baltic formed a patchwork of Loessy plains, heathlands, and coastal zones. Braunschweig and Lüneburg acted as twin centres, one surrounded by rich monastic life, the other by saltworks and trade routes to the sea. Here the decades after the fall of Henry the Lion did not represent a sharp break. His family remained influential, even producing an emperor, and in 1235 their possessions were elevated to a duchy named after the two towns that anchored their heterogeneous realm. Population growth continued here as well. Mining prospered around Goslar, new fields were opened on the fertile soils, and in the coastal areas, settlers built dikes to reclaim land from the sea, sometimes with disastrous consequences when storms overwhelmed the fragile barriers. Villages evolved from clusters of farms into communities, with defined rights, collective management of fields, and parish churches at their heart. Social differentiation deepened. Cottagers without land lived beside prosperous reeves, who managed lordly affairs and gradually secured their own status. Noble families sought greater independence, and after 1180 the Welfs lacked the ducal prerogatives that had once allowed Henry the Lion to dominate them. Some houses built near closed territories of their own, while others expanded along the edges of Welf power. Princes and lesser lords alike aimed to round out possessions, assert rights as broadly as possible, and document claims in writing. Administrative practice advanced, though full account books remained rare and monasteries often led the way in record keeping. In the 13th century, power in northern Germany did not run only through formal titles. It ran through relationships. A noble's standing was often measured by visibility at a ruler's court, by personal bonds of service, and by who showed up when a duke called. Yet this was also an age when the great ducal house in the region could appear politically weaker on the wider imperial stage, and that weakness created space. Local dynasties, even smaller ones, learned to act more boldly, more independently, and with growing confidence. The earlier style of rule associated with Henry the Lion had pursued dominance so aggressively that many remembered it as heavy-handed. Over time, that approach loosened rather than strengthened the cohesion of the north. Once the old ducal framework fractured, noble families found ways to turn the looseness of the political landscape into opportunity. Church lords played a decisive role in that shifting balance. The leading noble families held many of the key church posts in cathedral chapters, and in major cities the urban elite would only slowly break into those circles much later. Some bishops and archbishops expanded their influence after the old ducal order was dismantled, especially where older obligations and contested grants began to be questioned and reversed. As older forms of lordship weakened, bishops could demand the return of rights that had been taken over or held on shaky grounds. Their strategy did not look radically different from that of lay princes. They sought strong points, built or captured castles, tightened control over territory, and encouraged local consolidation. Cathedral chapters also strengthened their position, and as episcopal elections became more firmly tied to those chapters, the regional nobility gained an even stronger hand inside the church principalities. The Welf rulers themselves had already understood the importance of towns before the duchy broke apart. Under Henry the Lion, places like Göttingen and Lübeck were fostered as engines of influence. Even when castles remained important, the political gravity of the region increasingly leaned toward urban centres. In Braunschweig and Lüneburg especially, ducal authority was anchored not only in fortifications, but also in religious institutions that carried prestige, memory, and legitimacy. In Braunschweig, a collegiate church became a stage for sacred display and dynastic ambition, enriched with relics and public symbolism. Later, Welf generations favoured a major religious foundation at Lüneburg, which also became a burial focus for one branch of the family and helped bind the dynasty to the town. After 1180, other nobles followed similar patterns, though more slowly. Castle building expanded and changed character. Fortresses increasingly appeared in lowland settings and became administrative magnets, rather than only military shelters. Many families began to take their names from their principal strongholds, turning a building into an identity. Lesser nobles and ministerial families strengthened their homes as well, raising fortified mounds and enclosed sites that signalled permanence. Alongside these residences came monasteries. Families founded religious houses as burial sites and memory institutions, joining stone strongholds with cloisters to create small regional cores of authority. The urban landscape also changed rapidly. Around 1180, the number of towns in the region was still limited. Soon afterward, a wave of smaller foundations began. This expansion was driven less by kings and more by counts and mid-ranking dynasties who wanted markets, judges, toll points, workshops, and reliable administrative nodes within their own spheres. A new town meant an economic centre and a governance tool at once. Regular markets drew artisans and traders, craft specialisation expanded, and the presence of local courts increased predictability and security. These places pulled people in from the surrounding countryside, and migration became one of the most visible marks of town life. Monasteries, especially those known for disciplined management, moved into towns as well, buying or building urban bases in order to sell products and participate in the cash economy that towns made possible. Yet not all towns grew into the same kind of power. Braunschweig and Lüneburg became the two giants of the Welf heartland, but they evolved differently. Braunschweig emerged from multiple settlement cores clustered around a river crossing. Over time, these separate quarters gained privileges, representation, and defensive rights, and their councils learned how to coordinate. Rulers granted concessions to merchants, including far-reaching freedoms in long-distance trade, and these privileges helped transform the city into a dominant economic actor in its regional network. Political autonomy advanced slowly and unevenly, yet the town's economic weight steadily increased until it could stand alongside the leading commercial cities of the north. Lüneburg's story carried a different tension. The town remained more tightly bound to ducal control, but its wealth created leverage. Salt and related resources were managed in ways that allowed collective, urban influence to grow. Even when the dukes kept a firm grip, town representatives found room to maneuver by controlling the very economic arteries on which ducal finances depended. Beyond these inland centres stood Lübeck, whose role was larger than regional politics. Its position as a transfer hub on the Baltic routes gave it international reach. Shifts in overlordship around the city did not prevent it from building its own authority. The city learned to exploit political change to strengthen internal self-rule and to expand its presence across the Western Baltic. Eventually, royal recognition of Lübeck's autonomy confirmed what practice had already created, a major urban power governed by its own council, answering directly upward rather than through a regional lord. As long-distance trade expanded, merchants formed wider associations to protect routes, standardize practices, and defend privileges. Over time, these commercial networks became a recognizable force. Urban leaders also pushed into social welfare and religious life, founding hospitals and institutions that were increasingly run under civic authority rather than purely clerical control. Across the 13th century, many towns saw their councils grow from local administrators into bodies with a sense of corporate identity and political ambition. All of this development also sharpened social differences, feuds, courtly display, dowries, inheritance divisions, castle building, and the desire to maintain a dignified household often outpaced what land revenues could reliably support. Even careful management could not always cover the costs of status. Debt became a structural feature of noble life. Town merchants increasingly served as creditors to lords and princes. Jewish communities in several towns also participated significantly in lending and finance, becoming part of the economic machinery that kept noble households running. Land was mortgaged, income streams were pledged, and the cash economy tightened its grip on aristocratic politics. In a region where kings rarely appeared after the great imperial power struggles of the age, dynastic marriages and regional alliances became the main gears of political action. Farther northeast, along the southwestern Baltic coast, a different kind of transformation unfolded. Two lordly houses, one in Mecklenburg and one in Pomerania, rose within a zone that entered the empire later and remained distant from its traditional centres. The region's ruling elites and many of its inhabitants were originally Slavic and pagan, and lasting Christianization was still a relatively recent process. That late conversion and peripheral position shaped how these lordships became imperial princes. Early on, external pressure defined the field. Denmark and Saxony competed for influence in the west, while Poland and Brandenburg pulled at the east. Attempts to project authority into these lands often relied on personal placements and negotiated dependence rather than deep administrative control. In Pomerania, local rulers shifted between stronger neighbours, sometimes leaning toward Poland, sometimes toward the German kingdom, sometimes toward Denmark, depending on which alliance promised survival. Missionary activity accompanied this political tug-of-war, and conversion became tied to protection, diplomacy, and legitimacy. In the western area that would become Mecklenburg, a Slavic confederation gradually turned into a new lordship under Saxon pressure. A local ruler emerged whose authority was increasingly linked to a central stronghold, and a regional identity formed around it. Christian institutions were established, a bishopric was endowed, and a monastery founded that would later serve as a marker of dynastic and territorial consolidation. The ruling family cultivated ties to the Saxon ducal house, even marrying into its extended circle, though the gap in rank remained visible. Loyalty brought advantages, but it also reflected dependence. Then, the great northern political map shifted when the dominant Saxon duke was deposed. Danish expansion surged during the years of turmoil in the German kingdom, and the Baltic coast was drawn into a larger sphere of Scandinavian power. Mecklenburg's lords became vassals within this new order and participated in Danish campaigns. Internal rivalries were managed through outside arbitration, and districts were allotted to competing branches. One of the local rulers died during a Danish military expedition, and the remaining lord gained territory as payment for service. At the same time, the wider settlement movement from the west began to push into these lands, bringing new forms of organisation and land use. Despite Danish supremacy, the idea gradually hardened that these regions belonged within the empire's political world. When Denmark's dominance collapsed suddenly after the capture of the Danish king by a regional count, the negotiated release terms explicitly treated Mecklenburg and Pomerania as lands to be surrendered back into the imperial sphere. A coalition victory soon after ended direct Danish control and forced a new arrangement. That did not mean the emperor stepped in personally as a direct overlord. In Pomerania, imperial policy favoured delegation. The region was placed under Brandenburg's overlordship, and the local dukes were compelled to accept that dependency after conflict. The price was high, territory was lost, succession clauses were imposed, and certain districts slipped away to Mecklenburg-linked lords. Pomerania was briefly reunified when one ducal line died out, then partitioned again later as heirs divided their inheritance. Mecklenburg faced fewer external blows at first, and imperial confirmation of rights strengthened its position. Yet internal vulnerability remained. After the death of a leading lord, the next generation was underage, and regents governed in their name. The lordship was divided among brothers, then divided again, producing several separate districts that followed their own trajectories. Some lines remained strong, others faded, and not all branches achieved the same recognition when higher titles were later granted. Crisis struck again in the late 13th century, when a Mecklenburg ruler was captured during a pilgrimage and held for decades in captivity, far from home. In his absence, regency battles erupted and rival branches competed over authority and the inheritance rights of his sons. One son eventually took control as regent and later as ruler, bringing a firmer hand to a territory that had been close to disintegration. From that point, the Mecklenburg rise was fueled by hard bargains, payments, and military outcomes. A marriage into the Brandenburg ruling house opened a path to reclaim a district long lost, secured through a heavy silver payment and later defended in battle. Treaties fixed the gain, and Mecklenburg expanded again by establishing itself in Rostock after the local line ended. Denmark attempted to reassert influence there, and earlier agreements were invoked to justify claims. Yet Denmark's internal strain and regional rivalry weakened its hand, allowing Mecklenburg to lock in the acquisition through diplomacy, alliances, and the careful timing of peace with a Danish king. A marriage connection reaching into Scandinavian politics strengthened Mecklenburg's position further, and helped stabilize the coastal gains. Not every ambition succeeded. Efforts to extend influence into neighbouring, contested regions ran into resistance, and rival dynasties sometimes prevailed. In the end, Pomerania succeeded in acquiring strategically important territory that Mecklenburg could not secure, expanding its own reach along the Baltic. The movement of settlers toward the east did more than change maps. It reshaped how the newly Christian rulers along the southwestern Baltic coast governed, presented themselves, and connected to the wider political world. In Mecklenburg and Pomerania, this transformation began while many people in the region still remembered older religious traditions, and it accelerated as new institutions, new legal habits, and new forms of public authority took root. One of the earliest signs of this shift was the way these dynasties began to communicate power on paper. In Pomerania, rulers were already producing charters in the late 12th century that looked and sounded like the documents used by established princes farther west. This was not just a bureaucratic change. It signalled a claim to equal standing, a decision to speak the same political language as older Christian lordships. The close relationship with the church served the same purpose. Dynastic monasteries were founded as spiritual anchors and as public statements of legitimacy. In Mecklenburg, Doberan became a focal point of that identity. In Pomerania, a comparable foundation played a similar role. These were places of worship, memory, burial, and administration all at once, helping new Christian elites appear familiar to the broader aristocratic world. Symbols mattered as much as institutions. seals became a standard tool of authority, and soon heraldic imagery followed. In Pomerania, the griffin emerged as a defining emblem by the early 13th century and remained so strongly associated with the dynasty that the family itself became known through that beast. Mecklenburg's heraldic story overlapped at first. A griffin appeared there too around the beginning of the 13th century, before a bull's head became the more enduring sign for the main Mecklenburg line. Even after that transition, the griffin continued to live on in regional memory, through related branches and territories connected to the Mecklenburg sphere. What these emblems reveal is not mere decoration, but a deliberate effort to join the visual culture of noble rule in Christian Europe. As the 13th century progressed, the texture of court life becomes clearer. Evidence appears for recognizable household offices, showing that rulers were building courts that functioned in a familiar Western way. Mecklenburg begins to reveal a steward, then a marshal, then other roles that cluster around a princely household, including people responsible for chambers and ceremonial service. Pomerania shows similar structures even earlier, indicating a rapid adoption of courtly norms. By the 14th century, narrative accounts paint a fuller picture. Weddings turn into major political and social events, and feasts become demonstrations of standing. One celebrated marriage in the early 14th century drew crowds of high-ranking guests, and when one town refused to host the gathering, the court simply moved elsewhere, turning the moment into a reminder that princely life could not easily be contained by urban gatekeeping. Another grand wedding later in the century was staged with theatrical scale, including the public making of a knight, a ritual designed to display alliance, honour, and the transfer of status. Marriage itself was one of the most important bridges into the older aristocratic world. Being accepted as a suitable partner mattered as much as armies or castles. In the early period, Mecklenburg's rulers often married either into neighbouring Slavic territories or into circles that did not fully match the level of the highest princes of the empire. That pattern gradually changed. A particularly striking turning point came when Mecklenburg entered into marriages that connected it to Brandenburg, and then to a prestigious Saxon line. These unions did not automatically make Mecklenburg equal in every setting, but they opened doors that had been harder to reach before. Pomerania followed a slightly different path. After key rulers in the 13th century, Pomerania's marriages show a mixture. Ties to Scandinavian royalty, to nearby noble houses, and to Brandenburg. Yet compared with Mecklenburg, Pomerania's marital network remained more tightly centred on the southwestern Baltic zone for longer. The older pool of Polish and Pomeranian connections did not vanish overnight. Over time, however, the balance shifted, and a broader regional aristocratic marketplace emerged, with Brandenburg often sitting at the centre of that web. Marriage was only one half of the story. The other half was the steady multiplication of alliances, truces, and peace agreements. These treaties reveal Mecklenburg and Pomerania becoming actors in a regional system that aimed to reduce violence and regulate conflict. A peace agreement concluded in the late 13th century included not only princes but also towns that were growing into international trading powers, alongside counts and other regional lords. This shows the Baltic coast being drawn into wider efforts to establish order. Most agreements remained local in scope, binding the region together rather than projecting power deep into distant territories. The treaty partners usually came from the immediate neighbourhood. Denmark's role increased in moments when Danish influence expanded, but the densest network formed among the Baltic princes themselves and Brandenburg. Over time, ties also grew with nearby Saxon lines, the lords of Brunswick and Lüneburg, and the counts of Holstein, with Mecklenburg often appearing more frequently in these arrangements than Pomerania. At the start of the 14th century, Mecklenburg's range of action widened noticeably, and after some delay, a leading duke in Pomerania's Stettin branch moved in a similar direction. Later, momentum slowed for a long stretch until renewed changes in imperial politics began to press more strongly on the entire region toward the end of the 15th century. In the earlier phase of widening horizons, one Mecklenburg ruler stands out. Through a high-level marriage connection with Brandenburg, he stepped into a broader political arena. He earned a fearsome reputation by joining a campaign in Bohemia and later fighting far from the Baltic against forces on the North Sea coast. Yet even successful rulers could leave fragile foundations. When he died, he left young heirs, and a council governed in their name for years, illustrating how easily territorial authority could wobble when succession turned uncertain. This was also the moment when Mecklenburg and Pomerania were pulled into the struggle between rival houses for the German crown. The contest mattered for local politics, because Brandenburg itself became a prize. When the old dynasty there died out, the march had no clear master. A new king placed Brandenburg into his own family's hands, and that decision changed the balance for neighbouring rulers. Earlier, the idea had circulated that Pomerania might answer directly to the king as a primary vassal. Once Brandenburg became a dynastic possession of the crown holder, the policy hardened in another direction. Pomeranian rulers were pushed to accept their lands through Brandenburg rather than directly from the king. This pressure triggered predictable reactions. A Pomeranian duke transferred loyalty to the king's most dangerous opponent in the wider conflict. Then, as the king's position shifted, the Stettin branch of Pomerania exploited the moment. At a major assembly, Brandenburg's immediate lordship, claim over Stettin, was relaxed, and the Stettin dukes won the right to hold their territory directly from the empire. In exchange, Brandenburg secured a future fallback, right if the line failed. The outcome was a public statement that Stettin's lands belonged under the empire's umbrella and should answer upward to that authority alone. Elsewhere within Pomerania, another branch was still pressed to seek recognition through Brandenburg, showing that Pomerania did not move as a single unit, and that geography and nearby power mattered. A further realignment came with the rise of a Luxembourg ruler, who proved willing to recognize Pomeranian claims more broadly. In return for support, he acknowledged all Pomeranian dukes as full imperial princes and offered guarantees about inheritance if one line died out. This was a crucial moment because it raised status not merely by local practice but by wider recognition within the empire's hierarchy, and it extended that recognition across the competing Pomeranian branches. Mecklenburg's path to the same kind of elevated recognition ran through a different sequence of choices. One Mecklenburg heir approached the Wittelsbach king early, partly through dynastic planning that reached beyond Germany into Scandinavian politics. But at the same time, links to the Luxembourg side developed, and a brother acted as an intermediary. When the Wittelsbach ruler died, Mecklenburg switched openly, largely because a long-standing goal could not be achieved under Wittelsbach control. Removing Brandenburg's lingering grip over certain Mecklenburg holdings, the Luxembourg ruler moved quickly, confirming Mecklenburg's rights and effectively sweeping away Brandenburg's claims. Soon afterward, he elevated Mecklenburg's ruling house to ducal rank. Other neighbouring princes formally dropped older claims of superiority, and the elevation charter itself spoke through silence about Danish rights, still hanging over certain coastal territories. The omission was meaningful. It signalled that the new dukes wanted recognition without acknowledging outside overlordship that did not fit their new status. Mecklenburg's new standing also became visible in how it exercised authority over others. A grant involving a neighbouring count marked one of the first clear moments where Mecklenburg behaved as a superior lord in a feudal relationship, something that mattered symbolically as much as it mattered politically. War then sharpened these changes. A struggle involving the Luxembourg ruler and the Wittelsbach camp drew in Denmark as well, and Mecklenburg's military success helped produce a treaty in which Brandenburg's remaining claims were finally set aside. By mid-century, Mecklenburg's rulers had become recognized imperial princes in a fully public way, and they retained that status for centuries. While these changes played out on the Baltic edge, another story in the southwest of the empire shows how a principality could be built not from an ancient tribal duchy, but from a newly assembled territory. In the German kingdom of the High Middle Ages, the Zähringer provide a clear example of a ducal title tied to a constructed power base, rather than to one of the traditional great provinces. Their identity took its name from a castle near Freiburg, and the dynasty grew out of a prominent Swabian noble family. A related branch formed the margraves of Baden, illustrating how one noble stock could send out different political lines with different fates. The memory of the Zähringer did not remain constant across the centuries. It flared again much later when dynastic genealogy became fashionable among powerful houses, then attracted early modern historians who were interested in noble origins and continuity. In the modern age, scholars argued over what made the Zähringer distinctive, sometimes presenting them as pioneers of a new style of territorial rule. Whatever label is used, one fact remains. Freiburg sits at the centre of the Zähringer story, not only because they founded it, but because it became a key place of residence for the last duke and the site where his memory was anchored. The Zähringer beginnings lead back to the late 10th and 11th centuries, when the family ranked among Swabia's leading nobles. They held comital rights, cultivated close ties to emperors, and were influential enough to make credible bids for the Duchy of Swabia itself. At first, those bids did not succeed. One prominent Berthold had to accept a different ducal title instead, in Carinthia, showing both the family's prestige and the limits of its leverage. Then the turmoil of the investiture contest fractured loyalties throughout the empire. In that crisis, Berthold's son gained the Swabian ducal title within the anti-royal camp through marriage alliance and political positioning, in direct opposition to the Staufen Duke installed by the king. That Swabian split did not last forever. A settlement mediated by the king ended the clash. The Zähringer leader gave up the claim to Swabia, but the trade was not trivial. He received a major urban strongpoint as a royal grant and, more importantly, carved out effective control over western Swabia along the Upper Rhine. Over the 12th century, this zone became a recognizable ducal land under Zähringer authority. Local nobles increasingly appeared in the Zähringer orbit rather than in the assemblies of the older Swabian dukes. From the Staufen point of view, this was an encroachment, and resentment persisted for generations. Contemporary voices mocked the Zähringer ducal title as empty, a rhetorical attack meant to deny that the Zähringer possessed a real duchy. Yet tension was not only verbal. At moments, armed conflict flared, and later emperors worked to keep Zähringer alliances from becoming too strong, blocking church appointments and encouraging dynastic separations that weakened Zähringer coalitions. Zähringer rule in the southwest relied on building networks as much as holding titles. They gathered counts and lesser nobles into their circle, and they used service families as administrators and castle keepers. Over time, however, some nobles who had once been close to the Zähringer drifted toward the Staufen side, a reminder that loyalty in the Middle Ages could shift with advantage. Religious institutions could become gathering points for opposition as well as support, especially when noble groups sought places that symbolized independence from ducal dominance. More than personal bonds, three instruments shaped Zähringer control: castles, monasteries, and towns. These three elements formed a triangle of authority. The original castle gave the dynasty its name and remained a powerful symbol, even when newer castles were built on a grander scale. A family monastery in the Black Forest became the spiritual core of the principality, a place of burial, memory, and continuous prayer for the dynasty and its supporters. Gifts from vassals flowed to it. Nearby churches were founded in its orbit, and members of service families entered its monastic life. In practical terms, it also mattered because the dukes exercised protective authority over it and over other religious foundations, using that role to project secular influence into ecclesiastical space. The Zähringer also sought influence through control of reform monasteries, especially those that opened and organized sparsely settled landscapes. As monastic institutions expanded land use, settlement, and local administration, the power of whoever held protective rights over them expanded too. Disputes over who possessed those rights could become long and bitter, because the prize was not merely ceremonial. It was access to a growing frontier of people, dues, and authority.